Hello, everybody. I am the Sauntering Spellcaster, sauntering through your mind and other places. And today I want to try something I've never done before. I'm wanting to try doing a Handcam stream. Also, my audio seems to be kind of loud. I will tone that down a bit. I don't want anything getting too loud. That's kind of odd. Usually it doesn't get that loud. Oh well. I don't really have a setup for my webcam that works all that well for reading books. I thought I could have it on top of my computer, but then everything was upside down, and that wasn't very fun. But here we are. I have this illustrated edition of Arsène Lupin, Gentleman Thief. Some might be wondering, why am I so interested in reading this book? Well, it's not only just a great book in general, but I suppose with Persona 3, the remake with that, I've been sitting on Persona 5 for a while, just in my game backlog, and I thought it would be neat to play it, Persona 5. But I also looked at it and said, I have some of the books that inspired that game, so how about I read some of the books that inspired it? After all, they're great books, and I quite enjoy sharing the things I enjoy. And I had this illustrated copy, and I thought, wouldn't it be kind of fun to try something new? After all, I've never done a Handcam stream before. And now I have the opportunity to do something I've never done before. You'll have to forgive me if things are a bit odd. As I said, I don't really have a proper setup for, my hand cam or anything like that. I'm a pretty simple man with my setup. I got my two PCs. I actually got headphones in the mail recently that are not corded. So that'll be nice. Free up some space. But without further ado, I want to start reading this honestly pretty delightful book. Such a strange trip. It had started so well, though. I myself have never taken one that commenced in such an auspicious manner. The transatlantic steamship La Province was a swift and comfortable vessel under the command of a most affable man. The most chosen of elite society was gathered there. Relationships were made, entertainment was organized. We had the exquisite impression of being separated from the world, reduced to ourselves as if living on an unknown island, obliged, therefore, to be more sociable with each other. And we were getting closer. Have you ever stopped to consider how much originality and spontaneity emanate from those various individuals who on the preceding evening did not even know each other, and who are now, for several days, condemned to lead a life of extreme intimacy, jointly defying the anger of the ocean, the terrible onslaught of the waves, the violence of the tempest, and the agonizing monotony of sleepy water? It is, essentially, a tragic sort of microcosm of life itself, and with its storms and its grandeur, its monotony and its diversity. And that is why, perhaps, we embark on such a short journey, with such intense haste, the end of which can only be seen from the very moment it begins. But for several years now a new sensation had been introduced, adding to the sensation of an ocean crossing. The little floating island is now attached to the world from which we thought we were free. A link remains, one that is only loosened little by little in the middle of the ocean, and little by little in the middle of the ocean it can be reestablished. The wireless telegraph, a call from another universe from which we receive news in the most mysterious way possible. One need not imagine hollow wires through which these invisible messages slip. No, the mystery is even more inexplicable, more romantic, and we must look forward towards the air in order to explain this new miracle. During the first day of the voyage, we felt that we were being followed, escorted, preceded even, by that distant voice which from time to time whispered a few words to one of us from the receding world. 2 friends messaged me. 10, 20 others sent their sad or smiling farewells. However, on the second day, 500 miles from the French coast, on a stormy afternoon, the wireless telegraph transmitted a dispatch to us, the contents of which were as follows: Arsène Lupin on board, first class, blonde hair, right forearm injury, traveling alone under the name of R. At that precise moment, a violent clap of thunder erupted from the dark sky. The electric airwaves were interrupted. The rest of the dispatch failed to reach us. Of the name under which Arsène Lupin was hiding, only the first initial was known. If it had been any other news, I have no doubt that the secret would have been carefully guarded by the telegraph operator, as well as by the ship's officers and the captain. But it is one of those events which seem to require the most rigorous discretion. That same day, without being able to say how the news had spread, we all knew that the famous Arsène Lupin was hiding among us. Arsène Lupin, in our midst? The elusive burglar whose feats had been recounted in all the newspapers for months? The enigmatic character with whom old Ganimard, our shrewdest detective, had engaged in a prolonged duel to the death, the adventures of which unfolded in such a cinematic manner. Arsène Lupin, the fanciful gentleman who operated only in castles and salons, and who one night entered the residence of Barons Shorman, but emerged empty-handed, leaving, however, his card, on which he had scribbled these words: Arsène Lupin, gentleman thief, will return when the furniture is authentic. Arsène Lupin, the man of 1,000 disguises, in turn a chauffeur, a tenor, a bookmaker, a young boy, a teen, an old man, a commercial traveler, a Russian physician, a Spanish bullfighter. Let us be aware of this. Arsène Lupin was coming and going within the relatively restricted framework of a transatlantic voyage. In this little collection of elites where we found ourselves at all hours, in this dining room, in this lounge, in this smoking room, Arsène Lupin could perhaps be this gentleman, or this one, my neighbor at the table, my cabin mate. "And we're out here for 5 more days," cried Miss Nellie Underdown the next day. "This is intolerable. I hope someone will catch him." Then addressing me, she added, "And you, Monsieur d'Andressy, you are on intimate terms with the captain. Surely you know something." I would have liked to have known something to please Miss Nellie. She was one of those magnificent creatures, wherever who they may be, immediately occupy the most prominent spot in an assembly. Their beauty and wealth are dazzling to their court of devotees and enthusiasts. Raised in Paris by a French mother, she was going to visit her father, the wealthy Underdown from Chicago. One of her friends, Lady Jerland, accompanied her. At first, I decided to initiate flirtation with her, but in the quick intimacy of the trip, her charm immediately captured me, and I felt too moved for mere flirtation when her big black eyes met mine. She received my tributes with some favor, however. She deigned to laugh at my witticisms and take an interest in my anecdotes. She seemed to respond to the eagerness that I showed her with a vague sympathy. A single potential rival worried me, a rather handsome boy, elegant, reserved, whose taciturn humor she sometimes seemed to prefer to my more Parisian frivolity. He was just one of the group of admirers who surrounded Miss Nellie. When she asked me that question, we were on the deck, pleasantly seated in rocking chairs. The previous day's storm had cleared from the sky. The weather was now rather delicious. "I do not know anything specific, mademoiselle," I replied. "But is it not possible to conduct our own investigation, just as well as old Ganimard, Arsène Lupin's personal nemesis?" "Oh, you are quick to begin. How so? Is the problem that complicated?" "Very complicated." "Have you forgotten the clues that we already have to solve it?" "What clues?" "First, Lupin calls himself Monsieur R." "A rather vague description," she replied. "Second, he is traveling alone." "How does that information help?" she asked. "Third, he's blonde." And there we have a really nice illustration of Mrs. Nellie. Honestly, I love the illustrations in this. This is why I had to do this as a hand cam. I mean, look at these illustrations. These are beautiful. So then we simply have to consult the list of passengers and proceed by elimination. I had such a list in my pocket. I took it out and peered through it. I note first that there are only 13 people with initials of interest. Only 13? In first class, yes. Of these 13, Monsieur R, 9 are accompanied by women, children, or servants. That leaves only 4 suspects traveling alone. The Marquis de Raverdun, secretary to the American ambassador, interrupted Miss Nellie. "I know him." "Major Rawson. He's my uncle," someone said. "Mr. Revolta." "Present," cried an Italian whose face disappeared under a beard of the most beautiful black. Miss Nellie burst out laughing. "That gentleman is not exactly blonde." "So then," I continued, "we are forced to conclude that the culprit is the last on the list, and that is a Mr. Rosaine. Does anyone know Mr. Rosaine?" Everyone fell silent but Miss Nellie. Calling out to the taciturn young man, whose diligent attention tormented me, said, "Well, Mr. Rosaine, why aren't you answering?" We turned our eyes to him. He was blonde. I must confess I was quite surprised. and the awkward silence that weighed on us told me that the other assistants were also experiencing a similar sort of suffocation. It was absurd, moreover, because nothing in the manner of this gentleman made him to be suspicious. "Why am I not answering?" he said. "Because considering my name, my status as a single traveler, and the color of my hair, I have already reached the same conclusion. So I suppose I should be arrested." He looked strange uttering those words. His thin lips were drawn closer than usual, and his face was ghastly pale whilst his eyes were streaked with blood. Certainly he was joking, yet his posture and attitude impressed us. Naively, Miss Nellie asked, "But you don't have an injury." "It is true," he said. "I lack the wound." Nervously he lifted his cup and bared his arm, but I immediately noticed something. My eyes met those of Miss Nellie. He had shown his left arm, and as I was about to make that very point clear, an incident diverted our attention. Lady Jerland, Miss Nellie's friend, came running towards us. She was upset. People crowded around her, and it was only after much effort that she was able to stammer, My jewelry, my pearls. Someone has taken everything." No, he hadn't taken everything, as we later learned. Curiously, the thief had been selective. Of the diamond starburst, the ruby pendant, the necklaces, and the bracelets, he had not removed the largest stones, but only the finest, the most precious, those that one might have said had the most value, taking up the least space. The mountings were left on the table. I saw them, as did everyone, stripped of their jewels like flowers whose beautiful, sparkling, and colorful petals had been plucked. To carry out this theft in broad daylight, during the hour when Lady Jerland was having tea, it would have been necessary to break open the cabin door in a busy corridor, search for a small bag concealed purposely in the bottom of a hat box, open it, and then to be carefully selective. There was only one opinion among all the passengers. It was Arsène Lupin, and indeed it matched his complicated, mysterious, and unbelievable methods. And it was quite logical, since it would be difficult to conceal the cumbersome mass of the still-mounted jewelry, and much less so to hide the tiny, independent pearls, emeralds, and sapphires. That evening, at dinner, the 2 seats to the right and left of Rosaine remained empty, and later that evening we learned that he had been summoned by the captain. Again, I really do love the illustrations in this one. His arrest, which no one questioned, was a relief. We were able to breathe once again. That evening we played games, we danced. Miss Nellie, above all, showed a dizzying gaiety that made me realize that if Rosaine's charms had been agreeable to her in the beginning, she hardly remembered them now. Her grace conquered me. Towards midnight, beneath the serene moonlight, I declared my devotion to her with a sincerity which did not seem to displease her. But the next day, to everyone's amazement, we learned that the charges against Rosaine had been dropped. He was free. He had produced perfectly valid documentation proving that he was the son of a wealthy merchant from Bordeaux. Besides, neither of his arms showed the slightest sign of injury. "Papers, birth certificates, bah!" cried Rosaine's detractors. Arsène Lupin could provide you with as much false documentation as you want. As for the injury, he either never had one, or he has covered it up. It was pointed out that at the time of the theft, Rosaine was walking along the deck, to which his detractors responded, "A man of Arsène Lupin's caliber could commit a crime without being present." And then, apart from any other circumstance, there remained one point which even the most skeptical could not answer. Who, if not Rosaine, was traveling alone, was blonde, and had a name starting with R? Who did the telegram refer to, if not Rosaine? When Rosaine boldly walked over to our group a few minutes before lunch, Miss Nelly and Lady Jerland got up and walked away. It was undoubtedly fear. An hour later a handwritten circular passed from hand to hand among the ship's employees, sailors and travellers of all classes. Mr. Louis Rosaine promised a sum of 10,000 francs to anyone who could unmask Arsène Lupin or find the stolen stones. "And if no one comes to my aid against this bandit," Rosaine declared, "I'll do it myself." Rosaine against Arsène Lupin, or rather, as most saw it, Arsène Lupin against himself. The contest was certainly going to be interesting. It lasted for 2 days. Rosaine was seen wandering from right to left, mingling with the staff, questioning, snooping. We saw his shadow lurking at night. For his part, the captain also displayed commendable energy. The province was searched from top to bottom in every corner. Every cabin was searched without exception, on the very plausible theory that the jewels would be hidden anywhere except in the cabin of the culprit. "We'll discover something eventually, won't we?" Miss Nelly asked me. "He may be a wizard, but he cannot turn diamonds and pearls invisible." "Yes," I replied. "Well, we would have to search the lining of our own coats and hats and everything we carry with us." Then, showing her my kodak, a 9x12, with which I never tired of photographing her in the most diverse poses, I added, "Why, in a device no bigger than this, there would be room to hide all of Lady Jerland's gems. He could pretend to take pictures, and no one would know. But yet I've heard that every thief leaves some sort of clue behind." "All but one, Arsène Lupin." "Why is that?" "Why, because he thinks not only of the theft, but of all the surrounding circumstances that could incriminate him. You were most confident before, but I've since seen his handiwork. So what do you think?" "In my opinion, I think we're wasting our time." And in fact, the investigation produced no result other than the one that did not correspond to the general purpose. The captain's watch was stolen. Furious, he redoubled his effort and kept a closer eye on Rosaine, with whom he had conducted several interviews. The next day, quite ironically, the watch was found in the second-in-command's collar box. All this had an air of cleverness to it, and displayed the humorous side of Arsène Lupin. Burglar, yes, but dilettante, too. He targeted perfection, but he also worked for fun. He reminded us of an author who was entertained by his own play, one who laughs heartily behind the scenes at his own witticisms. Without a doubt, he was an artist of a sort, and when I observed Rosaine sombre and obstinate, I tried to imagine the double role which this curious character must be playing. I could not speak of it without a certain admiration. However, one night the officer of the watch heard moans in the darkest part of the bridge. He approached. A man was stretched out, his head wrapped in a very thick grey scarf, his wrists tied with a thin cord. He was freed from his bonds, picked up and taken care of. It was Roseanne. He had been assaulted during one of his expeditions, overwhelmed and robbed. A business card attached by a pin to his garment bore these words: Arsène Lupin gratefully accepts the 10,000 francs offered by Monsieur Roseanne. In fact, the stolen wallet contained 20,000 bills. Naturally, the unfortunate man was accused of having simulated this attack on himself. But apart from the fact that it would have been impossible for him to bind himself in this way, it was established that the writing of the card differed completely from Roseanne's own handwriting, and, on the contrary, unmistakably, resembled that of Arsène Lupin as produced in an old newspaper found on board. So Roseanne was no longer Arsène Lupin. Roseanne was Roseanne, son of a merchant from Bordeaux, and the presence of Arsène Lupin asserted itself once again, and through such an alarming event. There was terror. We no longer dared to remain alone in our cabins, nor to venture alone in places that were too far apart. We grouped ourselves carefully among people who were sure of each other, and again an instinctive distrust divided even the most intimate. That was because the threat did not come from an isolated and therefore less dangerous individual. Arsène Lupin was now everyone. Our overexcited imagination attributed a miraculous and unlimited power to the man. We supposed him capable of taking the most unexpected disguises, of being in turn the respectable Major Rawson, or even the noble Marquis de Raverdan, because we no longer stopped at the accusing initial, even for such a person known to all, with wife, children, or servants. The first wireless dispatches from America brought no news. At least the captain did not communicate any of it to us, and such silence was not reassuring. Our last day on the boat seemed interminable. We lived in anxious expectation of some misfortune. This time it would no longer be theft. It would no longer be a simple assault. It would be a crime, a murder. Arsène Lupin would not stick to those two insignificant thefts. As absolute master of the ship, the authorities powerless, he could do as he pleased. Anything was permitted. Our property and lives were his. Yet those were delightful hours for me, I must admit, for they won me Miss Nellie's confidence. Disturbed by so many events and already of an uneasy nature, she spontaneously sought protection at my side, a security that I was happy to offer her. Quietly, I blessed Arsène Lupin. Wasn't it he who brought us together? Wasn't it thanks to him that I had the right to indulge in the sweetest of dreams? Dreams of love and happiness? Why not confess them? The Andressis are a good Poitevin stock, but their coat of arms is somewhat unrecognized, and it doesn't seem to me unworthy of a gentleman to think of restoring some lost luster to his name. Those dreams I felt did not offend Miss Nellie. Her smiling eyes allowed me to have them. The softness of her voice gave me hope. And we stayed close to each other, leaning on the rail until the last moment, while the American coastline loomed ahead of us. The searchers had been abandoned. We waited. From first class to the 'tween decks, where immigrants swarmed, we waited for the last moment when the insoluble enigma would finally be explained. Who was Arsène Lupin? What name and under what mask was the famous Arsène Lupin hiding? And at last, that supreme moment came. Even if I lived 100 years, I wouldn't forget the tiniest detail. "How pale you are, Miss Nellie," I said to my companion, who was leaning on my arm, almost fainting. "And you," she replied, "you've changed. Just think, this is a wonderful moment, and I'm happy to share it with you, Miss Nellie. It seems to me that this memory will sometimes linger." She was not listening, panting and feverish. The catwalk fell, but before we had the freedom to cross it, Miss Nellie came on board, customs officers, men in uniforms. Miss Nellie stammered, "I would not be surprised to hear that Arsène Lupin escaped during the crossing. Perhaps he preferred death to dishonor, and plunged into the Atlantic rather than being arrested." "Don't laugh," she said, annoyed. Suddenly I started, and as she questioned me, I pointed out, "Do you see that old man standing at the end of the catwalk, with an umbrella and an olive green frock coat? It's Ganimard." "Ganimard?" "Yes, the famous policeman who swore that Arsène Lupin would be arrested by his own hand. Ah, now I understand why we didn't hear any news from this side of the ocean. Ganimard was here, and he doesn't like anyone meddling in his business." "Is he here to arrest Arsène Lupin?" "Who knows? Ganimard has never seen him, it seems, except dressed in disguise. Unless he knows his assumed name," she exclaimed with the somewhat cruel curiosity of a woman. "If only I could see him arrested. Let's be patient. Certainly Arsène Lupin has already noticed his enemy's presence. He'll probably prefer to deboard among the last passengers when the old man's eyes are tired." The disembarkation began. Leaning on his umbrella, looking indifferent, Ganimard did not seem to pay attention to the crowd that collected between the two balustrades. I noticed that an officer on board, stationed between them, whispered to him from time to time. The Marquis de Riverdun, Major Rawson, and the Italian Rivolta marched past, as well as many others, and I saw Rosaine approaching. Poor Rosaine! He did not seem to have recovered from his misadventure. "Maybe it's him after all," said Miss Nellie. "What do you think?" "I think it would be very interesting to have Ganimard and Rosaine in the same photograph. Here, take my camera. I'm loaded down." I gave it to her, but too late for her to use it. Rosaine was already passing. The officer leaned towards Ganimard's ear, the two shrugging his shoulders slightly as Rosaine passed. But then, my God, who was Arsène Lupin? "Yes," Miss Nellie said aloud. "Who can he be?" There was only 20 people left. She observed them in turn with a confused fear that I had not one of those 20 people. I told her, "We can't wait any longer." She stepped forward. I followed her. But we hadn't taken 10 steps when Ganimard barred our way. "What is this?" I cried. "1 minute, sir. What's your hurry? I'm escorting the lady." "Hold on," he repeated in a more imperious voice. He stared at me deeply, then he said, eye to eye, Arsène Lupin, isn't it? I started laughing. No, simply Bernard d'Andressy. Bernard d'Andressy died in Macedonia 3 years ago. If Bernard d'Andressy had died, I would no longer be of this world. You are mistaken. Here are my papers. They're his, and I'd be happy to explain how you got them. You're crazy. Arsène Lupin sailed under a name beginning with R. Yes, another one of your tricks. A false lead that you launched before departure. You are very clever, my boy, but this time your luck has changed. Come on, Lupin, be of good sport. I hesitated for a second. Suddenly he hit me on the right forearm. I let out a cry of pain. He had struck the wound referred to by the telegram, still healing. I had to surrender. I turned to Miss Nellie. She listened, livid, teetering. Her gaze met mine, then fell on the kodak I had handed her. She made a sudden gesture that convinced me that she understood everything. Yes, it was there, between the narrow folds of black leather and the hollow center of the small object that I had been careful to place in her hands before Ganimard stopped me. That I had hidden Rosane's 10,000 francs and Lady Jerland's pearls and diamonds. I swear at this solemn moment when Ganimard and 2 of his assistants surrounded me, I was indifferent to everything, to my arrest, to the hostility of the crowd, to everything except this. What will Miss Nellie do with the things I had confided to her? I did not fear this material and decisive proof against me. But would Miss Nellie decide to be the one to furnish this proof? Would I be betrayed by her? Lost by her? Would she act as an enemy who does not forgive, or rather as a woman who remembers and whose contempt is softened by a little indulgence, a little involuntary sympathy? She walked past me. I bowed my head without a word. Mingling with the other travelers, she walked towards the gangway, my kodak in hand. No doubt, I thought, she wouldn't dare expose me in public. She will give it an hour or so. But when she reached the middle of the gangway, with a movement of mock awkwardness, she let the camera fall into the water between the quay wall and the side of the ship. Then I saw her walk away. Her pretty figure mingled into the crowd, appeared to me one last time, then disappeared. It was over. She was gone forever. Oh, I love these illustrations. For a moment I remained motionless, sad, yet at the same time penetrated by a warm touch. Then I sighed, to Ganimard's great astonishment. Too bad I'm not an honest man. Thus, one winter evening, Arsène Lupin told me the story of his arrest, the various incidents of which I will write some day, springing from the bonds that had forged between us. Would I say friendship? Yes. I dare to believe that Arsène Lupin honors me with some friendship, and that it is out of friendship that he sometimes arrives at my house unexpectedly, bringing his youthful gaiety to the silence of my study, the radiance of his ardent life, his good humor, as a man for whom destiny has nothing but favors and smiles. His portrait? How could I describe him? 20 times I have seen Arsène Lupin, and 20 times a different person has appeared to me, or rather the same person from which 20 mirrors would have returned as many distorted images, each one having its own particular look, its own unique shape, its own gesture, its own silhouette and character. Me, he once said to me, I don't quite know who I am. I no longer recognize myself in the mirror. A great actor, certainly, and a paradox, but truthful to those who meet him and who can ignore his infinite resources, his patience, his art of make-up, his prodigious faculty of transforming even the facial proportions and of altering the very relation of his features to each other. Why, he said again, would I have a definite appearance? Why not avoid the danger of a personality that is always the same? My actions will identify me sufficiently. And he added with a touch of pride, so much the better if no one can say with certainty, that's Arsène Lupin. What's more important is that they can say without fear or error, Arsène Lupin did that. These are just some of the acts and adventures that I hope to reconstruct according to the confidence with which he had the good grace to favor me on certain winter evenings in the silence of my study. Arsène Lupin in prison. There is not a tourist worthy of the name who does not know the banks of the Seine, and who has not noticed, going from the ruins of Germagus to the ruins of Saint Wandrille, the strange little feudal castle on the Maliki, proudly built upon a rock in the middle of the river. The arch of a bridge connects it to the road, the base of its dark turrets merging with the granite that supports it, an enormous block detached from some unknown mountain, thrown there by some formidable convulsion. All around, the calm water of the great river plays among the reeds as wagtails tremble on the damp crust of pebbles. The history of Maliki is as harsh as its name and as surly as its silhouette. It survived battles, sieges, assaults, plunder, and massacres. At the vigils of the country of Cow, people somberly evoke the crimes that were committed there. Mysterious legends are told. They talk about the famous underground passage that once led to the Abbey of Jumeirah, and the manor of Agnès Sorel, and the mistress of Charles VII. In this former lair of heroes and brigands lives Baron Nathan Cawhorn, or Baron Satan, as he was once called at the Stock Exchange, where he got rich a little too suddenly. The lords of Maliki, once ruined, had to sell their family home for a piece of bread. There he installed his admirable collections of furniture and paintings, earthenware and carved wood. He lives there alone with 3 old servants. No one ever enters it. No one has ever contemplated the decor of the ancient rooms, those 3 Rubens he owns, his 2 Watteaus, his chair by Jean Gauguin, and so many other wonders torn from banknotes with the richest regulars and public sales. Baron Satan is afraid. He is not afraid for himself, but for the treasures accumulated with such tenacious passion, and the insight of an amateur that the deceived merchants couldn't outsmart. He loves these treasures. He loves them bitterly, like a miser, jealously, like a lover. Every day at sunset the 4 iron-clad gates that control the 2 ends of the bridge and the entrance to the main courtyard are closed and locked. At the slightest touch, electric bells would break up the silence. On the side facing the Seine, there was nothing to fear. The cliff wall rises straight up. However, one Friday in September, the postman presented himself as usual at the bridge head, and according to the daily rule, it was the Baron himself who half opened the heavy portal. He examined the man as carefully as if he had not already known that good, happy face and those sly, pleasant eyes for years. The man said to him, laughing, "It's always me, Monsieur le Baron. I'm not a stranger wearing my coat and cap." "One can never tell," muttered the Baron. The postman handed him a stack of newspapers, then added, "And now, Mr. le Baron, there's something new." "Something new?" "A letter, and registered, too. Isolated, without a single friend or anyone interested in him, the Baron never received a letter, and it immediately struck him as an ominous event with cause for concern. Who was this mysterious correspondent who came to disturb him in his retirement? "You have to sign for it, Monsieur le Baron." He sighed, grumbling. Then he took the letter, waited until the postman had disappeared around the bend in the road, and after walking nervously to and fro, he leaned against the parapet of the bridge and tore open the envelope. It contained a sheet of squared paper, with this handwritten heading, "Prison de la Sainte-Périe." He looked at the signature. Arsène Lupin! Stunned, he read, "Monsieur le Baron, there is, in the galley connecting your two salons, a painting by Philippe de Champagne of excellent craftsmanship, one that pleases me beyond measure. Your Rubens are also to my liking, as is your smaller Watteau. In the living room on the right, I note that Louis XIII cadenza, the Beauvoir tapestries, the Empire pedestal table signed by Jacob, and the Renaissance sideboard. In the salon on the left, an entire showcase of jewelry and miniatures. For the moment I will be satisfied with these objects, which will be, I believe, easily removed. I therefore ask you to have them packaged properly and send them in my name, postage paid, to the Batignolles station within 8 days. Otherwise, I will have them removed myself on the night between Wednesday, September 27th and Thursday, September 28th. And under those circumstances, I will not be satisfied with only the above-mentioned objects. Please excuse what little inconvenience I cause you, and accept the expression of my respectful consideration. Arsène Lupin. P.S. Above all, do not send me the biggest Watteau. Although you paid 30,000 francs for it at the Sales Hotel, it is only a copy, the original having been burnt under the Directory by Barras during an evening of debauchery. Consult the unpublished memoirs of Garat. I did not care either for the Louis XV chatelaine, whose authenticity seems doubtful. This letter upset Baron Cahorn. Signed by any other, it would have greatly alarmed him. But signed by Arsène Lupin? An assiduous reader of newspapers, aware of everything that was happening in the world in terms of theft and crime, he was fully aware of the exploits of the infernal burglar. Of course, he knew that Lupin, arrested in America by his enemy Ganimard, was indeed imprisoned, and that his case was heading to trial. What pain! But he also knew that Lupin could be capable of anything. Moreover, this exact knowledge of the castle and the arrangements of paintings and furniture was most alarming. Who could have told him about things that no one had ever seen? The Baron looked up and gazed at the fierce figure of the Maliki, its steep pedestal and the deep water that surrounds it, and shrugged. No, there was definitely no danger. No one in the world could enter the impenetrable sanctuary of his collection. No one, yes, but Arsène Lupin. For Arsène Lupin are there doors, drawbridges, or walls? What use are the best imagined obstacles, the most skilled precautions, if Arsène Lupin has set his sights on something? That same evening he wrote to the public prosecutor in Rouen. He included the threatening letter and asked for help and protection. The answer was not long in coming. With the named Arsène Lupin currently detained at La Sante, closely watched and unable to write, the letter could only be the work of an impostor. Everything confirmed it, logic and common sense as well as the reality of the facts. However, out of an excess of caution, an expert had been appointed to examine the handwriting, declaring that despite certain similarities, this handwriting was not that of the prisoner. Despite certain similarities are the only three appalling words the Baron retained. He saw in them an admission of doubt which on its own should have been sufficient for justice to intervene. His fears were heightened. He kept rereading the letter. I will have the removal done myself. And the precise date, the night between Wednesday, September 27th, and Thursday, September 28th. Suspicious and taciturn, he had not dared to confide in his servants, whose devotion did not appear to be immune to such trials. However, for the first time in years, he felt the need to talk and to take advice. Abandoned by the justice of his country, he no longer hoped to defend himself with his own resources, and he was at the point of going so far as Paris and imploring the assistance of a former policeman. 2 days passed. On the third day, reading the newspapers, he shuddered with joy. La Revue de Quebec published this article. We have the pleasure of having within our walls for almost 3 weeks Principal Inspector Ganimard, one of the veterans of the security service. Mr. Ganimard, for whom the arrest of Arsène Lupin, his latest feat, earned a European reputation, is resting from his long fatigue by fishing and hunting. Ganimard! This is the help Baron Cahorn had been looking for. Who better to thwart Lupin's plans than the devious and patient Ganimard? The Baron did not hesitate. 6 kilometers separate the castle from the small town of Caudebec. He crossed them with his gleeful gallop, like a man overexcited by the hope of salvation. After several unsuccessful attempts to find the chief inspector's address, he made his way to the Reveille offices located at the middle of the harbor. There he found the editor of the article, who approached the window, exclaimed, "Ganimard, you're sure to find him along the quay, line in hand. That's where we became acquainted when I accidentally read his name engraved on his fishing rod. There, that little old man over there, under the trees of the promenade, in a frock coat and a straw hat? Exactly. He's a funny type, not very talkative, and rather gruff." 5 minutes later, the Baron approached the famous Ganimard and introduced himself, trying to strike a conversation. Unsuccessful, he broached the topic frankly and explained his case. The old man listened, motionless, without losing sight of the fish he was watching. Then he turned his head towards them, looking up and down with an air of deep pity before saying, "Sir, it's hardly customary to warn the people you want to rob. Arsène Lupin in particular does not make such blunders. But, sir, if I had the slightest doubt, believe me, the pleasure of stuffing dear Lupin into prison again would outweigh any other consideration. Unfortunately, the young man is behind bars. What if he escaped? There is no escaping from La Sante. But he know more than anyone else. But even if he escapes, so much the better. I'll pinch him again. In the meantime, sleep soundly and stop scaring the fish." The conversation was over. The Baron returned home, a little reassured by Ganimard's indifference. He checked the locks, spied on the servants, and 48 hours passed, during which he almost convinced himself that, all in all, his fears were groundless. No, definitely. As Ganimard had said, we do not warn the people we want to rob. The date was approaching, Tuesday morning on the eve of the 27th, and nothing passed. But at 3 o'clock a boy arrived carrying a dispatch. No packages at Batignolles Station. Get everything ready for tomorrow night. Arsène. Again he panicked, so much so that he wondered if he would not give in to Arsène Lupin's demands. He ran to Codified. Ganimard was fishing in the same place, seated on a folding chair. Without a word, he handed him the telegram. "What of it?" asked the inspector. "What of it? It's for tomorrow." "What's tomorrow?" "The burglary, the looting of my collection." Ganimard put down his line, turned towards the Baron, and with both arms crossed on his chest, cried impatiently, "Do you think I'm going to bother myself over such a stupid story? How much would you ask to spend the night at my castle from September 27th to the 28th? Not a penny. Leave me alone." "Set your price. I'm rich, extremely rich." The brutality of the offer disconcerted Ganimard, who continued, calmer, "I'm here on vacation, and I don't have the authority to interfere. No one will know. I pledge whatever happens to remain silent." "Oh, nothing will happen. Come on, 3,000 francs. Is that enough?" The inspector inhaled, reflected, and says, "That is, only I must tell you honestly that it's money thrown out the window." "I don't care." "In that case, after all, what do we know about the devil Lupin? He must have a whole gang at his command. Are you sure of your servants? My faith, better not count on them. I'm going to send a dispatch to 2 of my friends who will give us more security. And now run away so that no one else sees us together. See you tomorrow around 9 o'clock. The next day, the date set by Arsène Lupin, Baron Cahorn strapped on his armor, furbished his weapons, and marched around the Malaquais. Nothing struck him as out of the ordinary. In the evening at 8:30, he dismissed his servants. They lived in a wing in front of the road at the end of the castle. Once alone, he slowly opened the 4 doors. After a while, he heard approaching footsteps. Ganimard introduced his 2 assistants, tall, solid guys with bulls' necks and powerful hands. He then asked for a tour. Realizing the layout of the premises, he carefully closed and barricaded all the exits through which one could enter the threatened rooms. He inspected the walls, lifted the tapestries, then finally installed his agents in the central gallery. "No nonsense, eh? We're not here to sleep. At the slightest alarm, open the courtyard windows and call for me. Be careful on the water side, too. 10 meters of straight cliff doesn't frighten devils of his caliber." He locked them up, took the keys, and said to the Baron, "Now to our post." He had chosen to spend the night in a small room made in the thickness of the surrounding walls, between the 2 main gates that had formerly been the watchman's cubicle. A peephole opened onto the bridge, another onto the courtyard. In a corner one could see something like the opening of a well. "Did you tell me, Monsieur le Baron, that this well was the only entrance to the underground passages, and that in living memory it has been blocked?" "Yes." So, unless there is another entrance known only by Arsène Lupin, we're quite safe. He lined up 3 chairs, stretched out comfortably, lit his pipe inside. Really, Monsieur le Baron, I must be in dire need to add a floor to my tiny house to accept such an elementary task. I'll tell this story to my friend Lupin. He'll have to hold his ribs from laughing. But the Baron was not laughing. Listening carefully, he questioned the silence with growing concern. From time to time, he leaned over the well and plunged an anxious eye into the gaping hole. 11 o'clock. Midnight. 1 o'clock struck. Suddenly he seized Ganimard's arm, waking him up with a start. Do you hear that? Yes. What is it? Me snoring. No, listen. Ah, yes, I hear it perfectly. It's the sound of an automobile. Well? Well, it's unlikely Lupin would use an automobile to demolish your gates. So, Monsieur le Baron, if I were you, I would go to sleep like I'm going to do now. Good night. That was the only alarm. Ganimard was able to resume his nap, and the only sound the Baron heard was loud and regular snoring. A break of day they left the room. The castle was enveloped in a profound calm. It was a peaceful dawn at the bosom of a tranquil river. They mounted the stairs, Cowhorn radiant with joy, Ganimard calm as usual. They heard no sound. They saw nothing to arouse suspicion. What did I tell you, Monsieur le Baron? Honestly, I shouldn't have accepted your offer. I'm ashamed. He unlocked the door and entered the gallery. Upon 2 chairs with drooping heads and dangling arms, the detective's 2 assistants were asleep. Thunderous hounds! Ganimard exclaimed. At that moment the Baron cried out, The paintings! The credenza! He stammered, choked, with arms outstretched toward the empty spaces, towards the denuded walls where naught remained but useless nails and cords. The Watteau disappeared. The Rubens carried away. The tapestries taken down. The cabinets despoiled of their jewels. And my Louis XIV candelabra, and the Regent's chandelier, and my 12th century Virgin. He ran from one spot to another in the wildest despair. He recalled the purchase price of each article, added up the figures, and counted his losses in confused words and unfinished phrases. He stomped with rage. He groaned with grief. He acted like a ruined man whose only hope was suicide. If anything could have consoled him, it would have been Ganimard's own stupefied amazement. Unlike the Baron, the inspector did not move. He seemed petrified, examining the room carefully. The windows closed, the locks on the doors intact. No breach in the ceiling, no holes in the floor. Everything was in perfect order. The theft had been executed methodically according to an inexorable and logical plan. Arsène Lupin. Arsène Lupin, he whispered, devastated. Suddenly he leapt at the 2 agents as if fueled by anger, shaking them furiously, cursing at them. But they did not wake up. The devil, he said. Can it be possible? He leaned over them, and in turn examined them closely. They were sleeping, but in an unnatural manner. He said to the Baron, They've been drugged. By whom? Him, of course, or by men under his command. This work bears his signature. In that case, I'm lost. Nothing can be done. No, nothing. This is abominable. It's monstrous. File a complaint. What's the point? Justice, you must always try. The law has resources. The law! You represent the law yourself, and at this moment, when you should be looking for clues and trying to discover something, you don't even move. Discover something left by Arsène Lupin? My dear sir, Arsène Lupin never leaves anything behind. Arsène Lupin leaves nothing to chance. I'm wondering if it was not in fact on purpose that he allowed me to arrest him in America. So I have to give up my paintings, everything? He has taken the gems of my collection. I would give a fortune to recover them. If we cannot do anything against him, let him name his price. Ganimard stared at him. That's a sensible idea. Do you mean it? Yes. Yes. Why? I have an idea. What is it? We will talk about it later if the investigation is not successful. But do not mention a word about me if you want me to succeed. He added between his teeth. It is true. I have nothing to brag about in these turns of events. The two agents regained consciousness little by little, with that dazed awareness of those who come out of a hypnotic sleep. They opened their eyes and tried to understand what had happened. When Ganimard questioned them, they remembered nothing. However, you must have seen someone. No. You remember nothing? No. Nothing. And you haven't been drinking? They thought about it for a moment, and one of them answered, Yes, I drank some water. Water from that jug? Yes. Me too, declared the second. Ganimard smelled it, tasted it. It had no particular taste, no odor. Come, he said, we're wasting our time here. We can't solve this puzzle posed by Arsène Lupin in 5 minutes. But zounds, I swear that I will catch him again. He won this second round, but I'll win the match. The same day, a robbery complaint was filed by Baron Cahorn against Arsène Lupin, a prisoner held at Prison de la Santé. The Baron regretted making this complaint afterwards when he saw his castle turned over to the gendarmes, the prosecutor, the examining magistrate, the journalist, and all the curious bystanders who insinuated themselves into places they should not be. The affair already excited the public. It presented such unbelievable conditions that the name of Arsène Lupin sparked the public imagination to such an extent that the columns of every newspaper were filled with fantastic stories of his exploits, earning credence amongst the readers. But Arsène Lupin's initial letter, published by the Echo de France, which no one knew how they had obtained, the letter in which Baron Cahorn was brazenly warned of the coming threat, caused considerable excitement. Fabulous explanations were immediately offered. Some recalled the existence of underground tunnels, and the public prosecutor's office pushed their investigation in that direction. They searched the castle from top to bottom. They studied every stone. They examined the woodwork of the fireplaces, the window frames, and the beams of the ceiling. They examined the immense cellars by torchlight where the lords of Malachy had once stored their ammunition and provisions. They probed the bowels of the foundation. But it was all in vain. Not the slightest trace of an underground tunnel was discovered. There was no secret passage. The people accepted that conclusion. But furniture and paintings do not simply vanish like ghosts. They must exit through doors or windows, as well as the people who are removing them. Who were those people? How did they get in? And how did they get out? The ruined prosecutor's office, convinced of its powerlessness, requested the help of Parisian agent Mr. Dudouis, the head of the Sûreté, sent his best sleuths from the Iron Brigade. He himself spent 48 hours on the Malachy. He was not successful either. That is when he sent for Inspector Ganimard, whose services he had so often appreciated. Ganimard silently listened to his superior's instructions. Then, nodding his head, he said, I think we are on the wrong track by focusing our search within the castle. The solution is elsewhere. Where? With Arsène Lupin. With Arsène Lupin? To suppose that is to admit his involvement. I do admit it. In fact, I'm quite certain of it. Come now, Ganimard, that's absurd. Arsène Lupin is in prison. Arsène Lupin is in prison, yes. He's being watched, I'll grant you that. But he could have shackles at his feet, ropes around his wrist, and a gag over his mouth, and I still wouldn't change my mind. Why so certain? Because alone Arsène Lupin is able to conjure a plot of his magnitude and carry it out in such a way that it succeeds, as this crime has succeeded. Mere words, Ganimard. But true ones. We're looking for underground passages, stones turning on a pivot, and other nonsense of that caliber. But Lupin does not use such old-fashioned methods. He is modern, even future-thinking. So what do you suggest? I would like permission to spend an hour with him. In his cell? Yes. On our return from America, we had excellent conversation during the crossing, and I dare say that he has some respect for the man who knew how to stop him. If he can give me information without compromising himself, he will not hesitate to save me an unnecessary trip. It was shortly after noon when Ganimard was led into Arsène Lupin's cell. The latter stretched out on his bed, raised his head, and uttered a cry of joy. This is a real surprise, my dear Ganimard, here! The man himself. I've wanted many things in this retreat that I have chosen, but nothing more passionately to welcome you here. You are too kind. No, no, I hold you in the highest regard. I've always said, Ganimard is our best detective. He's almost, you see, I can be quite blunt, he's almost as clever as Sherlock Holmes. But I'm sorry that I only have that stool to offer you, and no refreshments, not even a glass of beer. But, alas, I'm only here temporarily. Ganimard stood on that stool with a smile, and the prisoner continued, happy to speak. My God, how happy I am to rest my eyes on the face of an honest man. I have had enough of those spies and snitches who go through my pockets and my modest call 10 times a day to make sure I'm not planning an escape. I can't believe how much the government worries about me. They're right to do so. No, I would be quite happy if they let me live in my own little corner in peace, with other people's savings. Indeed, it would be so cozy. But here I chat, saying nonsense, while you must be in a hurry. Come, Ganimard, what owns me the honor of this visit? The Cajon case, Ganimard said bluntly. Ah, one moment. I have so many affairs that I must search my brain for the Cajon affair file. Here it is, the Cajon affair. Malachi Castle, Seine Inferior, 2 Rubens, a Watteau, and a few similar items. Files? Oh, goodness, this one is so insignificant. There are better stories, but you seem to be interested in this particular matter, so speak, Ganimard. Do I need to explain where we are with the investigation? Not really. I read the papers this morning. I can tell you're not making much progress, which is precisely why I've come to see you. I'm at your disposal. First of all, I must ask, did you arrange this caper? From A to Z. The warning letter, the telegram, are from yours truly. I may even have the receipt somewhere. Arsène opened the drawer of a small white wooden table which, along with the bed and the stool, made up all the furniture in his cell. He took 2 scraps of paper from the drawer and handed them to Ganimard. "Ah, but I thought you were closely watched and searched regularly. But you read the newspapers, you collect receipts from the post office? Those people are so stupid. They unstitched the lining of my jacket. They examined the soles of my shoes. They studied the walls of this room. But no one would think that Arsène Lupin was stupid enough to choose such an easy hiding place." "I counted on that assumption!" Amused, Ganimard exclaimed. "What a funny fellow. You bewilder me. So then, come on. Tell me about this adventure." "Oh, no, not so fast. For me to reveal all of my secrets, reveal my little tricks to you, well, that's very serious business. Was I wrong to count on your compliance?" "No, Ganimard, and since you insist." Arsène Lupin paced his cell 2 or 3 times, then stopped. "What do you think of my letter to the Baron? I think you wanted to have fun, to impress the audience a little." "Ah, there you go. Wow the audience. Well, I assure you, Ganimard, I thought you knew me better. Do I, Arsène Lupin, waste my time on such frivolous things? Would I have written this letter if I had been able to rob the Baron without writing to him? You and the others must understand that this letter is the essential starting point, the spring which set the whole scheme in motion. Let's step through the events in order, and let's plan the burglary of Maliki together, if you'd like." "I'm listening." "Let's assume the setting is a carefully barricaded castle, like Baron Cahorn's. Am I going to give up the game and those treasures that I covet under the pretext that the castle is impregnable? Obviously not. Am I going to attempt an assault like in older days, leading a band of adventurers? That would be childish. Am I going to sneak in? Impossible. Then there remains one other way, the only one in my opinion: to be invited by the owner of said castle. That is surely an original approach, and an easy one. Suppose that one day said owner received a letter warning him that a famous burglar named Arsène Lupin was plotting against him. What would he do? Send the letter to the prosecutor, who will laugh at him since said Lupin is currently behind bars. So, in the man's panic, he becomes quite ready to ask for help from the first comer, would he not?" "That is quite likely. And if he happens to read in a local newspaper that a famous detective is on vacation in the neighboring town, he'll go and talk to that detective, of course. But on the other hand, let us presume that, in anticipation of this inevitable step, Arsène Lupin asked one of his most skillful friends to settle in Codified, and to contact the editor of La Reveille, a newspaper to which the Baron subscribed, to imply that he himself is this famous detective. Then what will happen? The editor will report the presence of said detective in Caudebec and La Reveille. Exactly, and one of two things will happen. Either the fish, I mean Cahorn, doesn't bite the hook and nothing happens, or, and this is the most likely hypothesis, he runs to greedily swallow the bait. Thus, our Baron Cahorn implores the assistance of one of my friends to stop me. More and more original. Again, I love the artwork in this book. Story's great, too. Of course, the false detective first refuses to assist, at which point a telegram from Arsène Lupin arrives. Seized by terror, the Baron begs my friend again, offering him a sum of money to secure his help. Said friend accepts, bringing 2 additional members of our band, who, at night, while Cahorn is kept in sight by his protector, remove a certain number of objects by way of the window, lowering them with ropes into a little rowboat chartered for the occasion. Simple, isn't it? That's quite wonderful, cried Ganimard. I cannot compliment the boldness of the design and the ingenuity of the details enough. But I don't know of any detective famous enough to have attracted the Baron's interest. There is one and only one. Who? Why, the illustrious nemesis of Arsène Lupin, Inspector Ganimard. Me? You yourself, Ganimard. And here's the most delicious part. If you go there, and the Baron decides to talk, you will eventually find yourself having to arrest yourself, just as you arrested me in America. Huh! Revenge is funny. I'd cause Ganimard to be arrested for Ganimard. Arsène Lupin laughed heartily. The inspector, quite annoyed, bit his lip. He did not find this joke deserving of laughter. A guard's arrival gave him time to compose himself, and he had bought a meal from the neighboring restaurant as a special favor for Arsène Lupin. Having placed the tray on the table, he withdrew. Arsène sat down, broke his bread, ate 2 or 3 mouthfuls, and continued. But don't worry, my dear Ganimard, you won't go there. I'm going to tell you one thing that will amaze you. The Cajon case is about to be closed. What? I can tell you that it is about to be classified. Come on, I've just left the head of the Sûreté. And then? Does Mr. Dodoy know more about my own business than I do myself? You will learn that that the fake Ganimard has remained on very good terms with the Baron. You see, the Baron entrusted him with the very delicate mission of negotiating a ransom with me, and at the present moment, for a certain sum, it is probable that the Baron has already recovered his dear treasures, and upon their return he will withdraw his complaint. So, with no more theft, the prosecution will have to abandon the case. Ganimard looked at the inmate in amazement. And how do you know all this? I just received a telegram that I was expecting. A telegram? Just now, my friend, out of politeness, I didn't want to read it in your presence, but if you allow me... You're toying with me, Lupin. Please, dear friend, gently open the soft-boiled egg. You will see for yourself that I am not joking. Mechanically, Ganimard obeyed and opened the egg with the blade of a knife. A cry of surprise escaped his mouth. The empty shell contained a sheet of blue paper. At Arsène's request, he unfolded it. It was a telegram, or rather a part of a telegram from which the post office details had been torn off. It read, "Agreement concluded, 100,000 francs delivered. Everything is fine." 100,000 francs, he said. Yes, 100,000 francs. It's not much, but times are tough, and I have such heavy overhead to pay. If you only knew my budget, it's very metropolitan. Ganimard stood up. His bad mood had dissipated. He thought for a few seconds, taking in the whole affair at a glance. He is trying to discover his weak points, and then he said in a tone that betrayed his admiration, "Fortunately, there aren't dozens of others like you. Otherwise, we'd have to close up shop." Arsène Lupin assumed a modest air and replied, "Bah! A person must have fun to occupy his free time, especially since this game could only succeed if I was in prison." "Free time!" exclaimed Ganimard. "Your trial, your defense, the investigation, all that isn't enough to distract you?" "No, because I've decided not to attend my trial." "Oh!" Arsène Lupin repeated calmly. "I will not attend my trial." "Oh, really?" "Oh, my dear, do you imagine that I'm going to rot here on this damp straw? You insult me. Arsène Lupin only stays in prison for as long as he pleases, and not a minute longer." "It might have been more prudent not to be sent here in the first place," the inspector objected ironically. "Ah, the man jest. Sir, remember that you had the honor of arresting me. Please know, my respectable friend, that no one, no more you than any other, could have laid hands on me if a much greater interest had not occupied my attention at that critical moment. You surprise me. A woman was looking at me, Ganimard, and I loved her. Do you understand what it means to be looked at by a woman you love? At that moment, nothing else mattered to me. I swear. And that's why I'm here. And have been for a long time, I should point out. At first I wanted to forget, don't laugh. The adventure had been delightful, and I still have fond memories of it. But then I also suffered a bit of nervous exhaustion. Life has been so hectic these days. You have to know how to do some isolation treatment occasionally. This place is perfect for such relaxation. Arsène Lupin, observed Ganimard. You are playing games with me. Ganimard, Lupin said, today is Friday. Next Wednesday I'll smoke a cigar at your home on Patoranger Street at 4 in the afternoon. Arsène Lupin, I'll be waiting for you. They shook hands like two good, valued friends, and the old detective headed for the door. Ganimard? He turned around. What is it? You forgot your watch. My watch? Yes, it managed to get lost in my pocket. He returned it, apologetically. Forgive me, bad habit. Just because they took mine is no reason for me to deprive you of yours, especially since I have a chronometer here that fully meets my needs. He took a large gold watch out of the drawer, thick and comfortable, adorned with a heavy chain. And which pocket did that come from? Asked Ganimard. Arsène Lupin casually examined the initials. J.B. Who the devil can that be? Ah, yes, I remember. Jules Bouvier, my examining magistrate. Calming man. Charming man. And see, that's the telegram and the eggshell. And I do like that in the illustration, it's actually written in French. I think that's kind of cool. The Escape of Arsène Lupin. The moment Arsène Lupin finished his meal, he drew a fine gold-ringed cigar from his pocket and casually examined it. The cell door opened. He barely had time to throw it in the drawer and walk away from the table. The guard entered. It was time for his walk. I've been waiting for you, my dear friend, cried Lupin, still in a good mood. They left together. They had hardly disappeared around the corner of the corridor when two men entered the cell and began to turn it upside down. One was Inspector Dieuzy, the other Inspector Folenfant. They wanted to verify their suspicions. They had no doubt Arsène Lupin maintained his network in the outside world, and it was in communication with his affiliates. The day before, the Grand Journal published these lines addressed to its own reporter. Sir, in a recent article you spoke about me in words that cannot be justified. A few days before the opening of my trial, I will call upon you to account for them. Best regards, Arsène Lupin. The handwriting was certainly Arsène Lupin's, so he was sending letters, and he was no doubt receiving some, and it was certain that he was planning to escape, which he announced in such an arrogant way. The situation was becoming intolerable. In agreement with the examining magistrate, the head of the Sûreté, Mr. Dodoy himself visited the prison to explain to the warden the measures that should be taken. As soon as he arrived, he sent two men to the prisoner's cell. They lifted every stone, dismantled the bed, did whatever is customary to do in such a case, but ultimately found nothing. There was nothing to give up their search when the warden ran up to them in a hurry and said, "The drawer, look in the table drawer. When I entered just now, it seemed as if he was putting something away." They looked in the drawer, and Dieuzy exclaimed, "My God, what do we have this time?" Folenfant stopped. "Wait, the chief will want to take inventory. This is a luxury cigar. Leave the Havana and let the chief know." 2 minutes later, Mr. Dodoy explored the drawer. Inside it he found a bundle of newspaper articles cut from Argus La Presse, which concerned Arsène Lupin, then a tobacco pouch, a pipe, some onion skin paper, and finally 2 books. He looked at the titles. One was Carlyle's Cult of Heroes, the English edition. The other was an Elsevier edition of Manual of a Pastiches with modern binding, the German translation published in Leiden in 1634. Having leafed through them, he found that all the pages were marked, underlined, and annotated. Were these secret codes, or were they simply the signs of a passionate reader? "We will study this in detail," said Mr. Dodaway. He explored the tobacco pouch and the pipe, then, grabbing the gold-ring cigar, "My word!" he exclaimed. "Our friend is doing well. It's a Henry Clay." With the mechanical gesture of a smoker, he brought it close to his ear and squeezed it. An exclamation immediately escaped his lips. The cigar had softened under the pressure of his fingers. He examined it more carefully and soon saw something white between the tobacco leaves. Delicately, with the aid of a pen, he pulled out a roll of very fine paper, barely the size of a toothpick. It was a message. He unrolled it and read these words, written in a woman's handwriting: "The basket has taken the place of the others. 8 of 10 are ready. By pressing with the outside foot, the plate lifts up and down. From 12 to 16 every day. HP will wait. But where? Respond immediately. Don't worry, your friend is watching over you." Mr. Dodaway thought for a moment and said, "It's clear enough. The basket, the 8 boxes, from 12 to 16, that is to say, from noon to 4 o'clock. But who is this HP who will wait? HP in this case must mean automobile. HP, horsepower. Isn't that how you designate the force of an engine in sports language? 24 HP is a 24 horsepower automobile." He stood up and asked, "The inmate finished his lunch?" "Yes. And since he has not read this message, as the condition of the cigar proves, it is likely that he had just received it." "How?" "In his food, in the middle of his bread, or a potato. How do I know?" "Impossible. We only allowed him to have his food brought in to trap him, and we found nothing. Tonight we'll look for Lupin's reply. For now, keep him out of his cell. I'll take this to the examining magistrate. If he agrees with me, we'll have the letter photographed immediately, and in an hour you will be able to replace it in the drawer, in an identical cigar containing the original message itself. The detainee must not suspect a thing." It was not without a certain curiosity that Mr. Dodaway returned to the prison later that evening, accompanied by Inspector Dieuzy. In a corner, on the stove, 3 plates were spread out. "Has he eaten?" "Yes," replied the guard. "Dieuzy, please cut these few strands of macaroni into very thin pieces, and open that bread roll." "Nothing?" "No, sir." Mr. Dodaway examined the plates, fork, spoon, and the knife, a regulation blade with a rounded tip. He twisted the handle to the left, then to the right. The handle gave way and unscrewed. The knife was hollow and served as a sheath for a sheet of paper. "Bah!" he said, "not very clever for a man like Arsène. But let's not waste any time. You, Dieuzy, are going to investigate this restaurant." Then he read the note. "I'm in your hands. HP will follow at a distance every day. I will go ahead. See you soon, dear and admirable friend." "Finally!" cried Mr. Dodaway, rubbing his hands together. "I believe we are on the right track. A little help from us, and the escape will succeed. At least enough to allow us to catch his accomplices." "What if Arsène Lupin slips through your fingers?" objected the director. "We will employ the necessary number of men. If, however, he gets too clever, too bad for him. As for his band of cohorts, since their leader refuses to speak, the others will have to speak for him." And in fact, Arsène Lupin didn't speak much. For months Mr. Jules Bouvier, the examining magistrate, had tried in vain. The interrogations were reduced to irrelevant arguments before the judge and the lawyer, Maitre Danval, one of the members of the bar, who frankly knew little more about the accused than the judge did. From time to time, out of politeness, Arsène Lupin would speak. Yes, Judge, we agree. The theft of Credit Lyonnais, the theft of the Rue de Babylone, the issue of counterfeit banknotes, the fraud of insurance policies, the burglary of castles de Armesnil, de Goret and Belvalin, Grosseliers, du Malachis. I did it all. So then explain it to me. It's pointless. I will confess everything at once in a complete sum, everything and 10 times more than you suspect. Tired of arguing, the judge suspended the tedious interrogations. But after learning of the 2 intercepted messages, he resumed the process. Regularly at noon, Arsène Lupin was brought from Lausanne to the depot in a prison car with a certain number of other inmates. They returned around 3 or 4 o'clock. However, one afternoon, this return took place under special conditions. As the other prisoner questioning had not yet completed, it was decided to bring Arsène Lupin back first, so he entered the vehicle alone. These prison cars, commonly called salad baskets, are divided lengthwise by a central corridor, along which open 10 boxes, 5 on the right and 5 on the left. Each of these compartments are arranged in such a way that one must remain seated, so that the 5 prisoners are separated from each other by partitions. A municipal guard watches the corridor from one end of the corridor. Arsène was ushered into the 3rd cell on the right, and the heavy car started. He realized that they were leaving the Quai de la Rogue and passing in front of the Palais de Justice. Then, towards the middle of the Pont Saint-Michel, he pressed his right foot under the sheet metal which closed his cell as he did each time. Immediately something clicked and the metal plate slipped slightly aside. He could see that he was located between the 2 wheels. He waited, keeping a sharp lookout. The car proceeded up the Boulevard Saint-Michel. At the Saint-Germain crossroads it stopped. A horse had fallen in the road. The interrupted traffic very quickly became congested with cabs and omnibuses. Arsène Lupin looked outside. Another prison car was parked alongside the one he occupied. He moved the metal plate further and put his foot on one of the spokes of the wheel and jumped to the ground. The coachman saw him, burst out laughing, then tried to call after him. But his voice was lost in the noise of the traffic, and he started to move again. By then Arsène Lupin was already far away. He ran for a few steps, but once on the sidewalk he turned around, glanced around, and sniffed the wind like someone who doesn't quite know which direction he is going. Then, resolute, he put his hands in his pockets, and with the carefree air of an idle stroller, continued up the boulevard. The weather was mild, a happy light autumn day. The cafes were full. He sat down on the terrace of one of them. He ordered a bock and a pack of cigarettes. He emptied his glass in small sips, quietly smoked a cigarette, then lit a second. He then rose and asked the waiter to fetch the manager. The manager came, and Arsène Lupin said to him, loud enough to be heard by all, "I'm sorry, sir, I forgot my wallet. Perhaps my name is well known enough for you to grant me credit for a few days. I'm Arsène Lupin." The manager looked at him, thinking it was a joke, but Arsène repeated, "Lupin, prisoner at Lausanne, currently in the process of escaping. I dare to believe that this name should inspire your complete confidence." He walked away amidst roars of laughter, while the proprietor stood amazed. And there's Lupin breaking out of his ride to prison. He crossed Rue Soufflot at an angle and took Rue Saint-Jacques. He followed the street peacefully stopping at windows and smoking cigarettes. At Boulevard de Point Royal, he oriented himself, asked for some directions, and walked straight towards the Rue de la Sante. The high, gloomy prison walls soon emerged. Having skirted them, he reached the municipal guard, who watched the gates, and taking off his hat, said, Is this the prison La Sante? Yes. I would like to return to my cell. The car left me on the road, and I wouldn't want to exploit that mistake. The guards growled. Get out of here, young man. On your way, quickly. I'm sorry, but my way takes me through that gate, and if you prevent Arsène Lupin from passing through, it could cost you dearly, my friend. Arsène Lupin? What are you talking about? I regret that I don't have my card with me, said Arsène, pretending to search his pockets. The guard looked him up and down, stunned. Then, without a word, as if in spite of himself, he rang a bell. The iron gate opened a crack. A few moments later, the director ran to the gate, gesturing and feigning violent anger. Arsène smiled. Come, Mr. Director, do not tire yourself. What do you think? That someone could orchestrate the conditions to bring me back here in that car alone, and to cause a nice little obstruction so that I could take flight to rejoin my friends? Well, what about the 20 guards who escorted us on foot, in cabs, and on bicycles? What would they have in store for me? I wouldn't have made it very far alive. Tell me, Director, do you think they had a plan for that, too? He shrugged his shoulders and added, Please, Director, don't worry about me. The day I choose to escape, I won't need any assistance. 2 days later, the Echo de France, which decidedly became the official reporter of Arsène Lupin's, and look at this beautiful art. Oh, it's gorgeous. Lupin just walking through the city. Oh, it's beautiful. I love it. I love this. Of which it was said he himself was a primary sponsor. Published the most complete details of his escape attempt. The exact text of the message exchanged between the detainee and his mysterious friend, the means employed for this correspondence, the complicity of the police, the promenade on Boulevard St. Michael, the incident to the Souffle Cafe. Everything was revealed. It was also known that Inspector Diuzzi's inquiry of the restaurant waiters had yielded no results. More importantly, it was revealed the astonishing and infinite variety of resources at Lupin's disposal. The prison car in which he had been transported was an entirely rigged car, which his gang had substituted for one of the 6 usual cars that make up the prison service. Arsène Lupin's imminent escape left no one in doubt. He himself, moreover, announced it in categorical terms, as made evident by his reply to Mr. Bouvier the day after the incident. When the judge mocked his failed escape attempt, Lupin looked at him and said coldly, Listen to me, sir, and take my word for it. This escape attempt was part of my escape plan. I don't understand, sneered the judge. You don't need to understand. And as the columns of the Echo de France reported, when the judge tried to return to his interrogation, Lupin cried wearily. Oh my God, what is the point? All these questions are irrelevant. How are they irrelevant? Because I will not be at my trial. You will not be at... No, I've made my decision. Nothing will make me change my mind. Such assurance, combined with the inexplicable indiscretions that were committed by Lupin, every day annoyed and mystified the authorities. They were secrets that only Arsène Lupin knew, secrets that only he could disclose. But what would cause him to reveal them? And how? Arsène Lupin was transferred to another cell. One evening he went downstairs. The judge completed his investigation and referred the case to the indictment's chamber. The case remained silent for 2 months. Arsène spent the time stretched out on his bed, his face almost always turned against the wall. This charge of this change of cell seemed to have discouraged him. He refused to meet with his lawyer. He barely exchanged a few words with his keepers. In the fortnight that preceded his trial, he seemed to revive. He complained about the lack of air. He was taken out into the courtyard very early in the morning, flanked by 2 men. Public curiosity, however, had not waned. Every day they waited for the news of his escape. They almost wished for it. This character pleased the crowd so much with his verve, his gaiety, his diversity, his inventive genius, and the mystery of his life. Arsène Lupin had to escape. It was inevitable. They were astonished that it was taking so long. Every morning the prefect of police asked his secretary, "Well, has he left yet?" "No, prefect." "Maybe tomorrow." And the day before the trial, a gentleman appeared in the offices of the Grand Journal, asking for the court reporter. He threw his card in the reporter's face and quickly walked away. On the card, these words were written: "Arsène Lupin always keeps his promises." And here you see, the prison with Lupin himself walking back up to the prison, demanding to be put back in his cell. He's really quite audacious. I honestly really, really love just how audacious Lupin is as a character. Also, I see that someone has viewed the stream. Thank you. It was under these conditions that the trial began. The crowd was enormous. Everyone wanted to see the famous Lupin and savored the ways he might play with the judge. Lawyers and magistrates, reporters and socialites, artists and actresses of the world, all of Paris crowded the benches provided by the police. Oh, or should I say for the police. It was raining, a dark day outside, and it was hard to see Arsène Lupin when the guards brought him in. However, his heavy demeanor, the way he let himself fall into his seat, his indifferent and passive immobility did not gain him any favor. Several times his lawyer, one of Mr. Danval's secretaries attending to the case in his stead, which he deemed unworthy of his time, spoke to him. He nodded, yet remained silent. The clerk read the indictment. Then the judge said, "Accused, stand up. State your name, age, and profession." Receiving no response, he repeated, "Your name. What is your name?" A thick, tired voice articulated, "Baudru Désiré." There were whispers throughout the courtroom, but the judge continued, "Baudru Désiré? A new alias? Well, as this is about the 8th name you've claimed, undoubtedly as imaginary as the others, we'll stick to the name under which you are more advantageously known, Arsène Lupin, if you don't mind." The judge looked at his notes and continued, "Despite all our investigations, it was impossible to reconstruct your identity. You present a rather original case of having no past in our modern society. We don't know who you are, where you came from, where you spent your childhood. In short, nothing. You suddenly appeared 3 years ago as Arsène Lupin, presenting a bizarre combination of intelligence and perversion, immorality and generosity. The information we have on you before this time is more of a guess. It is possible that a man named Rostat, who worked alongside the magician Dixon 8 years ago, was none other than Arsène Lupin. It is possible that a Russian student who frequented the laboratory of Dr. Altier at the St. Louis Hospital 6 years ago, and who often surprised the teacher with the ingenuity of his hypothesis on bacteriology and the boldness of his experience in skin diseases, was none other than Arsène Lupin. It is also possible that Arsène Lupin was a Japanese martial arts instructor who settled in Paris long before there was any talk of jiu-jitsu. We also have reason to believe Arsène Lupin was the cyclist who won the Grand Prix de l'Exposition, who received his 10,000 francs and was never heard from again. Arsène Lupin may also have been the person who saved so many lives through the small window at the Bazaar de la Charité, while at the same time picking their pockets. And after a pause, the judge concluded, "Such is the period during which it seems you have been meticulously preparing for this struggle you have undertaken against society, a methodical apprenticeship in which you developed your strength, energy, and skill to their highest point. Do you deny the accuracy of these facts?" Throughout this speech the accused swayed from one leg to another, his back hunched, his arms inert. Under the brighter light one could notice his extreme thinness, his hollow cheeks, his strangely protruding cheekbones, his earth-colored face marbled with small red patches, framed by an uneven and patchy beard. Prison had aged and withered him considerably. He was no longer recognizable as the elegant silhouette and young face whose sympathetic portrait the newspapers had so often published. It seemed as if he had not heard the question put to him. It was repeated to him twice. He then raised his eyes, seemed to think, then, with violent effort, murmured, "Baudru Désiré." The judge laughed. "I don't understand the theory behind your defense, Arsène Lupin. If it is to hide behind a foolish and irresponsible facade, you are free to continue, but I will get straight to the point without worrying about your whimsical games." And he went into the details of the many thefts, swindles, and false accusations levied against Lupin. Sometimes he questioned the accused, who merely grunted or remained silent. The parade of witnesses began. There were several counts of immaterial evidence, others more serious, all of which had the common characteristic of contradicting each other. A disturbing darkness shrouded the proceedings, but when Chief Inspector Ganimard was introduced, interest was revived. From the start the old detective caused some concern. He looked off, not intimidated. He had seen many things, but rather nervous, uncomfortable. Several times he turned his eyes to the accused with visible embarrassment, with both hands resting on the bar. However, he recounted the incidents in which he had been involved, his pursuit across Europe and his arrival in America. The court listened to it with rapt attention, hearing him recount the most exciting adventures, but towards the end, having alluded to his most recent conversation with Arsène Lupin, he stopped, twice, distracted, undecided. It was clear that another thought was haunting him. The judge said to him, "If you are not feeling well, it would be better to postpone your testimony." "No, no, it's just—" He stood silent, looked at the accused for a long time, deeply, then said, "I ask permission to examine the accused more closely. There is a mystery that I must clarify." He walked over to the accused, looked him over for several minutes with concentrated attention, then returned to the bar, and there, in a somewhat solemn tone, he said, "Your Honor, I must declare under oath that the man sitting here before us is not Arsène Lupin." A great silence followed those words. The judge, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you saying? That's absurd!" The inspector calmly reaffirmed, "At first glance one can see a certain resemblance, I admit, but it only takes a second look at the nose, the mouth, the hair, the pallor of the skin to realize that is not Arsène Lupin. And the eyes, has he ever had those alcoholic eyes? Explain yourself, witness. What are you claiming?" "I don't know. He must have put this poor devil who was going to be otherwise condemned in his place. Or perhaps he's an accomplice." Cries, laughter, and exclamations erupted from all sides of the room, triggered by this unexpected twist. The judge summoned the examining magistrate, the prison director, and the guards, suspending the trial. When the trial resumed, Mr. Bouvier and the director examined the accused and declared that there was only a very vague similarity between Arsène Lupin and this man. "But then," cried the judge, "who is this man? Where does he come from? How did he land in the hands of justice?" The two prison guards were called forward in staggering contradiction. They identified the detainee as the man they took turns supervising. The judge breathed a sigh of relief, but one of the guards continued, "Yes, I think it's him." "You think it is he?" "But I barely saw him. He was delivered to me in the evening, and for 2 months he had been lying against the wall." "And before those 2 months?" "Before that he didn't occupy cell 24. We transferred the inmate to a different cell after his escape attempt." "But you, Mr. Director, have you seen him in those 2 months?" "I didn't have the opportunity to see him. He was quiet." "And this man is not the inmate who was handed over to you?" "No." "So who is he?" "I couldn't say." "We are therefore in the presence of a substitution which would have taken place 2 months ago. How else do you explain it?" "It's impossible." "How so?" In desperation the judge turned towards the accused, and in an engaging voice, "Accused, can you explain to us how and since when you have been in the hands of justice?" One would have said that the judge's benevolent tone was meant to disarm any mistrust and to stimulate the understanding of the man. He tried to answer. Finally, skillfully and gently questioned, he put together a few sentences, from which a story emerged. 2 months before he had been brought to the depot. He had spent a night and a morning there, paying a fine of 75 cents. He had been released, but as he was crossing the courtyard, 2 guards took him by the arm and led him to a prison car. Since then he has been living in cell 24. He was contented there. He ate well. His sleep was quite comfortable, so he had no reason to protest. It all seemed plausible. Amidst laughter and much excitement, the judge referred the matter to another session for further investigation. The investigation established these facts. As recorded in the prison register, 8 weeks earlier, a man named Baudru Desiré had slept at the depot. Released the next day, he left the depot at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. However, at 2 o'clock that very same day, after being questioned for the last time, Arsène Lupin left the depot in the prison car. Did the guards make a mistake? Deceived by the resemblance, had they themselves, in a moment of inattention, replaced this man for their prisoner? They really would have had to have been rather complacent. What their record of service did not suggest. Was the substitution planned in advance? Apart from the fact that the layout of the premises made such a thing almost impossible, it would have been necessary in this case for Baudru to be an accomplice who would have been arrested for the specific purpose of taking Arsène Lupin's place. But even then, by what miracle could such a plan, based solely on a series of improbable chances, fortuitous encounters, and fabulous mistakes, could actually succeed? Desiree Badrou was sent to the anthropomorphic service. There was no description on record matching his appearance. However, his history was easily determined. He was known in Courbevoie, Amsteres, and Levallois. He lived on alms and slept in one of the rag-pickers' huts that pile up near the Turns barrier. For a year, however, he had been missing. Had he been hired by Arsène Lupin? There was no evidence to that effect. And even if that had been the case, there was no more evidence regarding the prisoner's flight. It remained a mystery. Of the 20 hypotheses which attempted to explain it, none were satisfactory. The escape alone was not in doubt. An incomprehensible, awe-inspiring escape, where the public, as well as the justice system, could sense a lengthy preparation of marvelously intertwined acts whose outcome proved Arsène Lupin's boastful prediction. I will not attend my trial. After a month of meticulous research, the mystery remained indecipherable. However, they could not keep the poor devil Badrou indefinitely. Trying him would have been ridiculous. What charges were against him? His release was signed by the examining magistrate, but the head of security decided to place an active surveillance around him. That was Ganimard's idea. From his point of view, there was neither complicity nor chance. Badrou was an instrument that Arsène Lupin had played with extraordinary skill. With Badrou free, he could lead them back to Arsène Lupin, or at least discover someone from his gang. The two directors, Folinfant and Dieuzy, were added to Ganimard's team, and on one foggy January morning the prison doors opened in front of Baudru Desiré. And there he is. There he is on trial. At first he seemed embarrassed, and walked like a man who had no idea what to do with his time. He followed the Rue de la Sante and the Rue de Saint-Jacques in front of a second-hand shop. He took off his jacket and waistcoat, sold his waistcoat for a few cents, and putting his jacket back on, went away. He crossed the Seine at the Châtelet. An omnibus passed by. He wanted to board, but there was no room. The driver advised him to take a number, so he entered the station. At that moment Ganimard called his two men near him, and without taking his eyes off the station, he said to them in haste, "Stop the next carriage. No, two. That would be safer. I will go with one of you, and we will follow him." The men obeyed. Baudru, however, did not appear. Ganimard entered, but he was not inside the station either. "Idiot that I am," he whispered. "I forgot the second way out." The station connects, in fact, with the Rue Saint-Martin by an interior corridor. Ganimard rushed through, and arriving at just in time to see Badrou and the Batalon's Jardin des Plantes omnibus as it turned the corner to the Rue de Rivoli. He ran and caught up with the omnibus, but he had lost his two agents. He was the only one to continue the pursuit. In his fury, he was about to take the man by the collar without further ado. Was it not with premeditation and ingenious cunning that this so-called imbecile had separated him from his men? He looked at Badrou. He was dozing on a seat, and his head was rocking back and forth. His mouth was slightly ajar, his face wearing an incredible expression of stupidity. No, this was not an opponent capable of outsmarting old Ganimard. He was lucky. That was all. At the Galeries Lafayette crossroads, Ganimard hopped off the omnibus into the Muette tramway, following Boulevard Haussmann to Avenue Victor Hugo. Vaudreuil deboarded the omnibus in front of the Muette station, and with a nonchalant gait he strolled into the Bois de Boulogne market. He went from one side to another, occasionally retracting his steps before moving on. What was he looking for? Did he have a specific agenda? After an hour of this merry-go-round he seemed exhausted. In fact, noticing a bench, he sat down. The place was located not far from Atwell, on the edge of the small lake hidden among the trees. It was absolutely deserted. Half an hour passed. Impatient Ganimard decided to engage him in conversation. He approached and took a seat beside Vaudreuil. He lit a cigarette, traced circles in the sand with the end of his cane, and said, "It's not too hot today." Silence. Then, finally, from the silence, a burst of laughter resounded, but a joyful, happy laugh, the laughter of a child bursting with glee who cannot help from laughing. Ganimard felt his hair stand on end across his leathery scalp. That laugh, that infernal laugh that he knew so well. With a sudden gesture, he seized the man by the lapels of the jacket and looked at him, deeply, violently, even closer than he had looked at him in the courtroom, and found that he was, in fact, no longer the man he thought he was, or rather, it was the same man, but at the same time, it was the other one, the real one. He recognized the ardent life behind his eyes. He filled in the emaciated mask. He saw the real flesh under the damaged skin, the real mouth twisted into a distorted grin. These were the eyes of the other man, the mouth of the other man, and it was above all the other man's sharp expression, alive, mocking, intelligent, so clear and so young. Arsène Lupin, he stammered, and suddenly seized with rage, he grabbed Lupin by the throat and tried to hold him down. Despite his 50 years, he was still unusually vigorous, but his opponent appeared to be in rather poor condition, and what an accomplishment it would be if he managed to bring Lupin back. The struggle was short, however. Arsène Lupin barely defended himself, yet as quickly as he had attacked, Ganimard let him go. His right arm hung limp, numb. "If you had been taught jiu-jitsu in the Quai des Orfèvres," said Lupin, "you would know that this move is called ude shigi in Japanese." And he added coldly, "1 second longer and I would have broken your arm, and you would have gotten what you deserve. How could you? An old friend that I respect, in front of whom I spontaneously revealed my disguise, abuse my confidence? That's wrong. But, oh, well, how are you?" Ganimard was silent. He considered himself responsible for this escape. Was it not he who by his own sensational testimony misled justice? This would be the shame of his career. A tear rolled down his old gray mustache. "Hey, now, my God, Ganimard, don't worry. If you hadn't spoken, I would have arranged for someone else to speak. Come on, could I allow poor Vaudreuil Désiré to be condemned?" "So," whispered Ganimard, "it was you in the courtroom. And now you are here. Me. Always me. And only me. How is that possible? Oh, you don't have to be a sorcerer. It is merely as the judge himself said, the talents gathered over 10 years to be prepared for all eventualities. But your face, your eyes, you could understand that if I worked 18 months in St. Louis with Dr. Altier, it was not for love of art. I thought that whoever would one day have the honor of being called Arsène Lupin should avoid the ordinary laws of appearance and identity. Appearance? Why, he can modify that at will. A hypodermic injection of paraffin can create blisters wherever you want them. Pyrogallic acid can darken the skin. The juice of the greater celandine can adorn you with the most believable scabs and tumors. One chemical process can affect the growth of your beard and your hair, another can change the sound of your voice. And if that 2 months of the diet served in the cell number 24, exercises repeated 1,000 times to train my mouth to make this grin and to carry my head at this unnatural inclination, and my back at this stooped posture. Finally, 5 drops of atropine in the eyes to make them haggard and bloodshot, and voila! I don't understand. The guards! The change was gradual. They couldn't see the daily evolution. But Baudru Desiree! Baudru exists. He is a poor, innocent person whom I met last year, and who doesn't share a number of similar physical traits. In anticipation of an always possible arrest, I took him in and applied myself to discerning the points of dissimilarity that separated us in order to adopt them myself. My friends made him spend a night at the depot so that he left at about the same time as I did. And the coincidence was easy to see. Because you will note we had to allow traces of his attendance to be found. Otherwise, justice would have wondered who I was. While in offering dear Bedreau, it was inevitable, you see, that they would focus on him, despite the insurmountable difficulties of substitution. They would rather believe in the substitution rather than admit their own ignorance. Yes, yes, indeed, whispered Ganimard. And then, cried Arsène Lupin, I had in my hands a formidable asset, a card devised by me from the very start. Everyone anticipated my escape, and here is the gross mistake that you and the others made in this fascinating game that Justice and I engaged in, whose very stake was my freedom. You assumed once again that I was playing to the audience, that I was intoxicated by my own success. I, Arsène Lupin, with such a weakness! And not that long ago, during the Cahorn affair, did you not say to yourself, if Arsène Lupin cries from the rooftops that he will escape, it is because he has good reason to do so. But by Jove, you must understand that in order to escape, you had to believe in this escape in advance as an article of faith, an absolute conviction, a truth as dazzling as the sun. And in my hand such belief was sown. Arsène Lupin would escape. Arsène Lupin would not attend his trial. And when you got up to say, this man is not Arsène Lupin, it would have been supernatural if everyone did not immediately believe that I was not Arsène Lupin. Had even one person doubted it, questioning with this simple remark, what if that is Arsène Lupin? At that moment I would have been lost. It would have been enough to lean towards me, not with the idea that I was not Arsène Lupin, as you and the others did, but the idea that I could be Arsène Lupin. Then, despite all of my precautions, I would have been recognized. But I remained quiet. Logically, psychologically, no one could have deduced this simple little idea. He suddenly grabbed Ganimard's hand. Come on, Ganimard. Admit that 8 days after our meeting in Lasant prison, you waited for me at 4 o'clock at your place, as I had promised you. What about your prison car? Said Ganimard, avoiding an answer. A bluff. My friends patched up and replaced that old worn-out car and wished to give it a shot, but I knew it was an impractical plan without a combination of exceptional circumstances. But I found it useful to complete this escape attempt, and to give it the greatest publicity. A daringly combined first escape gave the second attempt the value of pre-assumed success. So the cigar, hollowed by myself, as well as the knife. What about the messages? Written by me. And the mysterious correspondent? She and I are one of the same. I created all the paperwork myself. Ganimard thought for a second, and objected. How can it be that when the anthropomorphic department locked up Baudreau's record, they didn't notice that his measurements coincided with those of Arsène Lupin? Because Arsène Lupin's file doesn't exist. Nonsense, or at least it's fake. This is a question that I have given a lot of consideration to. The Bertillon system primarily comprises all visual characteristics, and you can see that it is not infallible, and then includes measurements of the head, fingers, ears, etc. Those, on the other hand, are far less concrete. So we have to pay. Even before my return from America, one of the employees of the service agreed to enter false measurements at the beginning of my record. That was enough for the whole system to deviate, and for a file to be moved to a box diametrically opposite from the box where it should end up. The Baudreau file, therefore, would not match the Arsène Lupin file. There was another silence. Then Ganimard asked, "What are you going to do now?" "Now?" exclaimed Lupin. "I will rest, follow a diet of overeating, and little by little become myself again. It can be very good to be Baudreau or someone else for a period, to change your personality as easily as your shirt, and to choose your appearance, your voice, your look, your handwriting. But it can happen that we no longer recognize ourselves in all this. And that is very sad. Currently, I am experiencing what the man who lost his shadow must have felt. I'm going to look for myself and find myself." He paced back and forth. A little darkness mingled with the daylight. He stopped in front of Ganimard. "We have nothing more to say to each other, I suppose?" "Yes," replied the inspector. "I would like to know if you will reveal the truth about your escape, the mistake I made." "Oh, no one will ever know that it was Arsène Lupin who was released. I have too much interest in accumulating as many mysterious shadows around me as possible to allow this escape to lose its miraculous nature. So have no fear, my old friend, and farewell. I'm having dinner in town tonight, and I only have time to get dressed. I thought you wanted a rest. Alas, there are worldly obligations which cannot be avoided. Rest will begin tomorrow. And where are you dining?" "At the British Embassy." And here is Lupin dressed up as Baudreau next to Ganimard. Again, the art in this book is spectacular. The day before, I had sent my automobile to Rouen by highway. I was now to catch a train from there to visit friends who live on the banks of the Seine. Now in Paris, a few minutes before departure, and this one is called The Mysterious Traveler. 7 gentlemen invaded my compartment. 5 of them were smoking. However short the journey might be, the prospect of spending it in such company was unpleasant to me, especially as this car, an old model, did not have a corridor. So I took my overcoat, my newspapers, and my itinerary, and took refuge in one of the neighboring compartments. A lady was there. When she saw me, she made a gesture of annoyance, which did not escape me, and she hurried towards the gentleman standing on the step, her husband, no doubt, who had accompanied her to the station. The gentleman scrutinized me, and the cross-examination probably ended to my advantage, for he spoke in a low voice to his wife, smiling in the way one reassures a frightened child. She smiled in turn and gave me a friendly glance, as if she suddenly understood that I was one of those gallant men with whom a woman can stay cooped in a little 6 square foot box for 2 hours with nothing to fear. Her husband said to her, "Please don't blame me, my dear, but I have an urgent appointment and I cannot stay." He kissed her affectionately and walked away. His wife sent him discreet little kisses through the window and waved her handkerchief. A whistle sounded and the train moved along. At that precise moment, and despite the protest of the employees, the door opened, and a man appeared in our compartment. My companion, who was at the moment standing and arranging her things along the net, uttered a cry of terror and fell upon the bench. I'm not a coward, far from it, but I admit that these last-minute interruptions are always alarming. They seem suspicious, unnatural. There must be something in their root. The appearance and attitude of the newcomer, however, would have lessened the bad impression produced by the actions. A properness, almost elegance, a tasteful tie, clean gloves, and energetic face. But come to think of it, where the hell had I seen that face before? There was no doubt that I had seen it, at least more precisely. I recalled a memory of a portrait seen several times of which the original had never been revealed, and at the same time I felt the uselessness of any effort to remember. So inconsistent and vague was this memory. Having returned my attention to the lady, I was amazed by her pallor and the upheaval of her features. She was looking at our new neighbor. They were sitting at the same side, with an expression of genuine dread, and I noticed that one of her hands, trembling, slipped towards a small travel bag on the bench 8 inches from her knees. She finally grabbed it and nervously pulled it against her. Our eyes met, and I read in her so much uneasiness and anxiety that I could not help saying to her, "Are you okay, madam? Shall I open the window?" Without answering me, she pointed towards the individual with a fearful gesture. I smiled just as her husband had done, shrugging his shoulders and explaining to her with gestures that she had nothing to fear, and I was there, and besides that, this gentleman seemed quite harmless. At that moment he turned to us, looked us up and down one after the other, then leaned back at his corner motionlessly. There was a silence, but the lady, as if gathering all her energy to accomplish some desperate act, said to me in a barely intelligible voice, "Do you know who's on our train?" "Who?" "Him! It's him, I assure you." "Who?" "Arsène Lupin." She had not taken her eyes off the traveller, and it was to him rather than to me that she uttered the syllables of this disturbing name. He pulled his hat over his nose. Was it to hide his agitation, or was he merely getting ready to sleep? I made this objection. "Arsène Lupin was sentenced yesterday, in absentia, to 20 years of hard labor. It is therefore unlikely that he would commit the recklessness of appearing in public today. Besides, haven't the newspapers reported his presence in Turkey this winter following his famous escape from Lausanne?" "He's on the train," repeated the lady, with the more and more marked intention of being heard by our companion. My husband is deputy director of the penitentiary services, and the station commissioner himself even told us that they were looking for Arsène Lupin. That's not any reason to. They saw him at the Passepartout room. He bought a first-class ticket to Rouen, so it should be easy to find him. He disappeared. The conductor at the entrance to the station didn't see him, but it was assumed that he had crossed to the suburban platforms and boarded the express, which left 10 minutes after us. And here is the scared lady on the train. In that case, he'll be caught, unless at the last moment he jumped from the express onto our train, which is probable, almost certain. In that case, this is where he will be caught, because the employees and the agents will certainly not fail to notice this passage from one train to another, and when we arrive in Rouen they will nab him very quickly. Him? Never. He will find a way to escape again. In that case, I wish him a safe journey. But until then, think of what he can do. Such as, do I know? You have to be prepared for anything. She was very agitated, and in the fact the situation justified to some extent this nervous excitement. Almost in spite of myself, I said to her, there are indeed curious coincidences, but don't worry. Assuming that Arsène Lupin is on one of these cars, he will be very wise to stay there, and rather than run into further trouble, he will be wise to avoid the peril that will confront him. My words did not reassure her, however. She remained silent, probably fearing further indiscretion. I unfolded my newspaper and read the reports of Arsène Lupin's trial. As they did not contain anything that we did not already know, they were of little interest. Also, I was tired. I slept badly. I felt my eyelids grow heavy and my head tilted. But, sir, you are not going to sleep? The lady tore my newspaper from me and looked at me indignantly. Obviously not, I replied. I don't mean to. That would be the height of recklessness, she said to me. The height, I repeated, and I struggled energetically, clinging to the passing landscape, to the clouds that streaked the sky, and soon all this blurred in space, the image of the agitated lady and the sleeping gentleman faded in my mind, and soon I fell into the great deep silence of sleep. Inconsistent and light dreams soon came over me, haunted by a being who played the part and bore the name of Arsène Lupin. He was moving on the horizon, his back laden with precious objects as he walked through walls and broke down castles. But the silhouette of this being was no longer Arsène Lupin became clearer. It came towards me, growing bigger and bigger, jumped onto our train car with incredible agility, and landed right on my chest. A sharp pain. With a heartrending cry, I woke up. The man, the traveler, had one knee on my chest, squeezing me by the throat. I saw this very vaguely, for my eyes were bloodshot. I also saw the lady convulsing in a corner in the grip of a nervous attack. I didn't even try to resist. Besides, I wouldn't have had the strength. My temples were buzzing. I was suffocating. I was moaning. Another minute and I would asphyxiate. The man must have felt it. He released his grip. Without moving away, he stretched out a rope with his right hand in which he had prepared a noose. With a sharp gesture he bound my two wrists. In an instant I was tied up, gagged, immobilized. And he accomplished this task in the most natural way possible, with an ease that revealed the knowledge of a master and a professional thief and criminal. Not a word, not a feverish moment coolness and daring, and I was there on the bench, tied up like a mummy. Me, Arsène Lupin. In truth, there was something laughable about all this, and despite the gravity of the circumstances, I could appreciate how ironic and delicious the circumstance was. Arsène Lupin rolled like a novice, robbed like a first-timer, because, of course, the bandit relieved me of my purse and my wallet. Arsène Lupin, his turn to be the victim, duped, vanished, vanquished. What an adventure. The lady remained still. He didn't even pay attention to her. He contented himself with picking up the small satchel that was lying on the carpet and extracting the jewels, purses, gold, and silver trinkets that it contained. The lady opened one eye, flinched in terror, and took off her rings, handing them to the man as if she wanted to spare him any unnecessary effort. He took the rings and looked at her. She immediately fainted. So silently, without paying any more attention to us, he returned to his seat, lit a cigarette, and began a thorough examination of the treasures he had collected, an examination which seemed to satisfy him immensely. I, however, was much less satisfied. I am not talking about the 12,000 francs of which I had been unduly deprived. It was a loss that would only be temporary, as I fully expected these 12,000 francs to be returned to my possession as soon as possible, along with the very important papers in my wallet, projects, quotes, addresses, list of correspondence, compromising letters. But for the moment, a mere immediate and more serious concern was bothering me. What would happen next? As you can imagine, the agitation caused by my passage through the Saint-Lazare station had not escaped me. Invited by friends with whom I frequented under the name of Julien Berlat, as whom my resemblance to Arsène Lupin was a subject of affectionate jokes, I could not make up my face as I wanted, and my presence had been spotted. In addition, a man who had been seen rushing from the express train onto this one. Who was this man, if not Arsène Lupin? So inevitably the police commissioner of Rouen, warned by telegram and assisted by a respectable number of agents, would find himself at the train's arrival, and would question the suspicious travelers, meticulously searching each of the cars. All this I foresaw, and I was not too worried by it. Certainly that the police of Rouen would not be more perceptive than those of Paris, and that I would be able to pass unnoticed. Would it not be enough for me, at the exit, to carelessly show my deputy card, which I had already shown with all confidence to the conductor of Saint-Lazare? But how the situation had changed! I was no longer free, unable to attempt one of my usual tricks. In one of the cars the superintendent would discover Mr. Arsène Lupin, bound hand and foot by misfortune, docile as a lamb, packed and fully dressed. He would only have to accept this gift as if it were a postal package addressed to him at the station, like a basket of game or fruit and vegetables. What could I do to avoid this unfortunate outcome? Strung up as I was, and the train was rushing towards Rouen, the only remaining station after Vernon St. Pierre. Another problem intrigued me, one in which I was less directly interested, but the solution of which aroused my professional curiosity. What were my companion's intentions? I would have been left alone if I had time to leave in peace back in Rouen. But the lady? No sooner would the door be opened than the lady, so wise and docile at the moment, would do her utmost to cry out for help. And hence my astonishment Why didn't he reduce her to the same helplessness as me, which would have given him the leisure time of disappearing before anyone noticed his double mischief? He was still smoking, his eyes fixed on the window where a hesitant rain was beginning to collect in large oblique lines. At once, however, he turned away, grabbed my itinerary, and consulted it. The lady tried to remain unconscious, to reassure her enemy, but fits of coughing caused by the smoke belied her fainting. As for me, I was very uncomfortable and very stiff, so I meditated, plotted. Pont de l'Arche Sail, the train was hurrying along joyfully, drunk with speed. Saint Etienne, at that moment, the man got up and took 2 steps towards us, to which the lady hastily responded with a new yelp and a genuine swoon. But what was he about to do? He lowered the window on our side, the rain now falling with rage, and his gesture marked by annoyance. He felt at having neither an umbrella nor an overcoat. He glanced up at the rack. The lady's umbrella was there. He took it. He also took my overcoat and put it on. We were crossing the Seine. He rolled up the hem of his pants, then bending down, he lifted the outside door latch. Was he going to throw himself on the track? At this speed it would mean certain death. We rushed into the tunnel under the St. Catherine coast. The man opened the door and with his foot felt the first step. What madness! The darkness, the smoke, the din! It all made such an attempt to look fantastic, but suddenly the train slowed down. The Westinghouses clamped against the wheels. In a minute our speed became normal and diminished further. Undoubtedly construction work had been planned in this part of the tunnel, which required the slow passage of trains for a few days perhaps, and the man knew it. So all he had to do was put his other foot on the step, hop off from the second, and walk away peacefully, having pulled the latch down behind him to close the door. No sooner had he disappeared when daylight lit up the white smoke. We emerged into a valley, another tunnel, and we were in Rouen. The lady immediately recovered her wits, and her first care was to lament the loss of her jewelry. I begged her with my eyes. She understood and freed me from the gag that was suffocating me. She also wanted to untie my ropes, but I stopped her. No, no, the police must see things as they are. I want it to be evidence against this scoundrel. What if I sound the alarm bell? Too late. He should have thought about that while he was attacking me. But he would have killed me. Oh, sir, did I not tell you he was traveling on this train? I recognized him immediately from his portrait, and now off he goes with my jewelry. We'll find him, don't worry. Find Arsène Lupin? Never. That depends on you, madam. Listen. Upon arrival, be at the door and call out. Make some noise. Agents and employees will come. Then briefly tell them what you saw, the aggression of which I was the victim, and of the flight of Arsène Lupin. Give his description, a soft hat, an umbrella, yours, and a gray overcoat. Yours? She said. Mine? No, his. I didn't have one. It seemed to me that he did not have one either when he came in. Yes, perhaps, unless it was a piece of clothing someone had forgotten in the track. Anyway, he had it when he got off, and that's the gist. A gray overcoat, waist high, remember? Ah, I forgot. Tell them your name right off the bat. Your husband's position will stimulate the zeal for the police. We arrived. She was already leaning out of the door. I repeated in a somewhat strong voice, almost imperious, so that my words were engraved in her brain. Also, say my name, Julien Berlat. If necessary, say that you know me. This will save us time. We have to expedite the preliminary investigation. The important thing is the prosecution of Arsène Lupin, your jewelry, make no mistake, okay? Julien Barlat is a friend of your husband. I understand. Julien Barlat. She was already calling and gesturing. The train had not yet stopped when a gentleman boarded, followed by several other men. The critical hour was at hand. Panting, the lady exclaimed, Arsène Lupin, he attacked us. He stole my jewelry. I am Madame Renaud. My husband is the Deputy Director of Prison Services. Ah, this is my brother, Georges Ardel, Director of Credit Rennes. You should know him. She kissed a young man who had just joined us, whom the superintendent greeted, and she continued in tears. Yes, Arsène Lupin. While the gentleman was sleeping, he threw himself at his throat. Mr. Barlat, a friend of my husband. The commissioner asked, Where is Lupin now? He jumped from the train inside the tunnel just after the Seine. Are you sure it was him? I'm quite sure. I recognized him perfectly. Moreover, we saw him at the St. Lazare station. He had a soft hat. No, a hard felt hat, like this one, the superintendent corrected, pointing to my hat. A soft hat, I said, repeated Miss Renaud, and a gray overcoat. Indeed, murmured the superintendent. The telegram indicates this gray overcoat, waist length, with a black velvet collar. Yes, a black velvet collar, cried Miss Renaud triumphantly. I sighed. Ah, the brave, excellent friend that she was. The agents freed me from my shackles. I bit my lip violently, drawing blood, bent over with a handkerchief over my mouth, as befits an individual who had been in an awkward position for an extended period, and who wears the bloody marks of a gag on his face. I said to the superintendent in a weakened voice, Sir, it was Arsène Lupin, there is no doubt. If we hurry, we will catch up to him. I think I can be of some use to you. The train car that had been the scene of the crime was detached. The train continued towards Le Havre. We were led to the station master's office, through a throng of curious people who crowded the platform. At that moment, I hesitated. Under some pretext, I could get away, find my car, and leave. It was dangerous to stay. Something could happen. A dispatch from Paris, for example, and I would be lost. Yes. But what about my thief? Left to my own resources in a region that was not very familiar to me, I could not hope to catch him. Bah, let's give it a go, I said to myself, and let's stay. This may be a tough game to win, but it could be fun to play, and the stake is worth it. And we were being asked to repeat our depositions on record. I cried out, Commissioner, Arsène Lupin is getting away. My automobile is waiting for me in the yard. If you could give me the pleasure of going after him, we can try to. The commissioner smiled cunningly. That's not a bad idea. In fact, we are in the process of implementing it. Oh? Yes, sir. 2 of my agents have been riding bicycles for some time now. But where did they go? To the exit of the tunnel. They will collect clues and testimonies there and will follow Arsène Lupin's trail. I couldn't help but shrug my shoulders. Your 2 agents will not collect any clues or testimony. Really? Arsène Lupin will have arranged so that no one saw him coming out of the tunnel. He will have rejoined the first road and to Rouen, where we will catch him. He won't go to Rouen. Then he will stay in the surrounding countryside, where we are even more certain to. He won't stay around. Oh? And where will he hide? I pulled out my watch. At the present time, Arsène Lupin is prowling around Dernital station. At 10:50, that is to say, in 22 minutes, he will take the train from Rouen, Gare du Nord, to Amiens. What makes you think that? Oh, it's very simple. In the car, Lupin consulted my itinerary. For what reason? Was there another line not far from where he disappeared? A railway station on that line and a train stopping at the very station soon? I had just consulted the timetable, which provided that information. In truth, sir, said the superintendent, that is a wonderfully deduced observation, quite skilful. Carried away by my conviction, I had made the mistake of demonstrating too much skill. He looked at me in astonishment, and I thought I sensed a suspicion wash over him. Oh, nonsense. The photographs sent from all police departments were too vague, presenting an Arsène Lupin quite different from the man that now stood in front of them. They would not be able to recognize me. But all the same, the superintendent seemed confused and worried. There was a moment of silence. Something equivocal and uncertain stopped our conversation. A shiver of embarrassment rattled me. Would luck turn against me? Steeling myself, I laughed. My God! Nothing opens up one's understanding like the loss of a wallet and the desire to find it. And it seems to me that if you would give me 2 of your agents, together we might be able to. Oh, please, Mr. Commissioner, cried Miss Renaud, listen to Mr. Berlotte. The intervention of my excellent friend was decisive. Endorsed by her, the wife of an influential figure, the name of Berlotte became my own and gave me an identity that no suspicion could penetrate. The commissioner stood up. I would be happy to see you succeed, Mr. Berlotte. I wish to see the arrest of Arsène Lupin as much as you do. He led me to my automobile. 2 of his agents, who he introduced as Honore Massol and Gaston Delavet, took their seats. I got behind the wheel. A mechanic turned the crank. A few seconds later, we left the station. I was saved. I admit that while driving on the boulevard surrounding the old Norman city, with the powerful gait of my 35 Moreau Lupton horses, I was not devoid of a little pride. The engine roared harmoniously. To the right and left the trees fled behind us, and free out of danger I now had only to settle my personal affairs with the assistance of the 2 honest representatives of the public force. Arsène Lupin was going in search of Arsène Lupin. Modest guardians of society, Gaston Delavet and Honore Massol, how precious your assistance would be to me! What would I have done without you? Without you! How many times would I have been chosen the wrong turn at crossroads? Without you, Arsène Lupin would have been wrong, letting the other Lupin escape. But it wasn't over yet. Far from it. I had to catch up with the individual first, and then seize the papers that had been stolen from me. By no means should my 2 acolytes poke their noses into those documents, let alone seize them. I still had need of them, and retrieving them would not be easy. At Darnétal, we arrived 3 minutes after the train had departed. It was true that I had the consolation of learning that an individual in a gray, waist-high overcoat with a black velvet collar had climbed into the second-class compartment with a ticket to Amiens. Definitely my debut as a police officer was promising. Delavet told me, The train is express and only stops at Montelorier-Bouchy in 19 minutes. If we are not there before Arsène Lupin, he can continue on to Amiens by transferring to Clarisse, and from there to Dieppe or Paris. How far is Monterolier? 23 kilometers. 23 kilometers in 19 minutes. We'll be there before him. The stage is set. Never did my faithful Moreau Lupton respond to my impatience with more ardor and regularity. It seemed to me that I was communicating my will to it directly, without the intermediary of levers and wheels. She shared my desires. She approved of my stubbornness. She understood my animosity against the scoundrel Arsène Lupin. The deceitful whelp, the traitor. Would I be right about him? Would he engage authority once again with myself, now that the incarnation of this authority? To the right, cried Delavet. To the left, straight ahead. We flew above the ground. The milestones looked like cowardly little beasts that vanished at our approach. And suddenly, at the bend of a road, a whirlwind of smoke, the express due nord. For a kilometer it was a close race, neck and neck, an unequal match whose outcome was uncertain. At the finish we had beaten him by 20 lengths. In 3 seconds we were on the platform in front of the second-class cars. The doors opened. A few people descended. My thief was not among them. We inspected the compartments. No Arsène Lupin. By Jove, I cried. He would have recognized me in the car as we raced side by side, and he would have jumped. The conductor confirmed this supposition. He had seen a man tumbling down the embankment 200 yards from the station. Look, over there, crossing the track. I set off, followed by my 2 acolytes, or rather followed by one of them, because the other, Massol, happened to be an exceptional runner, having as much endurance as speed. In a few moments the distance separating him from the fugitive was gone. The man saw him, leapt over a hedge, and scrambled quickly to climb an embankment. We could see ahead of him a small grove. When we reached the grove, Massol stood waiting for us. He had chosen not to venture further for fear of losing us. And I thank you, my dear friend, I said to him. After such a race, our individual must be out of breath. We have him. I examined the surroundings while planning how to proceed with the arrest of the fugitive alone, in order to recover those things of which the authorities would undoubtedly ask many disagreeable questions. Then I returned to my companions. This will be easy. You, Massol, stand on the left. You, Delavet, on the right. From there you can watch the entire rear line of the grove. He cannot exit without being seen by you, except through this ravine, which I will take position. If he does not come out, I will go in, and inevitably drive him towards one side or the other. So you have to wait. Oh, I forgot one thing. In an emergency, you'll hear a gunshot. Massol and Delavet went their separate ways. As soon as they disappeared, I entered the woods, and with the greatest precaution, so as to be neither seen nor heard. And there's, the criminal. The thicket was dense. And again, here's all of them, on the road chasing after the man who claims to be Lupin. I really got to say, I love the art in this book. I love the art in this book. Hunting and cut by very narrow paths, where it was only possible to walk while stooping like a green catacomb. One of the paths led to a clearing where the wet grass showed footprints. I followed them carefully, slipped through the thicket. They led me to the foot of a small hillock, crowned by a half-demolished plaster hovel. He must be there, I thought, a well-chosen vantage point. I crawled near the building. A slight noise informed me of his presence, and in fact, through an opening, I saw him with his back to me. In 2 leaps I was on top of him. He managed to point the gun in his hand at me. I didn't give him time, knocking him to the ground so that his 2 arms were caught under him, twisted, with my knees weighing upon his chest. "Listen, my boy," I whispered in his ear. "I'm Arsène Lupin. You are going to give me back my wallet and the lady's satchel right away and with good grace, in return for which I will pull you from the clutches of the police, and I will enlist you among my friends. One word only, yes or no." Yes, he whispered. Good choice. Your escape this morning was well planned. We'll get along well. I got up. He reached into his pocket, took out a large knife, and tried to cut me with it. Fool! I cried. With one hand I parried the attack. With the other I hit him hard on the carotid artery with a blow called the carotid hook. He fell, stunned. In my wallet I found the papers and my banknotes. Out of curiosity I took his. On an envelope addressed to him I read the name, Pierre Onfray. Ugh. I flinched. Pierre Onfray, the murderer of Rue La Fontaine in Atwell. Pierre Onfray, who had slain Miss Delboise and her 2 daughters. I leaned over him. Yes, it was his face which, in the compartment, had awakened memories of familiar features. But time was passing. I put 200-franc notes with a card with these words into the envelope. From Arsène Lupin to his good colleagues Honor Massol and Gaston Delavet, as a token of gratitude. I put this prominently in the middle of the room. Next to it, Miss Renaud's satchel. Could I not return it to the excellent friend who had rescued me? I confess, however, that I removed everything that was of any interest, leaving only a tortoiseshell comb and an empty purse. What the devil? Business is business, and really her husband engaged in such a disreputable profession. There remained the man. He was starting to stir. What should I do? I had no right to save him or to condemn him. I stripped him of his weapons and fired the revolver into the air. The other 2 will come, I thought. Things will be done according to destiny. And I hurried away along the path to the cave. 20 minutes later, a side road that I had noticed during our pursuit brought me back to my automobile. And there's the hovel where they found him. And here's Lupin confronting Pierre Onfray. And I just gotta say, Lupin really is a really cool dude. Such a neat character. At 4 o'clock, I telegraphed to my friends in Rouen that an unforeseen incident forced me to postpone my visit. Between us, I fear, given what they must know, I will have to postpone it indefinitely. A cruel disappointment for them. At 6 o'clock I returned to Paris via Isle Adam, Ainhin, and Port-Banal. The evening papers informed me that they had finally succeeded in seizing Pierre Onfray. The next day, let us not disdain the advantage of a judicious advertisement, the Echo de France published this sensational article. Yesterday, around Buchy, after numerous incidents, Arsène Lupin carried out the arrest of Pierre Onfray. The assassin of the Rue La Fontaine had robbed Miss Renaud, the wife of the Deputy Director of Prison Services, on the line from Paris to Havre. Arsène Lupin returned the satchel that contained her jewelry to Miss Renaud and generously rewarded the 2 security officers who had helped him with this dramatic arrest. Oh, I also have to give Lupin credit. The way that he makes the newspaper his own advertising is incredible. Oh, and we're about to actually approach one of my favorite stories in this entire book. The Queen's Necklace is something special. I particularly love this story. 2 or 3 times a year, on occasions of unusual importance, such as the balls at the Austrian embassy, or the parties of Lady Billingston, the Countess of Dreux-Soubise wore upon her white shoulders the Queen's necklace. It was indeed a famous necklace, the legendary bauble that Baumer and Basage, jewelers of the crown, intended for the Madame du Barry, the one that the Cardinal de Rohan Soubise was believed to have offered to Marie Antoinette, Queen of France, and the one that the adventurous Jeanne de Valois, Countess of La Motte, pulled to pieces one evening in February 1785 with the help of her husband in their accomplice Rateau de Villette. That's actually based on a real story, by the way. Marie Antoinette actually did have this crazy expensive necklace that was built of tons of different diamonds that these two guys wound up stealing it, and they were like selling the individual diamonds, trying to pawn it off, because selling the entire thing, they would have immediately been caught. Really interesting story. But continuing, to tell the truth, only the mounting was genuine. Yeah, only the mounting is genuine, because when they recovered um, the actual necklace, they realized, oh, a lot of the diamonds have already been stripped and sold off. But because it's such a famous piece of jewelry, they, refurbished it, and it's like, hey, it's still going to retain its value because it was made for Marie Antoinette. It was made by some incredibly famous jewelers. Even if the original diamonds weren't there, it's still going to be like a priceless artifact. To tell the truth, only the mounting was genuine. Rateau de Villette had kept it, while the Count de la Motte and his wife scattered the brutally loosened stones to the winds. Those admirable stones that had been so carefully chosen by Baumer. Later, in Italy, he sold it to Gaston de Dreux-Soubise, nephew and heir of the cardinal, who saved it from ruin during the resounding bankruptcy of Rohan Guermene, and who, in memory of his uncle, bought the few diamonds that remained in the possession of the English jeweler Jeffreys, supplemented them with others of much less value but of the same size, and succeeded in reconstructing the marvellously enslaved necklace to the condition it had once come out of the hands of Baumer and Bassenge. For nearly a century, the Dreux-Soubise were proud of this historic gem. Although various circumstances had marked reduced their fortunes, they chose to reduce their household cost rather than dispose of this royal and precious relic. In particular, the current count was attached to it one night. In particular, the current count was as attached to it as one might value their father's home. To be on the safe side, he had rented a safe from Crayette Lyonnaise to keep it there. He would fetch it from there himself, the afternoon of whatever day his wife wanted to wear it, and personally bring it back to that day. And here we see two people. We're going to learn who they are, but I do want to say this is very, very well illustrated. On this particular evening, at the reception at the Palace de Castile, the Countess was a real attraction, and King Christian, in whose honor the feast was given, noticed her magnificent beauty. Jewels streamed around her graceful neck. The thousands of facets of the diamonds shone and sparkled like flames in the clarity of the lights. No one other than her, it seemed, could have carried the burden of such adornment with such ease and nobility. It was a double triumph, one the Count de Dreux savored deeply, which he applauded when they returned to the room of their old hotel in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. He was proud of his wife, and perhaps just as much of the necklace that had represented his house for 4 generations. His wife also drew a somewhat childish vanity from it, but such was the mark of her haughty character. Not without regret, She removed the necklace from her shoulders and handed it to her husband, who examined it with admiration as if he had never seen it before. Then, having put it back in its red leather case bearing the cardinal's arms, he went to the neighboring alcove, to a closet which had been completely isolated from the bedroom, and whose only entrance was near the foot of their bed. Like every other time, he hid it on a fairly high shelf among hat boxes and piles of laundry. He closed the door and retired for the night. In the morning he woke up around 9 o'clock, intending to go to the Credit Lyonnais before lunch. He dressed, drank a cup of coffee, and went down to the stables to check his team. One of the horses worried him. He made him walk and trot in front of him in the courtyard before returning to his wife. She had not left the room and was doing her hair with the help of her maid. She said to him, "Are you going out?" "Yes, to the bank." "Ah, of course, that would be wise." He entered the closet, but after a few seconds he asked without the slightest surprise, "Did you take it, dear?" She replied, "What? No, I took nothing." "Did you move it?" "Not at all. I didn't even open the door." He reappeared, decomposed, and he stammered, his voice barely intelligible. You haven't? If not you, then—" She ran inside and searched feverishly, throwing the boxes on the floor and tearing down the piles of laundry, and the results were the same. "Useless! Everything we do is useless. It was here on this shelf where I put it." "You could have been mistaken. It was here on this very shelf, none other." They lit a candle because the room was quite dark, and proceeded to remove all of the laundry and other objects that cluttered the space. And when there was nothing left in the closet, they had to confess with despair that the famous necklace, the Queen's necklace, was gone. Determined by nature, the Countess wasted no time with vain lamentations, calling upon the commissioner, Mr. Villorbe, whose shrewd spirit and seeming clairvoyance they already had the fortune of witnessing. He was informed of the details and immediately asked, "Are you sure, Count, that no one could have crossed into your room last night?" And here we see the Count and the Countess. I gotta admit, I love the illustrations in this book, and look at that necklace. That is a chain of diamonds. That is a fancy necklace. "Absolutely sure. I'm a very light sleeper, besides. The door to this room was locked. I unbolted it this morning when my wife rang for the maid." "And there is no other passage allowing entry to the closet?" "No." "No window?" "Yes, but it is blocked off." "I would like to examine it." Candles were lit, and Mr. Villorbe immediately remarked that the window was not blocked off until halfway up, by a chest, which furthermore did not exactly touch the window frame. "It touches it enough," replied Mr. Dedru, "enough to make it impossible to move it without making a lot of noise." "And where does this window overlook?" "On an interior courtyard." "And there is another floor above this one?" "Two, but at the servants' level. The courtyard is protected by a small metal grating. That is why there is so little daylight in here." When they pushed the chest aside, they noticed that the window was closed, which would not have been the case had someone entered from outside. "Useless," observed the Count. "They exited through our room, in which case you would have found the door unbolted." The commissioner thought for a moment, then turned to the Countess. "Did anyone around you know that you would be wearing this necklace last night?" "Of course, I didn't hide the fact, but no one knew we were locking it up in this closet." "No one?" "Nobody. Unless—" "Please, madam, clarify. This is a very important point." She said to her husband, "I was thinking of Henriette." "Henriette?" She is ignorant of this detail like everyone else. Are you sure? Who is this lady? Asked Mr. Valorb. A schoolmate who was disowned by her family for marrying some sort of worker beneath her. When her husband died, I took her and her son in and furnished them with an apartment in this building. And she added with embarrassment, she does favors for me. She is very skilful with her hands. What floor does she live on? Ours, not far from here, at the end of the corridor. And come to think about it, the window of her kitchen opens into this courtyard, doesn't it? Yes, just opposite from ours. A slight silence followed the statement. Then Mr. Valorb asked to see Henriette. They found her sewing while her son, Raoul, a toddler aged 6 or 7, was reading beside her. He was quite astonished to see the miserable apartment that had been provided for her, which consisted in total of a single room without a fireplace and a small kitchen. The commissioner questioned her. She seemed upset when she learned of the theft. The night before, she herself had dressed her countess and fastened the necklace around her neck. "Dear Lord!" she cried. What who would ever have thought? And you have no idea, not the slightest suspicion. It is possible that the culprit came through your room." She laughed heartily, without even imagining that one might suspect her. "But I didn't even leave my room. I never go out. Besides, haven't you seen?" She opened the kitchen window. "It's 3 meters to the opposite ledge." "Who told you that was where the theft was carried out? But wasn't the necklace in the closet?" "How do you know about that?" "My lady, I always know you put it there at night. You talked about it right in front of me." Her face, still young, but withered by sorrow, showed great gentleness and resignation. However, in the silence she suddenly took on an expression of anguish, as if a danger threatened her. She threw her son against her. The child took her hand and kissed it tenderly. "I don't suppose," said Mr. Didreux to the commissioner when they were alone. "Do you suspect her?" "I can answer for her. She is honesty itself." "Oh, I completely agree with you," affirmed Mr. Valorbe. "At the very most, I had thought there might be some unintentional complicity, but I recognize that this explanation must be abandoned, especially since it does not solve the problem before us." The commissioner did not push this investigation any further. With the examining magistrate resumed and completed in the days that followed, they questioned the servants, they checked the state of the lock, they experimented closing and opening the closet window, they explored the courtyard from top to bottom. Everything was fruitless. The lock was intact. The window could not open or close from outside. More specifically, the research focused on Henriette because, despite everything, all clues led back to her room. They searched her life minutely, and it was found that for 3 years she had left the hotel only 4 times, and all 4 times for errands that could be verified. In reality, she served as chambermaid and seamstress for Miss Didreux, who treated her with strictness that all the other servants confirmed in confidential testimony. "Besides," said the examining magistrate, who at the end of a week came to that same conclusion as the commissioner, "admitting that we know the culprit, which we do not, we still do not know how the theft was committed. We are blocked on the right and on the left by 2 obstacles, a locked door and a closed window. The mystery is twofold. How did the culprit get in? And the much more difficult question, how would he have been able to escape, leaving behind a locked door and a closed window?" After 4 months of investigation, the secret opinion of the judges was this: Mr. and Mrs. Drew, in desperate need of money, sold the Queen's necklace. The case was closed. The theft of the precious jewel dealt the Drew Savoy a blow from which they bore the mark for a long time, their credit no longer supported by the kind of reserve that such a treasure constituted. They found themselves faced with more demanding creditors and less favorable lenders. They had to cut corners, alienate themselves, and mortgage their possessions. In short, it would have been their ruin if two large inheritances from distant relatives hadn't saved them. They also suffered in their pride, as if they had lost a certificate of nobility. And strangely enough, it was her former friend at the boarding school that the Countess attacked. She bore a lasting grudge against Henriette, and openly accused her of complicity. She was relegated to the servants' floor. Then she was dismissed outright, and life continued with no other notable events. They traveled a lot. Only one fact should be noted during this period. A few months after Henriette's departure, the Countess received a letter from her, which was filled with astonishment. Mrs. Drew du Bois, I don't know how to thank you, because it was you, wasn't it, who sent this to me? It can only be you. No one else knows about my retirement in the bowels of this small village. If I'm wrong, excuse me, and at least retain the expression of my gratitude for your past kindness. What did she mean? The only past kindness the Countess had shown her amounted to many injustices. For what could this gratitude refer? When she asked to explain herself, Henriette replied that she had received an envelope by unregistered post containing 2,000-franc notes. The envelope, which was attached to her reply, was stamped with Paris, and bore only her address, drawn in visibly disguised writing. But where had these 2,000-franc notes come from? Who had sent them? Justice demanded to know, but what clues could one follow in this mystery? The same thing happened again 12 months later, and again a third time, and a fourth time, and each year for 6 years, with the difference being that in the fifth and sixth years the sum doubled, enabling Henriette, who had recently fallen ill, to take care of herself as she should. Another difference: the post office seized one of the letters on the pretext that it was not registered, with the last 2 letters had been sent according to regulations, the first dated from Saint Germain, the others from Suresnes. The sender signed the first one Anquete, and the other Pachard. The addresses he gave were fake. After 6 years, Henriette died. The riddle remained unsolved. All of these events are known to the public. The case was very exciting among the public, and it was a strange interest that this necklace, which had caused great commotion in France in the late 18th century, still raised so much commotion 120 years later. But what I am about to say is known only by the main parties concerned, and a few people the Count had confided in absolute secrecy, and it is probable that they will break their promise sooner or later. I have no qualms about pulling back the veil and thus revealing not only the key to the mystery, but an explanation of the letter published in the morning newspapers the day before yesterday, an extraordinary letter which added even more shadow and mystery to the drama. 5 days ago, among the guests who were lunching at Mr. de Drew Savoy's home, were his 2 nieces and his cousin, and the president of Esseville, the deputy Bocchus, the knight Floriani, whom he had known in Sicily, and General Marquis de Rosières, an old friend from the club. And after the meal the ladies served coffee and the gentlemen were allowed a cigarette on condition that they did not leave the living room. They chatted. One of the young girls amused herself by dealing cards and telling fortunes. Eventually the conversation turned to famous crimes, and that was an introduction that Mr. de Rosières, who never missed an opportunity to tease the Count, used to recall the misadventure of the necklace, a subject of conversation which Mr. de Dreux detested. Everyone immediately expressed their opinion. Again each began to share their own theories, and of course each hypothesis contradicted the last, making all equally inadmissible. "And you, sir," the Countess asked the Chevalier Floriani, "what is your theory?" "Oh, I have no opinion, madam." Everyone scoffed at this. Just prior, the Chevalier had brilliantly recounted various adventures in which he had been involved with his father, a magistrate in Palermo, during which his judgment and taste for those sorts of questions had been affirmed. And once again, excellent illustration. "I think," he said, "that I have succeeded where more clever people had given up. But to go from there to considering myself as clever as Sherlock Holmes. Besides, I hardly know anything about this particular case." Everyone turned to the master of the house, who reluctantly summarized the facts. The Chevalier listened, though for a bit, asked a few questions, and whispered, "It's funny. At first glance, it doesn't seem to me that the answer would be so difficult to guess." The Count shrugged his shoulders, but the other people crowded around the Chevalier, who resumed in a somewhat dogmatic tone, "In general, in order to trace the perpetrator of a crime or theft, it is necessary to determine how the crime or theft was committed. In the current case, nothing could be simpler, in my opinion, because we are faced not with several hypotheses, but a single rigorous certainty that could be summarized as follows. The individual could not only enter through the bedroom door or the closet window. However, you cannot open the locked door from the outside, so he must have come in through the window." "It was closed just as we found it," declared Mr. de Dreux. "To do that," continued Floriani, without noticing the interruption, "he only needed to build a bridge using a plank or ladder set between the kitchen balcony and the window-sill, and as soon as the case—" "But I repeat that the window was closed," cried the Count impatiently. This time Floriani had to respond. He did so with the greatest tranquillity, like a man who is not disturbed by such an insignificant objection. "I want to believe it was. But isn't there also a skylight?" "How do you know? First of all, it is almost a rule for hotels built in that period, and it must also be so, since otherwise the theft would be inexplicable. Indeed, there is a skylight, but it's sealed like the window. We didn't even pay attention to it. That was a mistake, because if you had been careful, you would have seen that it had obviously been opened." "How?" "I suppose that, like all others, it opens by means of a braided wire with a ring on its end." "Yes, and this ring hung between the window and the chest." "Yes, but I don't understand why a person could slip an iron rod with a hook through a hole in the window to grab the ring, pull it, and open the skylight." The Count sneered. "Perfect, you solved it with all ease. Only you forgot one thing, dear sir. There was no hole in the window. There was a crack." "Nonsense, we would have seen it." To see it, one must look for it, and no one looked for it. The whole exists. It is materially impossible that it does not exist, along the frame against the mortar, running vertically, of course. The Count stood up. He looked very excited. He paced the salon 2 or 3 times with a nervous step, and approaching Floriani. Nothing has changed up there since that day. No one has set foot in that room. In that case, sir, you are free to see if my explanation agrees with reality. It does not agree with any of the facts that justice has noted. You have seen nothing. You know nothing. And you are contradicting everything that we have seen and known. Floriani did not seem to notice the Count's irritation, and he said with a smile, My word, sir, I'm just trying to see clearly, that is all. If I'm wrong, prove me wrong. Then without further ado, I admit that in the long run, your assurance. Mr. de Dreux muttered a few more words and suddenly went to the door and left. Not a word was said. They waited anxiously, as if some part of the truth was about to appear, and the silence was extremely profound. Finally the Count appeared in the doorway. He was pale and singularly agitated. He said to his friends in a trembling voice, I beg your pardon. The gentleman's revelations are so unexpected. I never would have thought. His wife asked him eagerly, Tell us, I beg you, what is it? He stammered, A hole exists at the very place indicated, along the frame. Abruptly he seized the Chevalier's arm and said imperiously, Continue, sir. I admit that you are right so far, but it's not over. Tell us, what do you think happened? Floriani pulled away slowly, and after a moment said, Well, in my opinion, this is what happened. The individual, knowing that Mr. Dreux was going to the ball with the necklace, laid his bridge during your absence. He watched you through the window and saw you hide the jewel. As soon as you left, he cut the window and pulled the ring. Fine, but the distance is too great for him to have reached the window handle through the skylight. If he could not open the window, it is because he entered through the skylight itself. Impossible! There is no man thin enough to enter that way. So he's not a man. What? Certainly. If the passage is too narrow for a man, it must have been a child. A child? Didn't you tell me that your friend Henriette had a son? Indeed. A son named Raoul. It is infinitely possible, probable, that it is this Raoul who committed the theft. What proof do you have? What proof? There is no lack of proof. For example, he fell silent and thought for a few seconds. Then he continued. So, for example, the bridge or catwalk. It would be unbelievable that a child could bring it from outside the house and carry it away again without being noticed. Yes, he must have used whatever was available to him. In the chamber where Henriette did her cooking, there were shelves hung on that wall where the pots were placed, weren't there? 2 shelves, as far as I remember. It should be confirmed whether these boards are in fact fixed to the wooden brackets that support them. Otherwise, we could imagine that the child unbuckled them and then tied them together. Perhaps also, since there was a stove, he might find the stove hook which he must have used to open the skylight. Without saying a word, the Count left, and this time the others did not feel the slight anxiety around this that they had felt the first time. They knew with certainty that Floriani's predictions were correct, They emanated from this man an air of such rigorous certainty that they listened to him not as if he were deducing facts from one another, but as if he was recounting events as they were happening, and no one was surprised when the Count returned to declare, "It is indeed the child. It is indeed him." Everything attests to that fact. Have you seen the planks? The hook? Yes, the shelf boards have been undone. The hook is still there. Mr. Drew Sabias exclaimed, It's him. You mean rather that it's his mother. Henriette is the only culprit. She must have compelled her son. No, affirmed the Chevalier. The mother had nothing to do with it. Nonsense. They lived in the same room. The child could not have acted without Henriette's knowledge. They lived in the same room, but everything happened in the next room at night while the mother was sleeping. And the necklace, asked the Count, would have been found amongst the child's things. I apologize. He had gone out. The very morning you caught him, he was coming from school, and perhaps the authorities would have been better off searching the child's desk among his class books instead of exhausting its resources examining their innocent mother. Okay, but these 2,000 francs that Henriette received each year, isn't that the best sign of her complicity? If she had been an accomplice, why would she have thanked you for the money? And were they not watching her while the child roams freely? He could easily run to the neighboring towns to trade with any dealer, pawning a diamond or two at a low price as the case may be, under the sole condition that the money must be sent from Paris, whereby it can be repeated every year. An indefinable uneasiness gripped the Drew Savoyes and their guest. There truly was something in Floriani's tone, in his attitude, something other than the certainty that had, from the start, so greatly annoyed the Count. There was something like irony, and an irony that seemed more hostile than sympathetic or friendly as one might have imagined. The Count pretended to laugh. This is all an ingenious and delightful plot. My compliments. What a brilliant imagination. No, no, cried Floriani with more gravity. I am not imagining this. I am pointing out circumstances that were inevitable, as I have shown. How do you know? What you yourself told me. I can imagine the life of the mother and her child, down there at the bottom of the province, the mother falling ill, the tricks and the schemes of the young boy to sell the jewels to save his dying mother, or at the very least to comfort her in her final days. Evil wins. She dies. Years pass. The child grows up, becomes a man. Then, and this time, I'm willing to admit that my imagination is giving free rein. Suppose that this young man feels the need to come back to the place where he once lived as a child, only to see those who suspected and accused his mother. Can you imagine the anguish of such an encounter within the old house where the worst of the drama took place? His words echoed a few seconds in the anxious silence, and the faces of Mr. and Mrs. de Drew suggested a desperate effort to understand, along with the fear and anxiety of what such understanding might mean. The Count whispered, "Who are you, then, sir?" "Me? I am the Chevalier Floriani, whom you met in Palermo, and whom you were kind enough to invite to your home several times already. So what does this story mean? Oh, nothing at all. It's simply a game on my part. I'm trying to imagine the joy that Henriette's son, if he still exists, would have telling you that he was the only culprit, and that he did it because his mother was unhappy and on the verge of losing their modest servant's chamber. The child must have suffered to see his mother so distraught. He spoke with restrained emotions, half standing and leaning towards the Countess. There could be no doubt left. Chevalier Floriani was none other than Henriette's son. Everything in his attitude, in his words, proclaimed it. Besides, wasn't it his obvious intention, his very desire to be recognized as such? The Count hesitated. What behavior was he going to take towards this daring guest? Call the authorities? Cause a scandal? Unmask the person who had once robbed him? But it was so long ago, and who would want to admit to this absurd story of a guilty child? No, it was better to accept the situation, pretending not to grasp its true meaning, and the Count approached Floriani, exclaimed cheerfully, "Very funny, very curious your tale. I swear to you that it fascinates me. But, according to you, what has become of this good young man, this model son? I hope he didn't stop there." "Oh, of course not. Of course not. Not after such an auspicious debut. Taking the Queen's necklace at the age of 6, the famous necklace that Marie Antoinette herself once coveted, and to steal it," observed Floriani, lending himself to the Count's game, "without costing him the least inconvenience, without anyone having the slightest idea of examining the state of the window, or realizing that the window sill was too clean, or that the ledge had been wiped to erase the traces of his passage on the thick dust. We must admit that there was something turning inside the head of a kid his age. Could it have been that easy? All you have to do when you want something is to reach out your hand. Well, he wanted something, and he held out his hand. Both hands." The Chevalier laughing. There was a chill. What mystery was hiding within the life of the so-called Floriani? How extraordinary his adventure's existence must have been. A brilliant thief at 6 years old, and today, with the refinement of a dilettante in search of a thrill, or at least to satisfy a feeling of resentment, come to face his victim in his own home, boldly, madly, and yet with all the authority of a gallant visitor. He got up and approached the Countess to take his leave. She repressed a recoil. He smiled. "Oh, madam, you are afraid. Have I taken my little parlor magic comedy too far?" She controlled herself and replied with the same slightly mocking flippancy, "Not at all, sir. On the contrary, the legend of this good son interests me very much, and I am happy that my necklace was the basis of such a brilliant destiny. But don't you think that the son of this woman, this Henriette, was the victim of his upbringing?" He shuddered, feeling the points, and replied, "I am convinced of it. And he must have taken to his chosen vocation seriously, otherwise the child might have rejected it after his first attempt." "How so?" because, as you know, most of the stones were fake. The only real ones were the few diamonds bought from the English jeweler, the others having been sold one by one according to the harsh necessities of life. "It was still the Queen's necklace, sir," said the Countess haughtily, "and that, it seems to me, is what Henriette's son could not understand." "He must have understood, madam, that fake or not, the necklace was above all an object to be paraded, a badge." Mr. de Croix made a gesture. His wife immediately stopped him. "Sir," she said, "if the man you are referring to has the slightest sense of decency—" She paused, intimidated by Floriani's calm gaze. He repeated, "If that man has the slightest sense of decency?" She felt that she would gain nothing by engaging with him like that, and in spite of herself, in spite of her anger and her indignation, quivering with humiliated pride, she said to him almost politely, "Sir, legend is it that Retaux de Villette, when he had the Queen's necklace in his hands, and had pawned off all the diamonds with Jean de Valois, he did not dare disfigure the mounting. He understood that diamonds were only the ornament, the accessory, but that the mounting was the essential work, the very creation of the artist, and he respected it. Do you think this man understood that as well?" "Well, I have no doubt that the mounting still exists. The child respected it." "Well, sir, if you happen to meet him, you will tell him that he unjustly keeps a relic that is the property and glory of a certain family. And even though he tore the stones from it, the Queen's necklace still belongs to the house of Dreux-Savoy. It belongs to us as much as our name and our honor." The Chevalier replied quite simply, "I will tell him, ma'am." He bowed to her, bowed to the Count, bowed to all others, one after another, and left. 4 days later, Mr. Drew found on the bureau of her room a red case with the arms of the Cardinal on it. She opened it. It was the Queen's necklace. But as with all things in the life of a man concerned with harmony and logic, everything must work towards a unified ending, and a little publicity never hurts. The next day the Echo de France published these sensational headlines: "The Queen's necklace, the famous jewel once stolen from the Dreux-Savoy family, was found by Arsène Lupin. Arsène Lupin hastened to return it to its rightful owners." We can only applaud this delicate and chivalrous gesture. And now that you understand the story, you can tell who these people are. Little Raoul, a little boy, 6 to 7 years old, his mother, living in a small rundown home, a little boy who just wanted to see his mother happy. A thief, yes, but even as a child, one who saw that there were things more important than his own desires, his own happiness. Even as a child, there was a gentleman in him who wanted to help those who desperately needed it. That little boy Raoul grew up to be Arsène Lupin. The Seven of Hearts. I am frequently asked, "How did you meet Arsène Lupin?" No one doubts that I know him. The details that I accumulate on this disconcerting man, the irrefutable facts that I expose, the new evidence that I bring, the interpretation that I give to certain acts of which one had only seen the external manifestations, without penetrating the secret reasons or the invisible mechanisms. All this proves quite well, if not in intimacy, then at least friendly relations and constant confidences with Lupin. But how did I meet him? Where does the honor of being his historiographer come from? Why me, and not some other? The answer is easy. Chance alone presided over a choice that my merit had no influence upon. It was chance that put me in his path. It was chance that I was involved in one of the strangest and most mysterious adventures, and finally by chance that I was an actor in a wonderful drama which he directed, an obscure and complex drama, bristling with such twists and turns that I feel a certain embarrassment trying to describe. The first act takes place during the famous night between June 22nd and 23rd, about which so much has been said, and for my part, let me say it right away that I attribute my rather abnormal behavior on the occasion to a very special state of mind I was in while on my way home. We had dined with friends at the Cascade restaurant, and all evening while smoking and listening to the band play their melancholy waltzes, we talked about crimes, thefts, and other frightening and dark intrigues. This is always a poor way to prepare for sleep. The St. Martins left by automobile while Jean Desprez, the charming and carefree Desprez, who was 6 months later to be tragically killed on the border of Morocco, and I returned on foot by the darkness of the warm night. When he arrived in front of that small hotel on Boulevard Milo in Neuilly, in which I had lived for a year, he said to me, "Aren't you ever afraid?" "What do you mean?" "This place is so isolated, no neighbors, vacant lots. Really, I'm no coward, and yet—" "My, you are quite cheerful." "Oh, I say that as I would say anything else. The St. Martins impressed me with their stories of thieves." Shaking my hand, he walked away. I took my key and opened the door. "Well, that's great," I muttered. "Antoine forgot to light a candle for me." And suddenly I remembered. Antoine was absent. I had given him leave. Immediately the shadows and silence were disagreeable to me. I groped up to my room as quickly as possible, and contrary to habit, I immediately turned the key and bolted the door before lighting a candle. The flame of the candle restored my composure. However, I took care to pull my revolver from its sheath, a large long-range revolver, and I put it next to my bed. This precaution completed my reassurance. I went to bed, and, as usual, to lull myself to sleep, I picked up the book that awaited me, there on the nightstand every evening. I was very surprised, and in place of the letter opener that I was used as a bookmark the day before, there was an envelope sealed with 5 seals of red wax. I grabbed it eagerly. It had my first and last name as an address, along with this message: urgent. A letter to my name? Who could have put it there? A little nervous, I tore the envelope and read, "From the moment you open this letter, whatever happens, whatever you hear, don't move. Don't make a gesture. Don't cry out. Otherwise you are finished. I am not a coward either, and just as capable of it as any other. I know how to stand in the face of real danger, or smile at the chimerical perils that frighten our imagination. But I repeat, I was in an abnormal state of mind, more easily impressionable, my nerves on edge. And besides, was there not something disturbing and inexpressible in all this? Something that would have shaken the soul of even the most intrepid? My fingers gripped the sheet of paper feverishly, and my eyes reread the threatening sentences over and over again. Don't make a gesture. Don't cry out. Otherwise you are finished. Nonsense, I thought. This is some joke, a foolish prank. I was about to laugh. I even wanted to laugh out loud. But what stopped me? What indecisive fear squeezed my throat? I would at least blow out the candle. No, I couldn't blow it out. No gesture or you are finished, the note said. Why fight back against these kinds of suggestions, which are often more compelling than reasonable facts? You have only to close your eyes. So I closed my eyes. And at that moment, a slight noise passed through the silence, followed by crackling. It seemed to me to come from a large adjoining room where I had set up my study on the other side of the anteroom. And we got this really nice illustration here, which you will understand the point of later. The approach of real danger overexcited me, and I considered grabbing my gun and rushing. The article did not go unnoticed. Oh, hold on. It appears I have accidentally skipped a page. Into the room, but I did not rise. In front of me, one of the curtains on the left window had moved. There was no doubt it had stirred, and it was still moving, and as I live, oh, I saw it distinctly. There was, in the too narrow space between the curtains and the windows, a human form whose thickness prevented the material from falling straight. And this being saw me, too. I was sure he saw me through the very wide mesh of the fabric. I understood everything. While the others carried their loot, his mission was to keep me at bay. Get up? Grab a gun? Impossible! He was there, at the slightest gesture, at the slightest cry. I was finished. A violent blow shook the house, followed by small blows in groups of 2 or 3, like those of a hammer, or at least that's what I imagined in the confusion of my brain. Other noises crisscrossed each other, a real uproar that proved that the intruders were not attempting any subtlety and were acting with complete confidence. They were right to feel so. I didn't move. Was it cowardice? No, rather a paralysis. The total inability to move a single one of my limbs. Wisdom, too, because, after all, why fight them? Behind the man there were 10 others who would come to his call. Was I going to risk my life to save some tapestries and some knickknacks? This torture lasted all night. Intolerable torture. A terrible anguish. The noise had stopped, but I kept waiting for it to start again. And the man who watched me, weapon in hand, my frightened gaze never left him. My heart was pounding and sweat streamed from my forehead and all over my body. Suddenly an inexpressible feeling of well-being washed over me. A milkman's carriage. The sound of its rolling I knew well, passed along the boulevard, and at the same time I thought I could see that dawn was slipping between the closed shutters, as a little outside daylight mingled with the shadows. And there you can see him, holding his gun, knowing that he is being robbed. More daylight entered the room, and other carts passed, and all the ghosts of the night vanished. So I slipped an arm towards the table, slowly, shyly, across from me. Nothing stirred. I marked with my eyes the fold of the curtain, the precise place to aim. I calculated the exact number of movements I had to execute. Then, quickly, I grabbed my revolver and fired. I jumped out of bed with a cry of deliverance and leapt to the curtain. The fabric was pierced, the window was pierced, and for the man, I couldn't find him, for the good reason that there was no one there. Nobody. So all night long I had been mesmerized by a fold in the curtain, and during this time criminals were angrily, with an impulse that nothing could stop. I turned the key in the lock, opened the door, crossed the anteroom, opened another door, and I rushed into the room. But a stupor nailed me to the threshold, panting, stunned, even more astonished than I had been by the man's absence. Nothing had disappeared. All the things I assumed were removed, furniture, pictures, old velvets, and old silks. All these things were in their place. An incomprehensible spectacle. I couldn't believe my eyes. Yet the din, the noises, and commotion. I walked around the room, inspected the walls, took inventory of all the things I knew so well. Nothing was missing. And what baffled me the most was that nothing suggested the presence of any evildoers either. No clue. Not a disturbed chair, not a trace of footsteps. Come on, I said to myself, taking my head in both hands. I'm not a madman. I heard something. Inch by inch, with the most careful, investigative precision, I surveyed the room. It was in vain, or rather, could I take this as a discovery? Under a small Persian rug thrown on the floor, I found a card. A playing card. It was the Seven of Hearts. Like all the Seven of Hearts in French card games. But what caught my attention was a rather curious detail. Each of the 7 red heart-shaped marks was pierced with a hole, a round and regular hole, like an owl would have made. And that's the card. That is all. A card and a letter found in a room. Other than that, was that enough to say that I hadn't been the plaything of dreams? All day long I continued my study of the living room. It was a large room, out of proportion to the smallness of their place, the ornamentation of which attested to the bizarre taste of the person who designed it. The floor was a mosaic of small, multicolored stones, forming large symmetrical designs. The same mosaic covered the walls, arranged in panels, Pompeian allegories, Byzantine compositions, frescoes from the Middle Ages. A Bacchus was riding a barrel. A golden-crowned emperor with a flowery beard held a sword in his right hand. At the top, a bit like you would find in a workshop, stood a single large window. This window remained open at night, so it was probable that the men had passed through there using a ladder. But here again nothing was certain. The legs of the ladder would have left traces on the beaten ground outside. But there were none. The grass on the vacant lot that surrounded the place would have been freshly trodden. But it was not. I admit that I had no intention of going to the police. So inconsistent and absurd were the facts that I would have to expose. They would have laughed at me, but 2 days later, it was my assigned day at Gil Blas, the newspaper where I was writing at the time. Obsessed with my adventure, I told my story. The article did not go unnoticed, but I felt that it was not taken seriously, and that it was considered more of a fantasy than a real story. The St. Martins mocked me. Daspry, however, had a certain skill in these matters, and he came to see me about the case, which I explained to him. He pondered it, but without much success. However, one of the following mornings the doorbell rang, and Antoine came to tell me that a gentleman wanted to speak to me. He refused to give his name. I begged him to come up. He was a man of about 40, very dark, with an enigmatic face, and whose clean but worn clothes indicated a concern for elegance that contrasted his rather vulgar manner. Without preamble, he said to me in a hoarse voice, with accents that confirmed the social situation of the individual, "Sir, while traveling the Gil Blas fell under my eyes in a cafe. I read your article. It interested me quite a lot. Thank you. And I had to return." "Oh?" "Yes, to talk to you. Are all the facts you recounted true?" "Absolutely true." "Not a single one your invention?" "Not one." "In that case, I might have some information to give you." "I'm listening." "Not yet." "Not yet?" "Before speaking, I must check to see if the facts are as you say." "And how would you check them?" "I must spend some time alone in this room." I looked at him in surprise. "I can't very well see how." "It is an idea that I had while reading your article. Certain details establish a truly extraordinary coincidence with another adventure that chance has revealed to me. If I am wrong, it is better that I remain silent, and the only way to find out is if I am left alone." What reason might lie beneath this proposal? Later I remembered that in offering it the man had a worried look, an anxious expression on his face. But at any time, although a little surprised, I found nothing particularly abnormal about his request, and my curiosity was piqued. I replied, "Very well. How much time do you need?" "Oh, 3 minutes, no more. In 3 minutes I'll rejoin you." I left the room downstairs. I pulled out my watch. A minute passed. 2 minutes. Why did I feel beleaguered? Why did those brief moments seem more solemn to me than others? 2.5 minutes. 2 3/4. And suddenly a gunshot rang out. I bounded up the steps and entered the room. A cry of horror escaped me. In the middle of the room the man lay motionless, lying on his left side. Blood was flowing from his skull mixed with brain debris. Near his fist, a smoking gun. A final convulsion stirred him, and that was all. But even more than this appalling spectacle, something struck me. Something that prevented me from immediately crying for help, or from throwing myself on my knees to see if the man was breathing. 2 steps from him, on the ground, There was a 7 of hearts. I picked it up. The 7 points of the 7 red hearts were each pierced with a hole. Half an hour later, the police commissioner from Neuilly arrived. Then the forensic doctor. Then the head of the Sûreté, Mr. Didowai. I was careful not to touch the corpse. Nothing should disturb the scene of a crime. They were brief, since nothing was discovered at first, or rather very little. No papers in the dead man's pockets, no name upon his clothes. In short, not a clue capable of establishing his identity. And the room was in precisely the same condition as before. The furniture had not been disturbed, and the objects had remained in their original position. Yet this man had not come to my house with the sole intention of killing himself, or because he judged my home to be more suitable than any other for his suicide. It was necessary to determine a motive for this act of despair, and that motive must have resulted from some new fact that he discovered during the 3 minutes he had been alone. What fact? What had he seen? What had surprised him? What dreadful secret had he uncovered? Nothing could be assumed. But at that last moment, something occurred that appeared of considerable interest to us. As 2 officers bent down to lift the corpse onto a stretcher, they noticed that the left hand, hitherto closed and clenched, had relaxed, and that a crumpled business card fell from it. This card bore the words, Georges Andermatt, 37, Rue de Paris. What did this mean? Georges Andermatt was a rich banker from Paris, founder and president of the metal exchange which had kindled the metallurgical industry of France. He was the driver's seat, owning a mail coach, an automobile, and a racing stable. His social affairs were well attended, and Miss Andermatt was noticed for her grace and beauty. Could that be the name of the deceased? I whispered. The head of the Sûreté leaned forward. That's not him. Mr. Andermatt is a pale, somewhat grizzled man. But then why this card? Do you have a telephone, sir? Yes, in the hall. Come with me. He took out the directory and called 41521. Is Miss Andermatt at home? Please tell him that Mr. Dudoway is asking him to come in haste to 102 Boulevard Malot. It's urgent. 20 minutes later, Mr. Andermatt stepped out of his automobile. They explained to him the reason for his summoning, then led him to the corpse. He displayed a moment of emotion which contrasted his other collected expression, and he said in a low voice, as if speaking in spite of himself, Etienne Varin. Do you know him? No, or rather yes, but only slightly. His brother. He had a brother? Yes, Alfred Varin. His brother once came to ask me. I don't know what about. Where does he live? The 2 brothers live together on Rue de Provence, I believe. And you do not suspect any reason why this one may have killed himself? Not at all. However, he held this card in his hand. Your card with your address. I don't understand anything. This is obviously a mere coincidence that the investigation will explain. A curious coincidence, I thought, and I felt that everyone shared the same opinion. I found the same impression in the newspapers the next day, and among all of my friends with whom I spoke about this adventure, in the midst of the complicated mysteries, after the disconcerting double discovery of the 7 of hearts 7 times pierced, after 2 baffling events in my own home, this visiting card finally seemed to promise some light. Through it we would arrive at the truth. But contrary to expectations, Mr. Andermatt provided no explanation. "I told you what I know," he kept repeating. "What more do you want? I'm equally amazed that this card has been found there, and I'm waiting like everyone else for this point to be clarified." It was not. The investigation concluded that the Varenne brothers, Swiss by origin, had led under different names a very eventful life, frequenting gambling dens, in contact with a variety of foreigners whom the police had pursued after a series of burglaries, in which their involvement was not established until later. At number 24 Rue de Provence, where the Varenne brothers had indeed lived 6 years prior, no one knew what had become of them. I confess that for my part this affair seemed so confusing that I hardly believed it would be solved. So I tried not to think of it any more. But on the contrary, Jean Desprez, who I saw a lot at the time, grew more passionate every day. I knew he was informed. It was he who informed me of this piece from a foreign newspaper that all the press reproduced and commented on. "The first test of a submarine which will revolutionize the future of naval warfare will be conducted in the presence of the Emperor in a place that will be kept secret until the last minute. An indiscretion has revealed the vessel's name to us, Le Sept de Cœur, the Seven of Hearts. Was this a coincidence? Or is there a link between the name of the submarine and the incidents we have been discussing? But a link of what kind? What was going on here? Could it possibly relate to what was going on there?" "What do you know?" Desprez asked me. "The most unrelated consequences often come from a single cause." And here we see the dead Varenne brother and, the king there. And we also see, Mr. Andermatt. And again, it's a beautifully done illustration. 2 days later, another headline reached me. "It is claimed that the plans of the Septico, the submarine whose experiment will take place shortly, were prepared by French engineers. These engineers, having successfully solicited the support of their compatriots, turned it to the English Admiralty without success. We report this news without reservation. I do not dare wish to endorse facts of such an extremely delicate nature that had once provoked considerable excitement. However, since any danger of complication had been ruled out, I must speak of an article in the Echo de France that made quite a stir, and which threw some clarity and confusion on the Septico affair, as it had indeed been referred. Here it is, as it appeared under the signature of Salvatore." And that's a very nice illustration of Lupin there. "The Septico affair, a corner of the veil raised. We will be brief. 10 years ago, a young mining engineer, Louis Lacombe, eager to devote his time and his fortune into the studies he was pursuing, resigned and rented a small house at number 102 Boulevard, Malo, that an Italian count had recently built and decorated. With the help of two individuals, the Varenne brothers from Lausanne, one of whom assisted him in his experiments while the other looked for financial sponsors, he was introduced to Mr. Georges Andermatt, the founder of the Metal Exchange. After several interviews, he managed to interest the banker in a submarine project he was working on, and it was understood that as soon as the invention was complete, Mr. Andermatt would use his influence to obtain a series of trials from the Ministry of the Navy. For 2 years, Louis Lacombe diligently frequented the Andermatt Hotel and submitted to the banker the improvements he made to his project until the day when, satisfied with his work, having found the final formula he was looking for, he begged Mr. Andermatt to take up the campaign with the ministry. That day Louis Lacombe dined with the Andermatt family. He left in the evening around 11:30. We haven't seen him since. Newspaper accounts of the time show that the young man's family went to the authorities, but no conclusions were reached. It was generally accepted that Louis Lacombe, widely considered an imaginative and spontaneous type, had gone on a trip without telling anyone. We would consider this hypothesis improbable. A question arises, one of significance for our country. What happened to the plans for the submarine? Did Louis Lacombe take them with him, or were they destroyed? Through a very serious investigation we have carried out, it appears that these plans still exist in the hands of the Varin brothers. How did they obtain them? We haven't been able to establish that yet, nor do we know why they haven't tried to sell them instead. Were they worried that they would be asked how they acquired them? If that were the case, this fear did not last long, as we can safely say this. Louis Lacombe's plans are now on the property of a foreign power, and we are able to publish a correspondence exchange between the Varin brothers and the representatives of this power on this very subject. Currently, the septicue imagined by Louis Lacombe is being produced by our neighbors. Will reality meet the optimistic expectations of those who were embroiled in this foreign betrayal? We have reasons to hope otherwise, and we would like to believe that the events will not turn out against us. A postscript added. Later, our hopes paid off. The sources allowed us to announce that the tests of the septicue were not satisfactory. It was quite probable that the plans delivered from the Varin brothers lacked the final document brought by Louis Lacombe to Mr. Andermatt on the evening of his disappearance, a document essential to the total understanding of the project, a sort of summary in which we find the final conclusions, assessments, and measurements contained in the other papers. Without this document, the plans are imperfect. Just as without the plans, the document itself is useless. So there is still time to act and take back what is ours. For this very difficult task, we are each very much counting on the assistance of Mr. Andermatt. He will be keen to explain the inexplicable behavior he has exhibited from the start. He should not only say why he did not tell us what he knew at the time of Etienne Varin's suicide, but also why he never revealed the disappearance of the papers of which he was very well aware. He must tell us why, for 6 years, he had the Varin brothers watched by his agents under his pay. We expect not just words from him, but actions. Otherwise, the threat was clearly suggested. But what was it? What means of intimidations did Salvatore, the anonymous author of the article, have over Mr. Andermatt? A swarm of reporters assailed the banker, and 10 interviews expressed the disdain for which he responded to this formal notice, after which the editors of the Echo de France retaliated with these words. Whether Mr. Andermatt likes it or not, he is, from now on, a collaborator in the work that we undertake. On the day these words appeared, Daspry and I had dinner together. In the evening, with the newspapers spread out on the table, we discussed the matter and examined it all in all its aspects, with the irritation one would experience walking in perpetual darkness, constantly running into the same obstacles. Then, suddenly, without any warning from my servant, and without the doorbell's ringing, the door opened, and a lady answered, covered by a thick veil. I stood immediately and stepped forward. She said to me, "It is you, sir, who live here?" "Yes, madam, but I confess how the gate on the boulevard was not locked," she explained. "But the door to the hall?" She didn't answer, and I thought she must have walked around the back stairs. Did she know the way? There was a somewhat embarrassed silence. She looked at Daspry. Catching myself, I introduced him, as I would have done in any normal scenario. Then I begged her to sit down and explain to me the purpose of her visit. She took off her veil, and I saw that she was very dark-haired, with a regular face, and if not very beautiful, at least with an infinite charm which came mainly from her eyes, serious and pained as they were. She simply said, "I'm Mrs. Andermatt." "Mrs. Andermatt," I repeated with astonishment. A new silence, and she continued in a calm voice with the most collected manner, "I come about this affair that you are familiar with. I thought maybe I would get some information from you." "My word, madam, I don't know any more about what the newspapers have said. Please tell me how I can help you." I don't know. Only then did I realize that her calmness was fictitious, and that beneath this air of perfect security hid a great confusion. We were both silent, embarrassed, but Daspry, who had not ceased to watch her, approached and said, "May I ask you a few questions, madame?" "Oh, yes," she cried, "I will answer." "You will answer whatever these questions?" "Whatever they are." And there's the three of them there. He considered this and asked, "Do you know Louis Lacombe?" "Yes, through my husband." "When was the last time you saw him?" "The night he dined with us." "That evening, did anything lead you to think that you would not see him again?" No, he had indeed alluded to a trip to Russia, but only vaguely. "So you expected to see him again?" "2 days later, for dinner." "And how would you explain his disappearance?" "I can't explain it." "What about Mr. Andermatt?" "I don't know. But don't ask me about it. The Echo de France article seems to say what it seems to say is that the Varron brothers had something to do with his disappearance. Is that your opinion?" "Yes." "What is your conviction based on?" "When we left, Louis Lacombe carried a briefcase that contained all the papers relating to his project. 2 days later there was an exchange between my husband and one of the Varron brothers, the one who is still living, during which my husband obtained proof that these papers were in their possession." "And he didn't accuse them?" "No. Why not?" "Because there was something other than Louis Lacombe's papers in the briefcase." "What?" She hesitated, about to answer, then finally fell silent. Daspry continued, "So this is the reason why your husband had the two brothers watched without notifying the police. He hoped to take back both the papers and this compromising thing that the two brothers had been blackmailing him with. Him and me." "Ah, you too?" "Me in particular." She articulated these 3 words in a hollow voice. Daspry watched her, took a few steps, and turning her head, asked, "You corresponded with Louis Lacombe?" "Certainly. My husband had business with him." "Apart from official letters, did you write to Louis Lacombe?" "Other letters. Excuse my insistence." "But it is essential to know the whole truth. Have you written any other letters?" Blushing, she whispered, "Yes." "And the Varron brothers had these letters?" "Yes." "So does Mr. Andermatt know?" "He did not see them, but Alfred Varron revealed their existence to him, threatening to publish them if my husband acted against them. My husband was scared, but he wished to avoid a scandal. Only he did everything he could to snatch those letters from them. He did everything he could, at least, I assume so, because after that last exchange with Alfred Varron, and after the few violent words he used to tell me about it, there's been no more intimacy or trust between us. We live like two strangers. In that case, if you have nothing to lose, what are you afraid of? No matter how indifferent I may have become to him, I am the one he loved, the one he would still love. Oh, of that I'm sure, she whispered in ardent voice. He would have loved me again if he hadn't gotten hold of those damn letters. What? He succeeded? But the two brothers were cautious, weren't they? Yes, and they even boasted of having a safe hiding place. So then, I have every reason to believe that my husband discovered the hiding place. Tell us, where? Here. I jumped. Here? Yes, as I have always expected. Louis Lacombe was very ingenious and passionate about mechanics, but amused himself in his spare time by making chests and locks. The Varron brothers must have known that, and subsequently used one of those hiding places to hide the letters, and other things, no doubt. But they didn't live here, I cried. Until your arrival 4 months ago, this building remained occupied, so it is likely that they would have come back here, and they furthermore would not have thought that your presence would interfere with them on the day they needed to retrieve the papers. But they did not count on my husband, who, on the night between June 22nd and 23rd, broke open the safe, took what he was looking for, leaving his card to show the two brothers that he no longer had to fear them, and that the tables had been turned. 2 days later, warned by the article in Gil Blas, Etienne Varron came to your house in haste, entered the room alone, found the safe empty, and killed himself. After a moment, Desperate asked, "That's a sound yes. Or did Mr. Andermatt tell you that?" "No." "Has his attitude towards you changed? Does he seem darker? More concerned to you?" "No." "And yet you think it would be so if he had found the letters. In my opinion, he doesn't have them. I don't believe he was the one who broke in here on the night of June 22nd. But who, then? The mysterious character who leads this affair, who holds all the threads, and who directs it towards a goal that we can only glimpse through his numerous complications. This mysterious stranger, this character, whose visible and all-powerful actions have felt since the first hour. It was he and his friends who entered this house on June 22nd. He was the one who discovered the hiding place. He was the one who left Mr. Andermatt's card, and he was the one who now holds the correspondence and the evidence of the betrayal by the Varron brothers." "Who?" I interrupted impatiently. "The correspondent of the Echo de France, this Salvator. Isn't that blindingly obvious? Does he not give details in his article that only the man who has penetrated the two brothers' secrets could know?" "If that's the case," stammered Miss Andermatt with terror, "he also has my letters, and he in turn now threatened my husband. Oh, my word, what am I to do?" "Write to him," Desperate said clearly. "Confide in him bluntly. Tell him everything you know and everything you can learn." "What are you saying?" Your interest is the same as his. He has no doubt that he is acting against the surviving brother. He is not seeking conflict with Mr. Andermatt, but with Alfred Varron. Help him." "How? Does your husband have this missing document that supplements and enables the use of Louis Lacombe's plans?" "Yes. Notify Salvatore if necessary. Try to get this document to him. In short, enter into correspondence with him. What are you risking? At first glance, the advice was bold, dangerous even. But Miss Aldermat had little choice, and as Daspry said, what did she have to lose? If the stranger was an enemy, this would not make any matter worse. If the stranger pursuing a particular goal, he would only attach secondary importance to those letters. Either way, it was a plan, and Miss Andermatt in her dismay was only too happy to join it. She thanked us profusely and promised to keep us informed. In fact, 2 days later, she sent us this note, which she had received in response. The letters weren't there, but I will get them. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. S. I took the paper. It was the same handwriting as the note that had been inserted in my bedside book on the evening of June 22nd. Daspry was therefore right. Salvatore was the great organizer of this affair. We were beginning to discern some glimmers of light through the darkness that surrounded us, and at some points were illuminated with unexpected clarity. But how many other details remained obscure, such as the discovery of the 2 7 of heart cards? Personally, I always returned to that element, more intrigued perhaps than necessary by these 2 cards, whose 7 small pierced symbols had caught my eyes in such a disturbing manner. What role did they play in the drama? What importance did we attribute to them? What conclusion could we draw from the fact that the submarine built upon Louis Lacombe's plans bore the name Septicue? Daspry paid little attention to those 2 cards, focusing on another problem whose solution seemed more urgent to him. He tirelessly sought the famous hiding place. And who knows, he said, I might not find the letters. Salvatore didn't find them. Perhaps by accident. It was rather unbelievable that the Varin brothers would have removed such an invaluable weapon from a place they assumed was inaccessible. As he continued to look, the great hall soon had no more secrets from him. So he extended his investigation to all of the other rooms in the building. He scrutinized the interior and exterior. He examined the stones and bricks of the walls. He lifted the very slates of the roof. One day, he arrived with pick and a shovel, handed me the shovel, kept the pick, and pointing to the vacant adjacent lot, said, Let's go. I followed him without enthusiasm. He divided the land into several sections, which he inspected in turn. But in a corner at the angle formed by the walls of the 2 neighboring properties, a pile of rubble and rocks covered with brambles and grasses caught his attention. He attacked it. I had to help him. For an hour under the full sun we toiled incessantly. When we reached the ground beneath the scattered stone, Daspry's pickaxe exposed the skeletal remains around which scraps of clothing still unraveled, and suddenly I felt myself grow pale. I saw a small iron plate cut in the shape of a rectangle, stuck in the ground, on which I seemed to distinguish red spots. I bent down. The plate had the dimensions of a playing card, and the red spots, rusted away in some places, were 7 in number, arranged like the 7 symbols on a 7 of hearts, pierced with a hole at each of the 7 points. Listen, Daspry. I have enough of all this stuff. Good for you if you interest you. Me, I'm leaving. Was it emotion? Was it fatigue carried out under a harsh sun? Regardless, I staggered away to bed, where I remained 48 hours, feverish and burning, obsessed with skeletons dancing around me, throwing their bloody hearts at my head. Daspry was dear to me. Every day he visited for 3 or 4 hours, which he spent in the great hall, snooping, banging, and tapping. The letters are here in this room. He would come and tell me from time to time. They are here. I will put my hand in the fire if I'm wrong. Leave me alone, I replied, horrified. On the morning of the third day, I got up, still quite weak, but recovered. A substantial lunch comforted me, but a letter received around 5 o'clock contributed more than anything to my complete recovery, piquing my curiosity once again in spite of everything. Sir, the drama, whose first act took place on the night between June 22nd and 23rd, is coming to an end. The sheer force of circumstances require that I bring the two main characters of this drama together, and that this confrontation take place at your home. I would be infinitely grateful if you would lend me your place for this very evening. It would be good if your servant were away from 9 to 11 o'clock, and it would be better if you yourself would be so kind as to leave the field free to these two adversaries. You will recall that during the night between June 22nd and 23rd, I showed respect for all of your belongings. I would not want to insult you by doubting your absolute discretion with this matter. Yours, Salvatore. There was a tone of courteous irony in this missive, and a fanciful nature to the request expressed therein. It was charmingly casual, and my correspondent seemed so confident that I would comply, for nothing in the world would have disappointed him or responded to his confidence with ingratitude. At 8 o'clock my servant, who I had offered a ticket to the theatre, had left. When Daspry arrived, I showed him the little note. "Well?" he asked. "Well, I left the garden gate open so they can enter." "And are you leaving?" "Never in my life." "But you were asked." "They asked me for discretion. I will be discreet. But I really want to see what will happen." Daspry laughed. "Well, you're right, and I'm staying too. I doubt that we will be bored." The sound of the doorbells interrupted him. "Here already?" he whispered. "And 20 minutes early. Incredible." From the hall I pulled the cord that opened the gate. A woman's silhouette crossed the garden. Miss Andermatt. She seemed upset, and through labored breath she stammered, "My husband. He's coming. He has an appointment. We have to get the letters." "How do you know?" I asked. "By chance, a note my husband received during dinner." "A telegram?" "A telephone message. The servant gave it to me by mistake. My husband took it right away, but it was too late. I had already read it." "What did it say?" "Essentially, be at the Boulevard Melot at 9 o'clock this evening, with the documents relating to the affair in exchange for the letters. After dinner I retired to my chambers, and left to come here." "Unbeknownst to Mr. Andermatt?" "Yes." Daspry looked at me. "What do you think?" "Same as you, that Mr. Andermatt is one of the opponents summoned." "By whom, and for what purpose?" "This is precisely what we will find out." I led them into the great hall. We could, in a pinch, stand all three under the fireplace mantel, hidden behind the velvet curtain. We settled down there. Miss Andermatt sat between us. Through the slits in the curtain the whole room was visible. 9 o'clock struck. A few minutes later the garden gate creaked on its hinges. I admit that I felt a certain anxiety, and that a new fever overexcited me. I was about to know the key to the puzzle. The disconcerting adventure whose events had unfolded before me for weeks would finally reveal its true meaning, and the final battle was going to be fought before my eyes. Dasby grasped Miss Andermatt's hand and whispered, "Above all, do not move. Whatever you hear or see, remain still." Someone entered. I recognized him immediately based on his great resemblance to Etienne Varin, his brother Alfred. He had the same heavy gait, the same earthy face covered by a beard. He entered with the worried air of a man who is used to fearing pitfalls around him, who can sense them and avoid them. With a glance he took in the room, and I had the impression that this fireplace, hidden by a velvet curtain, did not please him. He took 3 steps towards us, but an idea no doubt more commanding diverted him, for he turned towards the wall, stopped in front of the mosaic of the old king with the flowered beard and flaming sword, and examined it for a long time. Mounting a chair, his finger followed the outline of the shoulder and face, and he tapped certain parts of the image. Then suddenly he jumped from his chair and walked away from the wall. Footsteps echoed. On the threshold appeared Mr. Andermatt. The banker gave a cry of surprise. "You? You! Did you call me?" "Me, not at all," protested Varin in a broken voice that reminded me of his brother's. "It was your letter that brought me here." "My letter?" "A letter signed by you in which you offer me—" "I didn't write to you." "You haven't written to me?" Instinctively Varin raised his guard, not against the banker, but against the unknown enemy who had drawn them into this trap. A second time his eyes turned to our side of the room, and quickly he made his way to the door. Mr. Andermatt barred his way. "What are you doing, Varin? There are machinations afoot that I don't like. I am leaving. Good evening." "Wait a minute. Come, Mr. Andermatt, don't insist. We have nothing to say to each other." "We have a lot to say to each other, and this is the perfect opportunity." "Let me pass." "No, no, no. You will not pass." Varin stepped back, intimidated by the banker's resolute attitude, and he mumbled, "Then let's talk quickly, and let it be over." One thing surprised me, and I had no doubt that my other 2 companions felt the same disappointment. How could it be that Salvatore was not there? Was it part of his plan to intervene? Or did the mere confrontation of the banker and Varin seem sufficient to him? I was singularly disturbed. Because of his absence, this duel which he wanted, he orchestrated, took on the tragic appearance of serendipity, and merely the rigorous order of destiny that forced these 2 men against each other, all the more impressive since luck had left them both. After a moment, Mr. Andermatt approached Varin, and, face to face, eye to eye, said, "Now that years have passed, and you have nothing more to fear, answer me frankly, Varin. What did you do with Louis Lacombe?" "That's quite the question. As if I could know what happened to him." "You know. You knew. You and your brother were attached to his footsteps. You almost lived with him in this very house where we stand. You were aware of all his work, all of his projects, and on the last evening when I escorted Louis Lacombe to my door, I saw 2 figures hiding in the shadows. I am ready to swear by that." "What would you swear?" "That it was you and your brother Varin." "Prove it." "The best proof is that 2 days later you yourself showed me the papers and plans that you had collected in Lacombe's briefcase, and that you offered to sell them to me. How did you come by these papers?" "I told you, Mr. Andermatt. We found them on Louise Lacombe's table the next morning after his disappearance." "That's a lie." "Prove it." "Justice will prove it." "Then why didn't you go to the law?" "Why? Why?" He fell silent, his face dark. The other man continued. "You see, Mr. Andermatt, if you had the slightest certainty, the little threat we made against you would not have prevented—" "What threat? Those letters?" Do you imagine that I ever believed they existed for a moment? And as you can see, there's everybody there watching this pretty scary confrontation right here. And if you did not believe those letters existed, why did you offer me 1,000 francs and 100 francs to get them back? And why have you since hunted my brother and I like animals to recover the plans? Nonsense, it was for the letters. Once in possession of the letters, you could denounce us no sooner than I would have let go of them. He burst into laughter, which he suddenly cut short. But enough of this. No matter how often we repeat the same words, we will not be any further ahead. Therefore, we should leave matters as they stand. We won't leave matters, said the banker, and since you mentioned the letters, you won't get out of here until you give them back to me. I will leave as I please. No, you won't. Listen, Mr. Andermatt, I advise you. You won't leave here. We shall see, Varin said with such rage that Mr. Andermatt could not stifle a faint cry. He must have heard it, for he tried to force his way past Mr. Andermatt, who stopped him violently. I then saw him slip his hand into his jacket pocket. For the last time. Letters first. Varin drew a revolver and, aiming at Mr. Andermatt, said, "Yes or no?" The banker stooped briskly. A shot burst out. The weapon fell. I was amazed. The shot had sprung from near me, and it was Daspry who, with a bullet from a pistol, had blown the weapon out of Alfred Varin's hand. He suddenly, stepping between the two adversaries, facing Varin, he sneered. "You are lucky, my friend, very lucky. I was aiming for your hand, but only struck the gun." Both stared at him, motionless and confused. He said to the banker, "You will excuse me, sir, for meddling in things that do not concern me, but really you are playing your part too clumsily. Let me hold the cards." Turning to the other, "It's between the two of us, comrade. Play fair, please. The trump card is hearts, and I play the 7. And 3 inches from Varin's nose he held the iron plate marked with 7 red dots. Never had I seen such a reaction. Livid, eyes wide, features twisted with anguish. The man seemed hypnotized by the image presented to him. "Who are you?" he stammered. "I already explained. A man who takes care of what does not concern him, but who takes care of it thoroughly." "What do you want?" "Everything you bought." "I didn't bring anything." "You did, otherwise you would not have come. You received a note this morning summoning you here at 9 o'clock, asking you to bring all the papers you had. Now, here you are. Where are the papers?" There was in Daspry's voice, as in his demeanor, an authority that baffled me. A whole new way of acting for this rather casual and gentle man. Absolutely tamed. Varin pointed to one of his pockets. "The papers are there." "All of them?" "Yes." "All the ones you found in Louis Lacombe's briefcase and sold to Major von Lieben?" "Yes." "All the are they copies or the original?" "The original." "How much do you want for them?" 100,000. Daspry laughed. "You're crazy. The Major only gave you 20,000. 20,000 thrown into the water since the test failed. We don't know how to use the plans, because the plans are incomplete. So why are you asking me for them? I need them. I will offer you 5,000 francs, not a penny more. 10,000, not a penny less." "Agreed." Daspry returned to Mr. Andermatt. "Please sign a check in that amount, sir." "But I don't have your checkbook." "Here it is." Dumbfounded, Mr. Andermatt examined the checkbook Daspry handed him. "This is mine. How did you—" "No idle words, please, dear sir. You only have to sign." The banker pulled out his pen and signed. Varin put out his hand. "Keep your hands up," Daspry said. "It is not over yet." And addressing the banker, "There is also a matter of letters that you sought. Yes, a bundle of letters. Where are they, Varin?" "I don't have them." "Where are they, Varin?" "I don't know. My brother took care of them. They're hidden here, in this room." "Then how— then you know where they are?" "How would I know?" "Wasn't it you who visited the hiding place? You seem as knowledgeable as Salvatore." "The letters are not in the hiding place." "They are. Open it." Varin gave a look of suspicion. Were Daspry and Salvatore really one and the same, as everything would suggest? If so, he risked nothing by revealing an already known hiding place. Otherwise it was useless. "Open it," Daspry repeated. "I don't have a 7 of hearts." "Yes, you do. This one," Daspry said, holding out the iron plate. Varin recoiled in horror. "No, no, I don't want it." "Never mind." Daspry walked over to the old monarch with his flowery beard, climbed onto a chair, and applied the 7 of hearts to the bottom of the sword, against the hilt, so that the edges of the plate exactly overlapped the 2 edges of the sword. Then with an awl he pierced each of the 7 holes at the end of the 7 points of the 7 hearts, in turn pressing 7 of the small mosaic stones. As the 7th small stone was pressed, a trigger occurred, and the king's entire bust swiveled, unmasking a large opening, fitted out like a chest, with iron facings and 2 beams of gleaming steel. "You see, Varin, the safe is empty." "Indeed. Then my brother must have removed the letters." Daspry came back to the man and said, "Don't play me for a fool. There is another hiding place." "Where is it?" "There are no more. Is it money that you want?" "How much?" 10,000. "Mr. Andermatt, are these letters worth 10,000 francs to you?" "Yes," said the banker in a loud voice. Varin closed the chest, took the 7 of hearts with visible reluctance, and applied it to the sword against the hilt, in precisely the same place. Successively he inserted the awl into the end of the 7 heart points. There was a second trigger, but this time, unexpectedly, it was only part of the chest that swiveled open, unmasking a smaller chest made in the very thickness of the door that closed the larger one. The bundle of letters was there, tied with a string. Varin handed it to Daspry. He asked, "Is the check ready, Mr. Andermatt?" "Yes." "And you also have the last document that you received from Louis Lacombe that completes the plan for the submarine?" "Yes." And here we see the honestly really cool safe. The exchange took place. Daspry pocketed the document and the check and offered the bundle of letters to Mr. Andermatt. "This is what you wanted, sir." The banker hesitated a moment, as if he was afraid to touch those cursed pages that he had sought so harshly. Then, with a nervous gesture, he grabbed it. Next to me I heard a moan. I grabbed Mrs. Andermatt's hand. It was frozen. Daspry said to the banker, "I believe, sir, that our conversation is over." "Oh, do not thank me, please. Chance alone willed that I could be of use to you." Mr. Andermatt withdrew. He took his wife's letters to Louis Lacombe. "Very well," Daspry cried delightedly. "Everything is working out for the best. We just have to wrap up our case, comrade. Do you have the papers?" "They are all there." Daspry scanned them, examined them carefully, and stuffed them into his pocket. "Perfect. You kept your word. But what? The 2 checks, the money. Well, you have some gall, my good man. How dare you ask a thing? I claim what is owed to me. So we owe you something for the papers you stole? But the man seemed beside himself. He was shaking with anger, his eyes bloodshot. The money, the 20,000, he stammered. Impossible, I need it myself. The money. Come on, be reasonable, and leave your dagger alone. Daspry grabbed Varen's arm so brutally that the other screamed in pain. He added, Step outside, comrade. The air will do you good. Do you want me to escort you? We will go through the vacant lot nearby, and I will show you a heap of stones under which— That's not true. That's a lie. But yes, it is true. The little iron plate with the 7 red dots came from there. It never left Louis Lacombe's side, remember? You and your brother buried it with his corpse, and with the other things that will be of great interest to the law. Varen covered his face with his angry fist. Then he said, That's it. I'm beaten. Let's stop talking about it. One word, however. One thing I would like to know. I'm listening. Was there a small container in the safe in the larger of the two? Yes. When you came here, the night between June 22nd and 23rd, was it there? Yes. What did it contain? Everything the Varen brothers had sealed in there. A nice collection of jewels, diamonds, and pearls, pilfered from here and there by said brothers. And you took them? Of course. Put yourself in my shoes. So it was by noting the disappearance of the container that my brother killed himself. Probably. The disappearance of your correspondence with Major von Lieben would not have been enough. But the disappearance of that fortune, is that all you have to ask me? One more thing. You name. You ask that as if you had ideas of revenge. Of course. Luck turns. Today you are in power. Tomorrow it'll be you. It should hope so. Your name. Arsène Lupin. Arsène Lupin? The man staggered as if rocked by a blow from a club. Those 2 words seemed to deprive him of all hope. Daspry laughed. Ah, did you imagine that a Mr. Durant or Dupont could have set up an affair like this? Come on, at least one Arsène Lupin was needed. And now that you know, my little one, go prepare your revenge. Arsène Lupin will wait for you. And he rushed Varen out without another word. Daspry, Daspry, I cried, again giving him the name by which I had known him, in spite of myself. I pushed aside the velvet curtain. He came running. What is it? Madame Andermatt is unwell. He hastened, applied some smelling salts, and while taking care of her, questioned me. What happened? The letters, I said to him, the letters from Louis Lacombe that you gave to her husband. He slapped his forehead. She believed that I had done that. But yes, after all, she would believe me. Fool that I am. Miss Andermatt, once revived, listened avidly. He took out his wallet, a small package, similar in all respects to the one Mr. Andermatt took with him. Here are your letters, madam. The real ones. But the others? The others are the same as these, but copied by me last night and carefully arranged. Your husband will be all the more pleased to read them, not suspecting the substitution since everything appeared before his eyes. But the handwriting, there is no handwriting that cannot be imitated. She thanked him with the same words of gratitude that she would have used to address a man in her social circle, clearly suggesting that she must not have heard the last words exchanged between Varen and Arsène Lupin. I looked at him with some embarrassment, not knowing quite what to say to this old friend who revealed himself to me in such an unforeseen light. Lupin. It was Lupin. My club companion was none other than Lupin. I couldn't believe it. But he said quite at ease, You can say goodbye to Jean Daspry. Ha! Yes, Jean d'Aspry is going on a trip. I'll send him to Morocco. It's quite possible that he will find a worthy inn there. I may even admit that this was his intention. But Arsène Lupin will remain? Oh, more than ever. Arsène Lupin is still only starting his career, and he is counting on an irrepressible impulse of curiosity threw myself at him to create some distance from Miss Andermatt. So you ended up discovering the second hiding place, the one where the bundle of letters was, after a great deal of trouble. It was only yesterday afternoon while you were in bed, and yet, God knows how easy it was. But the simplest things are the ones you think of last. And showing me the 7 of hearts, I guessed correctly that to open the big chest you had to press this card against the mosaic man's sword. How did you guess that? Easily, through private information. I knew when coming here on the evening of June 22nd. After leaving me. Yes, and after having put you in a state of mind as to be nervous and impressionable by means of selected conversations, someone like you would inevitably have to let me act as I pleased, without getting out of bed. You reasoned correctly, so I knew coming here that there was a container hidden in a safe with a secret lock, and that the 7 of hearts was the key to that lock. It was only a question of placing this 7 of hearts in a place that was visibly reserved for it. 1 hour of examination was enough for me. 1 hour? Observe the man in the mosaic. The old emperor? The old emperor is the exact representation of the King of Hearts in all card games. Charlemagne. Indeed. But why does the 7 of hearts sometimes open the large chest, sometimes the small one? And why did you only open the large chest first? Why, I always placed my 7 of hearts in the same direction. Only yesterday I noticed that by turning it over, that is to say, by putting the 7th point, the one in the middle, in the air instead of pointing it down, the arrangement of the 7 holes was different. Of course. Obvious, of course, but you still had to think about it. Another thing, you didn't know the history of the letters before Madame Andermatt talked about them in front of me? Yes, I only discovered the correspondence of the 2 brothers in the safe, besides the coffer, correspondence which would put me on the path of their betrayal. Then it was by mere chance that you were led first to reconstruct the story of the 2 brothers, then to search for the plans and documents of the submarine? Pure chance. But what were you originally searching for? D'Aspry interrupted me, laughing. My word, how this affair interests you. It fascinates me. Well, in a little while, after I have escorted Madame Andermatt back and sent the Echo de France the note that I'm going to write, I will come back and we will discuss the details. He sat down and wrote one of those little pithy notes in which the public's fancy is entertained. Who doesn't remember the noise that it made around the world? Arsène Lupin has solved the problem that Salvatore recently posed. Possessing the original documents and plans by the engineer Louis Lacombe, he has delivered them into the hands of the Minister of the Navy at the premier subscriber to offer the nation the first submarine built according to these designs. He registered the subscription for the sum of 20,000 francs. The 20,000 francs of Mr. Andermatt's checks? I asked him when he gave me the paper to read. Precisely. It is fair that Varin partly redeems his betrayal. And that's how I got to know Arsène Lupin. That is how I knew that Jean d'Aspry, a comrade from the social club, was none other than Arsène Lupin, gentleman thief. That is how I forged a very pleasant bond of friendship with this great man, and how little by little, thanks to the confidence with which he is willing to honor me, I became his very humble, very faithful, and very grateful historiographer. And there he is. writing down the stories of Arsène Lupin. Madame Imbert's safe. At 3 o'clock in the morning, there was half a dozen carriages in front of one of the little studio houses that made up the only side of the Boulevard Berthier. The door to this house opened and a group of guest men and women exited. 4 automobiles departed from right to left, leaving only 2 gentlemen remaining on the avenue, parting at the corner of the Rue des Courcelles, where one of them lived, the other resolved to walk back to the Porte Malo. He crossed the Avenue des Villers and continued on the sidewalk opposite the fortifications. On the beautiful winter night, pure and cold, it was a pleasant walk. He breathed well. The sound of his footsteps echoed merrily. But after a few minutes, he had the unpleasant impression that he was being followed. In fact, having turned around, he saw the shadow of a man slipping between the trees. He was not timid, however. He hastened his pace in order to arrive as quickly as possible at the provisioner by the Churns. But the man started to run after him. Quite worried, he found it safer to face the stranger and raise his fist. He did not have time, however. The man assailed him violently, and a fight began immediately on the deserted boulevard, a hand-to-hand fight in which he quickly felt that he had the disadvantage. He called for help, struggled, and was knocked down against a heap of rocks, grabbed by the throat and gagged with a handkerchief, and that his opponent stuck in his mouth. He quickly closed his ears. Buzzing, he was about to pass out, when suddenly the grip loosened, and the man choking him with his weight rose to defend himself against another unforeseen attack. A blow from a cane to the wrist, a kick to the ankle with a boot. The man gave 2 groans of pain and fled, limping and cursing. Without deigning to pursue him, the newcomer leaned down and asked, "Are you hurt, sir?" The victim was not injured, but very dizzy and unable to stand. Fortunately, one of the employees of the provisioner, attracted by the cries, came running. A carriage was requested. The injured gentleman was placed inside, accompanied by his saviour, and he was taken to the hotel on the Avenue de la Grande Armée. In front of the door, completely recovered, he was overcome with gratitude. "I owe you my life, sir. Please believe that I will not forget it. I don't want to scare my wife right now, but I would like her to express her gratitude to you herself later today." He invited the stranger to join them for lunch and told them his name, Ludovic Imbert, adding, "May I know whom I have the honor?" "Certainly," said the stranger, and he introduced himself. Arsène Lupin. Arsène Lupin did not then have the fame that the Cahorn affair earned him, his escape from Lassant, and so many other resounding exploits. He wasn't even called Arsène Lupin. This name, for which the future reserved such a pedestal, was specially chosen to designate Mr. Imbert's savior, and one can say that it is through that affair that he received a baptism by fire, ready for battle, certainly fully armed, but without resources of the authority that comes with success. Arsène Lupin was only an apprentice in a profession in which he would soon become a master. So what a thrill of joy he felt when he woke up to remember the night's invitations. Finally he had achieved his goal. Finally he had undertaken a task worthy of his strength and talent. The Imbert's millions, what magnificent prey for an appetite like his! He put on a special outfit, a shabby frock coat, threadbare trousers, a somewhat reddish silk hat, frayed cuffs, and a false collar. all very clean but smelling of poverty, as a tie, a black ribbon pinned with a surprise walnut diamond, and, thus dressed, he descended the staircase of the lodging which he occupied in Montmartre. On the third floor, without stopping, he knocked the knob of his cane on the frame of a closed door. Outside, he made his way to the outer boulevards. A tram was passing. He took a seat, and someone who had been walking behind him, the third-floor tenant, sat down beside him. After a moment, the man said to him, "Well, boss? Well, it is done. How so? I'm having lunch there." "Lunch? I hope that you would not deny how I spend my precious free days. I snatched Mr. Ludovic Imbert from the certain death that you had reserved for him. Mr. Ludovic Imbert is a grateful man. He invited me to have lunch." A silence, and the other ventured, "So you're not giving up the plan?" "My dear boy," said Arsène, "if I planned the little assault last night, if I took the trouble at 3 in the morning to stretch you out along the fortifications with a cane to your wrist and a kick to your shin, risking harm to my only friend, it was not to now forego the benefit of such a well choreographed rescue. But the bad rumors about the fortune, let them be. I have pursued this business for 6 months. For 6 months I have inquired, studied, stretched my nets, questioning the servants, the moneylenders, and the men of straw. 6 months that I lived in the shadow of this husband and wife. Therefore I know what to expect. Whether the fortune comes from old Brawford, as they claim, or some other source, I affirm that it exists, and since it exists, it is mine. Hell, 100 million. Let's say 10 or even 5, whatever. There are large bundles of securities in the safe. I'll be deviled if, one day or another, I don't get my hands on the key. The tram stopped at Place de l'Etoile. The man whispered, "So what should I do now?" "For the moment, I'll call for you. We have time." 5 minutes later, Arsène Lupin climbed the sumptuous staircase of that Hotel Imbert, and Ludovic introduced him to his wife. Gervaise was a fine little lady, very rotund, very talkative. She gave Lupin the warmest welcome. "I wanted us to be alone to celebrate our Saviour," she said, and from the start they treated their Saviour like an old friend. By dessert the bonding was complete and secrets were shared. Arsène recounted his life, the life of his father, an upright magistrate, the sadness of his childhood, the difficulties of the present. Gervaise, in her turn, spoke of her youth, her marriage, the kindness of old Brawford, the 100 million which she had inherited, the obstacles that delayed her possession of such, the loans which she had to borrow at exorbitant rates, her interminable quarrels with Brawford's nephews, and the litigation. In time she told him everything. "Think about it, Mr. Lupin. The bonds are there in my husband's office, and if we take out a single one, we lose everything. They're there in our safe, and we can't touch them." A slight shudder overtook Mr. Lupin at the thought of such proximity. He had the distinct sensation. A slight shudder overtook Mr. Lupin at the thought of such proximity, and he had the distinct sensation that Mr. Lupin would never be rich enough to feel the same scruples as the good lady. "Ah, there," he whispered, his throat dry. "There." Relations began under such auspices could only form tighter bonds. Delicately questioned, Arsène Lupin confessed his misery and distress, and the unfortunate boy was immediately appointed private secretary to the two spouses with a salary of 150 francs a month. He would continue to live on his own, and he would come to take work orders every day, and for greater convenience one of the rooms on the second floor was placed at his disposal as a study. He was given a choice of rooms, and by what excellent coincidence did he find himself in the room directly above Mr. Ludovic's office? Arsène soon realized that his job as secretary was a comfortable ride. In 2 months he had only 4 trivial letters to copy, and was only called once to his boss's office, which only allowed him one opportunity to officially gaze at the safe. In addition, he noted that this simple position would not be considered worthy of appearing with the deputy equity or the bâtonnière grovel, because they did not invite him to such famous social receptions. He did not complain, preferring instead to keep his modest little place in the shadows, and he stayed away happy and free. Besides, he was not wasting his time. He first made a number of clandestine visits to Ludovic's office, and applied his homework to studying the safe, which nevertheless remained tightly closed. It was an enormous block of cast iron and steel, with a forbidding appearance, against which neither files nor drills nor pliers could win. Arsène Lupin was patient. Where strength fails, cunning prevails, he said. The important thing is to have an eye and an ear in this place. He therefore took the necessary measures, and after careful and painful surveys through the floor of his room, he introduced a lead pipe which penetrated the ceiling of his office between 2 mouldings of the cornice. Through the pipe and an acoustic tube and periscope, he hoped to see and hear into the room below. From then on he lived face down on his floor, and in fact he often saw the Imberts in conference in front of the safe, going through registers and handling files. When they successfully turned the 4 knobs that controlled the lock, he tried in order to know the number, to count the number of notches they passed. He watched their actions. He listened to their words. What did they do with the key? Where were they hiding it? And here we see Lupin with the Imberts. And there's the safe. One day he hurried downstairs, having seen them leaving the room without locking the safe. He entered resolutely, but they had returned. "Oh, excuse me," he said. "I got the wrong door." But Gervais rushed forward, and drawing him close, said, "Come in, Monsieur Lupin, come in. You are at home here. Can you give us a tip? What security should we sell, foreign or rent?" "But the injunction!" Lupin noted, very surprised. "Oh, it does not include all of the bonds." She rushed the door aside. On the shelves sat a pile of wallets belted with straps. She grabbed one, but her husband protested. "No, no, Gervais. It would be foolish to sell a foreign portfolio. The price will go up, while the rent is at its highest. What do you think, my dear friend?" The dear friend had no opinions. However, he advised sacrificing the rent. So she took another wallet, and from that bundle, at random, a single piece of paper. It was a 3% security for 1,374 francs. Ludovic put it in his pocket. In the afternoon, accompanied by his secretary, he had this title sold by a stockbroker, and received 46,000 francs. Despite what Gervais may have said, Arsène Lupin did not feel at home. On the contrary, his situation in the Hotel Imbert filled him with questions. On various occasions he found that the servants did not know his name. They called him Sir. Ludovic always referred to him as follows: "You will tell, sir." has Sir arrived? Why this enigmatic nickname? Besides, after such initial enthusiasm, the Imberts hardly spoke to him, and while treating him with the respect due to a benefactor, they never paid him any attention. They seemed to consider him an individual who does not like to be bothered, and they respected his isolation as if it were a rule of his own decree, a whim. Once he went into the hall to hear Gervais say to two gentlemen, "He's such a barbarian." Very well, he thought, I am a barbarian, and giving up on explaining the quirks of these people, he continued to carry out his plan. He had acquired the certainty that it was not necessary to rely on chance, or on the thoughtlessness of Gervais, whom the key to the safe never left, and who moreover would never have taken this key without having previously scrambled the numbers of the lock. So therefore he had to act on his own. An event precipitated things, however. A violent campaign waged against the Imberts by certain newspapers. They were accused of fraud. Arsène Lupin witnessed the ups and downs of the drama, the turmoil in the household, and he understood that, by delaying any longer, he was going to lose everything. For 5 days in a row, instead of leaving around 6 o'clock as he usually did, he locked himself in his room. He was supposed to be out. Instead, he stretched out on the floor and watched Ludovic's office. On the 5 evenings, the favorable circumstance he hoped for did not occur, and he left in the middle of the night through the little door serving the courtyard to which he had the key. But on the 6th day he learned that the Imberts, in response to malicious insinuations from their enemies, had suggested that the safe be opened and inventoried. It must happen tonight, Lupin thought. And indeed, after dinner, Ludovic settled in his office. Gervais joined them. They began to leaf through the registers of the safe. An hour passed, then another hour. He heard the servants going to bed. Now there was no one on the first floor. Midnight. The Imberts continued their work. "Let's go," Lupin whispered. He opened his window. It looked out on the courtyard, and the space was dark beneath a moonless and starless night. He drew a knotted rope from his cupboard, which he had fastened to the balcony railing, stepped over the side, and slipped slowly down to the window below his with the help of a gutter. It was that of the study, and the thick veil of the fleece curtains obscured the room. Standing on the balcony, he remained motionless for a moment, his ears strained and his eyes on alert. Quietly he pushed slightly on the two windows. If no one had taken care to check them, they should give under the effort, for he, during the afternoon, had turned the hook so that it did not enter the latch. The windows gave way. Then, with infinite precautions, he opened them even more. As soon as he could slip his head through, he stopped. A little light filtered between the two poorly joined curtains. He saw Gervais and Ludovic sitting next to the safe. They only exchanged rare words in low voices, absorbed in their work. Arsène calculated the distance that separated him from them, established the exact movements he would have to make to subdue them one after another before they had time to call for help. He was about to rush in when Gervais said, "The room has grown colder. I'm going to bed. What about you? I would like to finish." "Finish? But that will take you all night." "No, an hour at most." She withdrew. 20 minutes, 30 minutes passed. Arsène pushed the window open a little further. The curtains quivered. He pushed again. Ludovic turned around and, seeing the curtains swelling in the wind, got up to got up to close the window. There was no cry, not even the appearance of a struggle. In a few precise gestures, and without doing him the slightest harm, Arsène stunned him, wrapped the curtain over his head, and tied him up so that Ludovic did not even make out the face of his attacker. Then quickly he walked over to the safe, grabbed 2 wallets which he put under his arm, left the office, descended the stairs, crossed the courtyard, and opened the back door. An automobile was parked in the street. "Take this first," he said to the driver, "and follow me." He walked back to the office in 2 trips that had emptied the safe. Then Arsène went up to his room, removed the rope, and erased all traces of his passage. It was finished. A few hours later, Lupin, helped by his companion, proceeded to empty the wallets. He was not disappointed to find, having foreseen it, that the Imbert's fortune was not as significant as it had been rumored. The millions were not numbered in the hundreds, nor even in the tens, but in the end the total still formed a very respectable figure, and these were excellent securities: railway bonds, cities of Paris titles, state funds, Suez certificates, northern mines, etc. He declared himself satisfied. "Certainly," he said, "there will be a great deal of waste when the time comes to sell these. We will face opposition, and more than once it will be necessary to liquidate at a low price. Regardless, with this first down payment, I will take it upon myself to live as I see fit, and to realize some dreams that are close to my heart. What about the rest? You can burn them, my boy. Those piles of papers looked good in the safe. For us they are unnecessary. As for the titles, we are going to lock them up very quietly in the closet, and we will wait for the right moment." The next day Arsène thought there was no reason stopping him from returning to the Hotel Imbert, but reading the newspapers revealed this unexpected news. Ludovic and Gervais had disappeared. The opening of the safe took place in great solemnity. The magistrates found there what Arsène Lupin had left: very little. These are the facts, and such is the explanation given for some of them through Arsène Lupin's intervention. I have the story from the man himself, given on a day he was in a confidential mood. He was pacing up and down my study that day, and his eyes had a fervor that I didn't know he contained. "All in all," I said to him, "was it your best venture?" Without answering me directly, he continued, "There are some impenetrable secrets in this matter, even after the explanation I gave you. How many obscurities remain? Why did they flee? Why didn't they take advantage of the help I involuntarily gave them? It would be so simple to say the 100 million were in the safe. They are no longer there because they are stolen. They panicked. Yes, there you are. They panicked. On the other hand, it's true." "What is true?" "No, nothing." What did this reluctance mean? He hadn't said everything clearly, and what he hadn't said he was loath to say. I was intrigued. It had to be serious to cause hesitation in such a man. I asked him random questions. "You haven't seen them again?" "No." "And it has not occurred to you to feel some pity towards these 2 unfortunate people?" "Me?" he shouted with a start. His revolt surprised me. Did I hit it right? I insisted. "Obviously, if not for you, they might have been able to face their danger, or at least to leave with their pockets full." "Remorse? Is that what you accuse me of?" And here's Lupin, going to rob the safe. "Yes." He pounded on the table violently. "So, according to you, I should feel remorse. Call it remorse or regret, in short, any feeling for for people for whom you have stolen a fortune. What fortune? Why, the 2 or 3 bundles of titles. 2 or 3 bundles of titles. I did steal bundles of titles from them, didn't I? Part of their inheritance. Is that my fault? That is my crime? Damn it, my dear. Why, haven't you guessed that they were false? These titles, do you hear me? They were fake! I looked at him dumbfounded. Fake? The 4 or 5 million? Yes, he cried angrily. Counterfeit, false bonds, the state bonds. Scraps of paper, nothing but paper, not worth a penny. I didn't earn a penny from the whole bundle, and you ask me to have remorse? They are the ones who should have remorse. They tricked me like a vulgar simpleton. They plucked me like the last of their dupes, and the most stupid one at that. Real anger stirred in him, made up of resentment and wounded pride. From start to finish, I was the worst off. From the first hour. Do you know the role I played in this affair? Or rather the role they made me play? Andre Browford. Yes, dear fellow, and I never suspected a thing. It was only afterwards, through the newspapers and reconciling of certain details, that I realized it. While I was playing the savior, the gentleman who risked his life to save this man from the claws of an assassin, they passed me off as Brawford. Isn't that admirable? This individual who had a room on the second floor, this barbarian they showed from afar, was Brawford, and Brawford was me, and thanks to me, thanks to the confidence that I inspired under the name of Brawford, the bankers lent them money, and engaged their clients to extend more loans. What a novice lesson! I swear to you that lesson has taught me well. He stopped abruptly, grabbed my arm, and said in an exasperated tone, in which I could detect the nuances of irony and admiration, this inevitable phrase to me. My boy, presently, Gervais Emberts owes me 1,500 francs. For once, I couldn't help laughing. It was superior buffoonery, and he himself had a bout of honest laughter. Yes, dear fellow, 1,500 francs. Not only did I not receive the first penny of my salary, but she also borrowed 1,500 francs from me. All my savings as a young man. And do you know why? For charity. It's true. For allegedly unhappy people whom she relieved without Ludovic's knowledge. And I fell for it. Funny enough, eh? Arsène Lupin conned out of 1,500 francs and seeks compensation from the good lady for whom he stole 4 million fake titles. And what planning, efforts, and brilliant tricks it took me to arrive at this delightful result. It's the only time I've been ripped off in my life. But damn it, I lived well during that time. And that was reward in itself. The Black Pearl. A violent ringing of the doorbell woke up the concierge at number 9 Avenue Hoche. She pulled the cord, growling, I thought everyone had already come home. It's nearly 3 o'clock. Her husband grumbled. Maybe it's for the doctor. Indeed, a voice asked, Dr. Harrell? Which floor? 3rd on the left, but the doctor doesn't see anyone at night. He will have to disturb himself tonight. The gentleman entered the hall, went up 1 floor, 2 floors, and without stopping on Dr. Harrell's landing, continued to look onward to the 5th floor. There he tried 2 keys. One operated the lock, and the other the safety lock. Wonderful, he whispered. The job is considerably easier. But before commencing, I must secure my escape. Let's see. Did I logically have time to ring the bell for the doctor and then be dismissed by him? Not yet. A little patience. After 10 minutes or so, he returned to the third floor and struck the window pane in the dressing room door. He grumbled noisily about the doctor. It opened for him, and he slammed the door shut behind him. However, the door did not close entirely, the man having quickly applied a piece of iron to the latch so that the bolt could not enter it. He was thus quietly re-entered the hall without the concierge's knowledge. In the event of an alarm, his escape was assured. Quietly he walked up the 5 floors. In the anteroom, by the light of an electric lantern, he placed his overcoat and hat on one of the chairs, sat down on another, and wrapped his boots in thick felt slippers. Everything is set, and how easily. I wonder why not everyone chooses the comfortable job of burglary. With a little skill and thoughtfulness, it couldn't be more charming. A restful job, a job to support the family. Quite convenient even, but never tedious. He unfolded a detailed plan of the apartment. Let's start by orienting ourselves. Here I see the rectangle of the hall where I am. On the street side, the living room, the boudoir, the dining room. No need to waste time there. It seems that the Countess has deplorable taste, not a valuable trinket to be found. So, straight to the point. Here's the corridor which leads to the bedroom. At 3 meters, I will find the closet door that connects to the Countess's room. He folded his plan, extinguished his lantern. He entered the corridor, counting. 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters. Here's the door. Everything is working out perfectly. A simple small bolt separates me from the bedroom, and what's more, I know that this bolt is 4 feet from the floor. So thanks to a slight incision that I'm going to make, it will soon be taken care of. He took the necessary instruments from his pocket, but an idea stopped him. But what if by chance this lock was not bolted? Worth a try, for whatever the cost. He turned the knob, the door opened. My brave Lupin, luck is definitely in your favor. What more do you need now? You know the layout of the rooms in which you're going to operate. You know where the Countess hides the Black Pearl. Consequently, for the Black Pearl to become yours, it is merely a question of being quieter than silence, more invisible than the night. Arsène Lupin spent a good half an hour opening the second door, a glass door which opened into the bedroom. But he did so with such precaution that even if the Countess hadn't been asleep, no subtle noises would have disturbed her. According to his plan, he had only to follow the outline of a lounge chair, which would lead him to a small table near the bed. On the table was a box of notepaper, and locked in this box the Black Pearl. He stretched out on the carpet and followed the contours of the lounge chair. But at the end he stopped to suppress the beating of his heart. Although no fear agitated him, it was impossible to overcome the nervous anguish that one might experience in too great a silence. He was astonished by the sensation, as he, after all, had lived through much more silent moments without such emotion. No danger threatened him, so why was his heart beating like a panicked bell? Was it this sleeping woman who impressed him? This life so close to him? He listened and thought he heard the rhythm of her breathing. He was reassured if by a friendly presence. He then reached for the chair and with his small, delicate gestures, climbed over to the table. Feeling the shadows of his outstretched arm, his right hand met one of the table legs. Finally, all he had to do was stand up, take the pearl, and leave. And good thing, too, for his heart began to leap in his breast again like a terrified beast, and with such a noise that it seemed impossible to him that the Countess would not wake up. He soothed himself with a prodigious surge of will, but as he tried to stand, his left hand struck an object on the carpet, which he immediately recognized as an overturned candlestick, and another object immediately presented itself. A clock, one of those little travel clocks that are covered by a leather shell. What, what was going on? He didn't understand. This candlestick, this clock. Why were these objects not in their usual place? What was going on in these terrifying shadows? And suddenly a cry escaped him. He had touched, a strange, unspeakable thing. But no fear was toying with his brain. For 20 seconds, 30 seconds, he remained motionless, terrified, sweat on his temples, yet his fingers kept the sensation of that contact. With a relentless effort, he reached out again. Again his hand brushed the thing, the strange, unspeakable thing. He felt it. He commanded his hand to feel and decipher it. It was hair, a face, and that face was cold, almost icy. However terrifying the reality may be, a man like Arsène Lupin steels himself as soon as he understands the situation. Quickly he activated the spring of his lantern. A woman lay in front of him, covered in blood. Horrible wounds devastated her neck and shoulders. He leaned down and examined her. She was dead. 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 He repeated in amazement. He looked at those vacant eyes, the twist of that mouth, that pallid flesh, and that blood, all that blood that had spilled up on the carpet and now congealed, thick and black. Getting up, he turned on the electric light switch. The room filled with light, and he could see all the signs of a fierce struggle. The bed was completely unmade, the blankets and sheets torn off. On the ground the candlestick, then the clock. The hands marked 20 past 11. Then farther away, an overturned chair, and blood everywhere. Pools of blood. And the black pearl, he whispered. The stationery box was in its place. He opened it quickly. It contained the jewel case, but it was empty. Damn, he said to himself. You bragged about your luck a little early, Lupin, my friend. The murdered countess, the missing black pearl. This situation is not brilliant. Let's go, otherwise you run the risk of incurring heavy blame. But he did not move. Flee? Yes, another person would slip away. But Arsène Lupin? It is clear. Is there not something better to do here? Let's see. Let's take it in order. After all, your conscience is clear. Suppose you're a police superintendent, and you need to investigate. Yes, but that will require a clearer brain, and mine is in a state of panic. He fell into an armchair, his fists clenched about his hot forehead. The Hoche Avenue affair is one of those that have intrigued us the most in recent times, and I certainly would not have told of it had Arsène Lupin not brought the mystery into a very special light. Few would suspect his participation, and no one else knows the exact and curious truth of the matter. Who in the boys did not know Leontine Zalti, the former singer, wife, and widow of the Count of Andelot? The Zolti were opulence. The Zolti whose opulence dazzled Paris some 20 years ago. Zolti, the Countess of Endelot, whose diamond and pearl sets earned her a European reputation. It was said that she carried on her shoulders the safes of several banking houses and the gold mines of several Australian companies. The greatest jewelers worked for Zolti as if working for kings and queens. And who does not remember the catastrophe in which all this wealth was swallowed up? Bank houses and gold mines, the abyss devoured everything. Of the wonderful collection dispersed by the auctioneer, only the famous black pearl remained. The black pearl, that is to say, a fortune, if she had wanted to get rid of it. But she did not want to get rid of it. She restricted herself to living in a simple apartment with her servant, her cook, and the cook's companion, rather than sell this priceless gem. There was a reason she would openly admit. The black pearl was an emperor's gift, and almost ruined, reduced to the most mediocre existence, she remained faithful to it. As long as I live, she said, I will not leave you. From morning until evening she wore it around her neck. At night she put it in a place known only to herself. All these facts, as reported by the public newspapers, stimulated curiosity. And oddly enough, but oblivious to those who know the secret, it was the arrest of the alleged assassin that complicated the mystery and prolonged the excitement. 2 days later, in fact, the newspaper published the following article. We are told of the arrest of Victor Denegre, the servant of the Countess of Endelot. The charges against him are overwhelming. There were blood stains on the silken sleeve of his livery waistcoat, which Mr. Dodoy, the head of the Sûreté, found in his attic between the box spring and the mattress. In addition, this waistcoat was missing a cloth-covered button. However, this button was found under the victim's bed. It is probable that after dinner Denegre slipped into the closet instead of returning to his garret, and that through the glass door he saw the Countess hiding the black pearl. We must say that, so far, no evidence has come to confirm this supposition. In any case, another point remains obscure. At 7 in the morning, Denegre went to the tobacco shop on Boulevard des Cambrioleurs. The concierge first testified in this direction, then the tobacconist. On the other hand, the Countess's cook and his lady companion, whom both sleep at the end of the corridor, claimed that when they woke up at 8 o'clock, they found the doors to the anteroom and the kitchen were both double-locked. And after 20 years in the service of the Countess, these two people are above all suspicion. We therefore wonder how Denegre was able to exit the apartment. Had he made another key? The investigation will clarify these conflicting points. And here we see Lupin discovering the murdered Countess. The investigation clarified absolutely nothing. On the contrary, we learned that Victor Denegre was a dangerous repeat offender, a depraved alcoholic who was not frightened by a stabbing. But the matter itself seemed, as it was studied, to shroud itself in thicker darkness and more inexplicable contradictions. First, a young lady from St. Claves, cousin and sole heiress of the victim, declared that a month before her death the Countess had told her in one of her letters how she hid the black pearl. The day after she received this letter, she noticed it had disappeared. Who could have stolen it? For their part, the concierges recounted that they had opened the doors to an individual who had gone up to see Dr. Harrel. The The doctor was summoned. No one had opened the bell at his house. So who was this individual? An accomplice? This hypothesis of an accomplice was adopted by the press and by the public. Ganimard, the old chief inspector, came to this case, and not without reason. Lupin is at the bottom of this, he said to the judge. Bah, replied the judge, you see him everywhere. I see him everywhere because he is everywhere. You should say, rather, that you see him whenever something does not seem clear to you. In this case, note the fact that the crime was committed at 11:20 in the evening, as the broken clock attests, and the night visitor, as reported by the concierge, did not arrive until 3 in the morning. Justice often obeys their training, which convicts based on whether initial explanation has been given. The deplorable past actions of Victor Danegray, lawbreaker, drunkard, and delinquent, influenced the judge, and although no new circumstances came to connect the 2 or 3 clues originally discovered, nothing could shake him. He completed his investigation. A few weeks later, the trial commenced. It was slow and tedious. The judge led the proceedings without ardor. The public prosecutor attacked softly. Under these conditions, Danegray's lawyer had an easy task. He showed the gaps and the impossibilities of the accusation. No physical evidence existed. Sorry about that. Who had forged the key? The indispensable key which Danegray, who had not been able to double-lock the apartment door after his departure. Who had seen this key, and what had become of it? Who had seen the murderer's knife, and what had become of it? And furthermore, concluded the lawyer, prove that it was my client who was the killer. Prove that the perpetrator of the theft and the crime is not the mysterious character who broke into the house at 3 in the morning. The clock marked 11 o'clock, you say, and afterward? Can the hands of a clock be set at a time that suits you? Victor Danegray was acquitted. He was released from prison late on a Friday evening, emaciated and depressed from his 6 months in a cell. The investigation, the solitude, the trial, the deliberations of the jury, all this had filled him with a morbid dread. At night, terrible nightmares, visions of gallows haunted him. He was shaking with fever and terror. Under the name of Anatole Dufour, he rented a small room in the heights of Montmartre, and he lived doing random chores and tinkering here and there. It was a lamentable life. 3 times hired by 3 different bosses, he was recognized and dismissed on the spot. He often noticed, or thought he noticed, that men were following him, policemen, he had no doubt, who were committed to drive him into some trap, and he constantly felt the rough embrace of the hand that would take him by the collar in advance. One evening, while he was dining at a local hall, someone sat down across him. He was a man in his 40s, dressed in a black frock coat of questionable cleanliness. He ordered soup, vegetables, and a liter of wine, and when he had eaten the soup, he turned his eyes toward Danegray and looked at him for a long time. Danegray turned pale, for sure this individual was one of those who had followed him for weeks. What did he want from him? Danegray tried to get up. He couldn't. His legs were shaking beneath him. The man poured himself a glass of wine and filled Danegray's cup. "Drink, comrade," Victor stammered. Yes, to your health, comrade." "To your health, Victor Danegray." He jumped. I know, I swear." "You swear to me what? That you are not you, the Countess's servant?" "What servant? My name is Dufour. Ask the proprietor." Dufour Anatole, yes. To the proprietor, but Danegray to the authorities. Victor Danegray. Not true, not true. You were lied to. The newcomer took a card out of his pocket and handed it over. Victor read it. Grimalden, ex-expanter of the Siridae, confidential information. He shuddered. Are you from the police? I am no longer, but I like the job, and I continue in a more lucrative way. From time to time, we unearth golden opportunities, like yours. Mine? Yes, yours is an exceptional affair if you choose to draw a little gratification from it. What if I don't? You will. You are in a situation where you cannot refuse me anything. A dull apprehension invaded Victor Danegray. He asked, Very well, what is it? Speak. Fine, answered the other. Let's get it over with. In short, I am sent here by Madame de Sinclaves. Sinclaves? The heiress of the Countess of Andelot. Why? Madame de Sinclaves instructed me to retrieve the Black Pearl from you. The Black Pearl? The one you stole. But I don't have it. You have it. If I had it, I would be the murderer. You are the murderer. Danegray tried to laugh. Fortunately, my good sir, the Assize Court was not of the same opinion. All the jurors you hear have found me innocent, and when you have your own good conscience and the esteem of 12 good people— The ex-inspector grabbed his arm. No sentences, my dear. Listen to me very carefully and weigh my words. They are worth it. Danegray, 3 weeks before the crime, you stole the key that opens the black door by the stove, and you had a similar key made at Outard, the locksmith on 244 Rue Oberkampf. Not true, not true, growled Victor. Nobody saw this key. It does not exist. Here it is. After a silence, Grimalden resumed. You killed the Countess with a ferrule knife bought at the Bazaar of the Republic the same day you ordered your key. The blade is triangular and hollowed out with a groove. You're joking. This is all random invention. No one saw the knife. Here it is. Victor Danegray recoiled. The ex-inspector continued. There are rust spots on it. Do I need to explain where they come from? So what? You have a key and a knife. Who could say that they belong to me? The locksmith and the employer you bought the knife from. I have already refreshed their memory. When you are presented to them, they are sure to recognize you. He spoke sharply and harshly, with terrifying precision. Danegray convulsed with fear. Neither the judge nor the president of the assizes nor the advocate general had gotten so close to him. He had seen so clearly things that he himself no longer saw very clearly. However, he still tried to play indifferent. Is that all your proof? I have one piece left. After the crime, you left by the same path, but in the middle of the wardrobe, frightened, you had to lean against the wall to keep your balance. How do you know that? Victor stammered. No one could know that. The authorities know. It would not occur to any of those gentlemen to light a candle and examine the walls. But if they did, they would see a very light red mark on the white plaster, clear enough to find the imprint of the front face of your thumb, wet with blood, that you had placed against the wall. Surely you are very aware that in anthropometry this is one of the main means of identification. Victor Danegray grew pale. Drops of sweat flowed from his forehead. He gazed at this stranger. And here is Lupin confronting Danegray with the knife. Again, I love the illustrations. And the stories themselves are also just excellent. He gazed at this strange man with mad eyes who spoke of his crime as if he had witnessed it unseen. Also, cool little fingerprint. He bowed his head, defeated, helpless. For months he had fought against everyone. Against this man, however, he had the impression that there was nothing he could do. "If I return the pearl to you," he stammered, "how much will you give me for it?" "Nothing." "How? You're kidding! Why would I give you something worth 100,000 for nothing in return?" "Your life." The wretch shuddered. Grimalden added, in an almost gentle tone, "Come, Danegray, this pearl has no value for you. You cannot sell it. What is the use of keeping it? There are buyers, and one day or another, at any cost, one day or another it'll be too late." "Why?" "Why? Because justice will have gotten its hands on you, and this time with the proofs that I will furnish them, the knife, the key, and your thumbprint. You will be ruined, my good man." Victor hugged his head with both hands and considered this. He felt lost, irreparably lost in the fact, and at the same time a great fatigue invaded him, an immense need for rest and abandonment. He whispered, "When do you need it?" "Tonight, before 1 o'clock. Or else I will put in the prosecutor's possession the letter from Madame de Sinclaves denouncing you as the assassin." Danegray poured himself 2 glasses of wine, which he drank in quick succession, then getting up, "Pay the bill and let's go. I've had enough of this damn business." Night fell. The 2 men walked down Rue Lepic and followed the outer boulevards toward the Place de l'Hôtel, and they walked silently, Victor very weary and with a hunched back. "At Parc Monceau," he said. "It's on the side of the house." "Of course. You only left the house once before your arrest, to go to the tobacco shop." "We're here," said Danegray in a hollow voice. They walked along the garden gate and crossed the street, with the tobacco shop on the corner. Danegray stopped a few paces farther on. His legs were wobbling. He fell on a bench. "What now?" asked his companion. "It's here." "Where? What are you telling me?" "Yes, there, in front of us." "In front of us? I'm telling you, Danegray, you shouldn't." "I'm telling you that it is there." "Where?" "Between 2 paving stones." "Which ones?" "Look for yourself." "Which ones?" repeated Grimalden. Victor didn't answer. "Ah, I see. You want me to pay for the information." "No, but I may starve to death." "So you hesitate." "Okay, I'll be a good sport. How much do you need?" "Enough to take a steerage ticket to America." "Agreed. And 100-franc note for expenses. I'll give you 200. Now speak." "Count the paving stones to the right of the sewer. It is between the 12th and the 13th. "In the gutter?" "Yes, down the sidewalk." Grimalden looked around him. Trams were passing by. People were passing. But bah! Who would suspect? He opened his knife and stuck it between the 12th and 13th paving stones. "And if it's not there, unless someone saw me bend down and hide, it's still there." Could it be there? The black pearl thrown into the mud of a gutter? Available to the first comer? The black pearl? A fortune? How deep? 10 centimeters, roughly. He dug out the wet mud. The point of his penknife struck something. With his fingers he widened the hole. He saw the black pearl. "Here are your 200 francs. I'll send you your ticket to America." The next day the Echo de France published this short article, which was reproduced by newspapers around the world. Since yesterday, the famous Black Pearl has been in the hands of Arsène Lupin, who took it from the murderer of the Countess of Andelot. Before long, photos of this precious jewel will be shown in London, St. Petersburg, Calcutta, Buenos Aires, and New York. Arsène Lupin awaits any proposal that his correspondent might wish to make. And that is how crime is always punished and virtue rewarded, concluded Arsène Lupin as he revealed the ins and outs of the affair to me. And there is Lupin confronting the murderer. Yeah. And that is how, under the name of Grimalden, ex-inspector of the security, you were chosen by fate to take from this criminal the benefit of his crime. Exactly. And I admit that it is one of the adventures I am most proud of. The 40 minutes I spent in the Countess's apartment after discovering her death are the most astonishing and profound in my life. In 40 minutes, entangled in the most inextricable situation, I reconstructed the crime, acquiring certainty with the help of a few clues that the culprit could only be a servant of the Countess. Finally, I understood that in order to obtain the pearl, this servant had to be arrested, which is why I left the waistcoat button. But that I would need irrefutable proof of his guilt, which is why I picked up the discarded knife lying on the carpet, removed the forgotten key from the lock, closed the door with a double twist, and erased the fingerprint on the plaster of the closet. In my opinion, that was one of those lightning bolts. Of genius, I interrupted. Of genius, if you wish. The sort that would not have been evident to the first comer. To guess in a second the two terms of the problem, an arrest and an acquittal, and to manipulate the formidable apparatus of justice to derail my target, to stupefy him, in short, to put him in such a state of mind that once free, he had only inevitably, fatally, to fall into the rather crude trap that I set for him. That's all? That's saying a lot, for he was in no real danger. Oh, not at the least, since the acquittal was final. Poor devil. Poor devil? Victor Dannegrey? Do you think an assassin like him would have fallen to the depths of immorality if he had kept the Black Pearl? He lives. Think about that, Mercy. Dannegrey lives. And the Black Pearl is yours. He took it out of one of the secret pockets in his wallet, examined it, stroked it with his fingers and eyes, and sighed. Who will be a fool, the imbecile or conceited Rajah, who will one day possess this treasure, for which American billionaire and this little piece of beauty and luxury that once adorned the white shoulders of Leontine Zolti, Countess of Antelot destined? And there's the Black Pearl. Sherlock Holmes arrives too late. It's strange how much you resemble Arsène Lupin, Velmont. Do you know him? Oh, like everyone else, through his photographs, none of which resemble the next, but each of which suggest a common physiognomy, which is very much like your own. Horace Velmont looked rather annoyed. That may be so, my dear Devon, but you're not the first to point it out to me, believe me. It is striking, insisted Devon, that if you had not been recommended by my cousin d'Estevan, and if you were not the most famous painter whose beautiful seascapes I so admire, I wonder if I would not have been informed to the police of your presence in Dieppe instead. The joke was greeted with general laughter. Besides Velmont, the large dining room of Castle Thibersnil hosted the Abbot Jalise, parish priest of the village, and a dozen officers whose regiments were maneuvering in the vicinity, all of whom had responded to the invitation of the banker Georges Devon and his mother. One of the officers exclaimed, "But wasn't Arsène Lupin reported on the coast after his famous theft aboard the Paris rapid train in Le Havre?" "Indeed," said Devon, 3 months ago. "And the following week I got to know our excellent Valmont at the casino. He had since been kind enough to honor me with a few visits, a pleasant preamble to a more serious home visit that he will no doubt pay me one of these days. Or, rather, one of these nights." They laughed again and went into the old guard-room, a large, very tall chamber that occupied the entire lower part of the Gendarme Tower, which Georges Devon had collected the incomparable wealth accumulated by the sires of Thibersnil over the centuries. Chests and cadenzas, andirons and chandeliers decorated the room. Magnificent tapestries hung from the stone walls. The embrasures of the 4 windows were deep, fitted with benches and ending in Gothic stained glass windows framed in lead. Between the door and the window on the left stood a monumental Renaissance-style library, on the pediment of which gold letters read Thibersnil, and below that the proud motto of the family, "Do what you wish." And the guests lit cigars. Devon continued, "Hurry up, Valmont, you have only one night left." "Why is that?" asked the painter, who took the matter jokingly. Devon was about to answer when his mother motioned to him. But the excitement of the dinner and his desire to interest his guests prevailed. "Bah!" he whispered. "I can speak now. Indiscretion is no longer anything to be feared." The guests sat around him with keen curiosity, and he said with satisfied air of someone announcing big news, "Tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Sherlock Holmes, the great English detective, the most extraordinary decipherer of riddles the world has ever seen, the prodigious character who seems forged from scratch by the imagination of a novelist, Sherlock Holmes, will be my guest." Everyone cried out, "Sherlock Holmes and Thibersnil? Was the situation that serious? Was Arsène Lupin really in the area? Arsène Lupin and his gang are not far away. Without counting the Baron Cahorn affair, to whom should we attribute the burglaries of Montague, Gruchet, and Crassville, if not to our own national thief? And now it is my turn. Have you been warned, as Baron Cahorn was? The same tricks do not work twice." "Then how? Here, I will show you." He stood up and pointed to a small empty space on one of the shelves in the library, between 2 enormous separations. "There was a book here, a book from the 16th century, entitled Chronicle Thibersnil, containing the story of the castle since its construction by Duke Rollo on the edifice of a feudal fortress. It contained 3 engraved plates. One was of a bird's eye of the estate as a whole, the second the floor plan of the buildings, and the third, I call your attention to this, the layout of an underground passage which exists outside the first line of the ramparts, leading here, yes, into the very room where we stand. However, this book has been missing since last month." "Oh my," said Valmont. "That's a bad sign, but surely that is enough to motivate the intervention of Sherlock Holmes." Certainly that would have not been enough, if not for another fact which leads significance to the one I just shared. A second copy of this chronicle existed at the National Library, and those two copies differed in certain details concerning the underground, which, at the establishment of a profile and scale, as well as various annotations not printed, but written in ink and partially erased, I knew of these peculiarities, and I knew that the final layout could only be reconstructed by a careful comparison of the two maps. However, the day after my copy disappeared, the one in the National Library was requested by a reader who carried it away, leaving no possible way of knowing the condition under which the theft had been carried out. And there's the book. Exclamations followed these words. This matter is sounding serious indeed. So this time, said Devon, the police were upset and initiated a second investigation, which also provided no result. Like all those other cases in which Arsène Lupin is the suspect. Precisely. It was then that it occurred to me to ask Sherlock Holmes for his assistance. He replied that he had the strongest desire to meet Arsène Lupin. What an honor for Arsène Lupin, said Valmont. But if our national thief, as you call him, does not have any plans for thievery, Sherlock Holmes will be left twiddling his thumbs. There is something else that will interest him keenly, the discovery of the underground. But you told us that one of the entrances opened onto the countryside, the other into this very living room. Yes, but where in this room? The line on the map that represents the underground passages does indeed end on one side of our small circle, accompanied by two capital letters, T.G., which probably stand for Tour Galam. But the tower is round, and who could determine where in the circle the line of the drawing begins? I am sorry about the camera. I am just really trying to make sure that you guys see the illustrations, and I'm enjoying reading this. Devon lit a second cigar and poured himself a glass of Benedictine. They pressed him with questions. He was smiling, happy with the interest he had aroused. Finally, he said, "The secret is lost. No one in the world knows of it. From father to son, says the legend, the powerful lords passed it along on their deathbed until the day when Joffrey, the last of the name, had his head cut off from the scaffold during the Revolution on the 7th of Thermidor, year second, at the age of 19. But after a century someone must have searched for it. We looked, but in vain. I myself, when I purchased the castle from the great-grand-nephew of Lüneburg, had excavations carried out. But to what end? Bear in mind that this tower, surrounded by water, is only connected to the main castle by a single corridor, and that the underground passage must therefore pass under the moat. The plans in the National Library also showed a series of 4 staircases comprising 48 steps, which suggest a depth of more than 10 meters, and the scale attached to the other plan fixes the distance at 200 meters. In reality, the whole problem is here, between this floor, the ceiling, and these walls, and I admit that I am hesitant to demolish them. And there are no clues? None. Father Joly objected. Mr. Devon, we must remember the 2 quotations. Oh, cried Devon. Father Joly is an archaeologist and a great reader of memoirs, and everything that touches the Verseminil fascinates him. But the explanation he offers only serves to confuse things. But still, would you like me to explain? Very much. Very well. You should therefore know that it comes from his reading of two kings of France who had the key to the puzzle. Two kings of France? Which two? Henry the Fourth and Louis the 16th? They are not the first to visit. How does Father Julius know about this? Oh, it's very simple, continued Devon. The day before the Battle of Arques, King Henry the Fourth came to dine and sleep in this castle. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Louise de Tancarville, the prettiest lady in Normandy, was introduced to him through the underground with the complicity of Duke Edgard, who, on this occasion, revealed the family secret. Henry the Fourth later confided this secret to his minister Sully, who recounts the anecdote in his Royales Economies d'Etat with no other comment other than this incomprehensible sentence: "The axe swirls in the quivering air, but the flying bird opens, and we ascend to God." There was a silence, and Valmont sneered. "That's not blindingly clear. It isn't, is it? Monsieur Gallice believes Sully wrote the key to this mystery in this way so as not to betray the secret in front of the scribes to whom he dictated the memoirs." "That is an ingenious theory. Granted, but what is the splitting axe and the flying birds? And what ascends to God? A mystery." Valmont resumed. "And Louis the 16th also received a visit from a lady through this underground?" "I do not know. All that can be said is that Louis the 16th stayed in Thibersmanil in 1784, and that the famous iron cabinet found in the Louvre on Germain's denunciation contained a paper with these words written by him: Thibersmanil 2, 6, 12. Horace Valmont burst out laughing. "There you have it. The darkness dissipate. 2 times 6 is 12. "Laugh as you please, sir," said Father Julius. "The fact remains that these two quotes contain the solution, and that one day or another someone will come who will know how to interpret them." "Sherlock Holmes is the man," said Devon, "unless Arsène Lupin gets ahead of him. What do you think, Valmont?" Valmont rose, put his hand on Devon's shoulder, and declared, "I think that your book and that of the library were missing information of the greatest importance, and you were kind enough to supply it to me." "Thank you." "How so?" "So that now, the axe having been whirled, the bird having fled, the bird having fled, and twice 6 making 12, I have only to get to work. Without wasting a minute, without wasting a second. Must I not rob your castle this very night before the arrival of Sherlock Holmes? It is true you have no time to lose. Do you want me to take you there? To Dieppe? Yes, to Dieppe. I will bring back Monsieur and Madame d'Androl and a young girl of their acquaintance, who arrives by train at midnight." And addressing the officers, Devon says, "Besides, we'll all meet here tomorrow for lunch, won't we, gentlemen? I'm counting on you, since the castle must be taken over by regiments and stormed around 11 o'clock." The invitation was accepted, and they parted ways. A moment later, a 2030 gold star carried Devon and Valmont on the road to Dieppe. Devon dropped the painter off in front of the casino and continued to the station. At midnight his friends got off the train. At midnight the automobile passed through the gates of Thibersmanil, and at 1 o'clock, after a light supper served in the living room, everyone withdrew. Gradually all the lights went out. The great silence of night enveloped the castle. The moon parted the clouds that veiled it, and through two of the windows filled the drawing rooms with white light. It only lasted a moment. Very quickly the moon hid behind a curtain of hills, and there was darkness. The silence increased through the thick shadows. From time to time the creaking of furniture slightly disturbed the silence, or the rustling of the reeds on the pond that bathed the old walls with its green waters. The clock ticked off the infinite chain of seconds. It rang 2 o'clock. Then again the seconds fell hastily and monotonously in the heavy pace of the night. Then 3 o'clock struck, and suddenly something clicked, like the signal disc that warns of the passing of a train, and a fine stream of light crossed the living room from side to side, like an arrow that left behind a sparkling trail. It sprang from the central groove of a pilaster to the right of which rests the pediment of the bookcase. It stopped first on the opposite panel in a flashing circle, then wandered around like a worried gaze, scanning the shadows, then burst out again, as part of the bookcase spun around to reveal a large arc-shaped opening. A man entered, holding an electric lantern in his hand. Another man and a third appeared carrying a spool of rope and various other instruments. The first inspected the room, listened, and said, "Call the others." 8 men came through the tunnel, solid fellows with energetic faces. The operation commenced. It was quick. Arsène Lupin went from one piece of furniture to another, examined it, and depending on its dimensions or its artistic value, dismissed it or commanded, "Take it." And those objects were removed, swallowed by the gaping mouth of a tunnel, sent into the bowels of the earth. And so were removed 6 Louis XV chairs and 6 armchairs, Aubusson tapestries, candelabras signed by Gauthier, 2 Fragonards, a Nattier, a bust of Hodin, and various statuettes. Occasionally Lupin would linger in front of a magnificent chest, content of superb painting, and sigh, "Too heavy, too big. What a pity." And he continued applying his expertise. In 40 minutes the living room had been uncluttered, to use Arsène's expression, and all this had been accomplished in admirable order, without any noise, as if all the objects these men handled had been lined with thick cotton wool. And then he said to the last of them, as he left carrying a cartel-signed bowl, "No need to come back. You understand that as soon as the cart truck is loaded, you go to the barn in Roquefort. What about you, boss? Leave me the motorcycle." With the man gone, he pushed the movable side of the bookshelf back into place. Then, after removing all traces of the crime, erasing their footprints, he opened the door and entered a gallery that served as a corridor between the tower and the castle. In the middle there was a glass cabinet, and it was because of this giant glass cabinet that Arsène Lupin had initiated his investigation. It contained wonders, a unique collection of watches, snuff-boxes, rings, chatelaines, and miniatures of the finest work. With pliers he forced the lock open, and it was an inexpressible pleasure to seize these gold and silver jewels, these small works of such precious and delicate art. He had slung a large canvas bag specially fitted for these items around his neck. He filled it along with the pockets of his jacket, his pants, and his waistcoat, and as he was closing his left arm around a pile of those pearl reticles so cherished in the past, he sought so passionately, by current fashion, A slight noise struck his ear. He listened. He was not mistaken. The noise was becoming clearer. And suddenly he remembered, at the very end of the gallery, an internal staircase led to an apartment that had not been occupied until now, this very evening reserved for the young girl whom Devon had gone to pick up in Dieppe with her friends from Andral. With a quick gesture, he pressed the spring of his lantern with his finger, extinguishing it. He had barely reached the embrasure of a window when the door opened at the top of the staircase, and a faint glow lit up the gallery. He had the impression, for half hidden by a curtain he could not see, that a person was carefully descending the first steps. He hoped she wouldn't go on any further. She appeared, however, and took several steps into the room. She let out a cry. No doubt she had seen the broken glass cabinet, now 3/4 empty. By the scent he recognized the presence of a woman. Her clothes almost brushed against the curtain that concealed him, and it seemed to him that he could hear the woman's heart beating, and that she, too, might have guessed the presence of another being behind her in the shadows within reach. He said to himself, "She's afraid. She's going to leave. It's impossible for her not to go." But she did not leave. The candle that was shaking in her hand grew brighter. She turned, hesitated for a moment, seemed to listen to the fearful silence, then suddenly pulled the curtain aside. They saw each other. Arsène whispered, upset, "You? You, Miss—" It was Miss Nellie! Miss Nellie! The transatlantic passenger! The one who had mingled her dreams with the dreams of the young man during their unforgettable ocean crossing. The one who had witnessed his arrest, and who, rather than betray him, had the kindness of throwing the kodak in which he had hidden the jewels and the banknotes into the sea. Miss Nellie! The dear and smiling creature whose image had so often saddened or refreshed his long hours in prison. The odds were so extraordinary, putting them in the presence of each other in this castle and at this hour of night, that they did not move and did not utter a word, astonished, as if hypnotized by the fantastic apparition that they were for each other. Staggering, broken with emotion, Miss Nellie had to sit down. He remained standing in front of her, and little by little, over the interminable seconds that elapsed, he became aware of how he must look in that given moment, his arms laden with trinkets, his pockets swollen, and his bag filled to the brim with loot. A great confusion invaded him, and he blushed to find himself in that ugly posture of a thief in flagrant delicto. To her, whatever had happened between them once, he was now a thief, the sort who puts his hands in the pockets of others, the one who unlocks doors and sneaks in. One of the watches rolled onto the carpet, then another, and still other things were about to slip from his arms which he could not hold on to firmly. So suddenly making up his mind, he let the items fall into the armchair, emptied his pockets, and discarded the bag. He now felt more comfortable in front of Nellie. He took a step towards her with the intention of speaking, but she shrank back, then rose quickly as if she were terrified. Rushing towards the living room, the door closed behind her, but he followed. There she was, dumbfounded, trembling, and her eyes gazed in terror on the immense devastated room. He immediately said to her, "At 3 o'clock tomorrow, everything will be put back in place. The furniture will be returned." She didn't answer, and he repeated, "Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I promise." "Nothing in the world will be able to prevent me from keeping my promise." Tomorrow at 3 o'clock. A long silence hung between them. He dared not break it, and the young girl's emotion caused him real pain. Slowly, without a word, he moved away from her. He thought to himself, let her go. Let her feel free to leave. Let her not be afraid of me. But suddenly she spoke and stammered, listen, footsteps. I hear someone. He looked at her in amazement. She seemed overwhelmed, approached by peril. I hear nothing, he said, and all the same, you have to flee. Quickly, go. Run away? Why? You must. It is necessary. Please, don't stay. Suddenly, she ran to the door leading to the gallery and listened. No one was there. Perhaps the noise was coming from outside. She waited a second, then, reassured, turned around. But Arsène Lupin had disappeared. At the very moment when Devon noticed the plundering of his castle, he said to himself, it was Valmont who did this job, and Valmont is none other than Arsène Lupin. Everything was explained thus, and nothing could explain otherwise. But this idea was ridiculously obvious, and so improbable to think that Valmont was not really Valmont. That is to say, the famous painter, the friend of his cousin d'Estevan. And when the police sergeant arrived, having been called immediately, Devon did not even think of communicating this absurd supposition to him. All the morning there was an indescribable coming and going in Thibersmell. The gendarmes, policemen, the police commissioner of Dieppe, the local villagers, everyone was milling in the corridors or in the park or around the castle. The approach of the troops in maneuver and the rattling of their muskets added to the picturesque scene. The first search provided no clues. The windows having not been smashed nor the doors fractured, the removal was undoubtedly carried out by the secret exit. However, there were no traces of footsteps on the carpet, no unusual marks on the walls. Only one unexpected thing denoted the whimsy of Arsène Lupin. The famous Chronicle of the 16th century had returned to its place, and next to it was a similar book, none other than the copy stolen from the National Library. At 11 o'clock the military officers arrived. Devon greeted them cheerfully. Whatever annoyance the loss of such artistic riches might cause him, his fortune enabled him to endure it without a foul temper. His friends Andral and Nellie came downstairs. Introductions were made, and everyone realized that one guest was missing. Horace Valmont. Would he not show up? His absence would have aroused George Devon's suspicion. But at noon precisely he arrived. Devon exclaimed, "Good timing! There you are!" "Am I late?" "Yes, but you could not have been otherwise. After such a busy night, surely you heard the news." "What news?" "You robbed the castle." "Nonsense! Just as I expected. But first, will you offer your arm to Miss Underdown? Let her have lunch. Miss, allow me to—" He stopped, struck by the young girl's confusion. Then suddenly remembering, "Ah, I forgot you traveled with Arsène Lupin once, before his arrest. The resemblance is surprising, isn't it?" She did not answer. In front of her Valmont stood smiling. He bowed, and she took his arm. He led her to her seat and sat down across from her. During lunch they only talked about Arsène Lupin, the furniture removal, the underground, and Sherlock Holmes. By the end of the meal, as other matters were being discussed, Valmont joined the conversation. He was by turns amused and serious, eloquent and witty, and everything he said seemed meant to catch the young girl's interest. Very absorbed, however, she did not seem to hear him. Coffee was served on the terrace overlooking the main courtyard and the garden on the side of the main facade. In the middle of the lawn, the organized music began to play, and the crowd of peasants and soldiers poured into the alleys of the park. However, Nelly remembered Arsène Lupin's promise. At 3 o'clock everything will be returned, I promise. At 3 o'clock! And the hands of the large clock that adorned the right wing marked 2:40. In spite of herself, she looked at it frequently, and she also looked at Velmont, who was rocking peacefully in a comfortable rocking chair. 2:50, 2:55! A kind of impatience mingled with anguish embraced the young girl. Was it possible that such a miracle should be accomplished, and at the appointed minute, when the castle, the court, and the countryside were full of people, when at this very moment the public prosecutor and the examining magistrate were continuing their investigation? And yet Arsène Lupin had promised with such solemnity. It will be as he said, she thought, impressed by all that there was in this man of energy, authority, and confidence. And it didn't seem like a miracle to him, but a natural event that had to happen by force of circumstances. For a second their eyes met. She blushed and looked away. 3 o'clock. The first chime rang, then the second, the third. Horace Belmont pulled out his watch, looked up at the clock, then put his watch back in his pocket. A few seconds passed. The crowd parted around the lawn, giving way to the 2 carriages which had just entered the park gate, each drawn by 2 horses. These were the wagons that follow the regiments carrying provisions for the officers and supplies for the soldiers. They stopped in front of the steps. A quartermaster jumped up from one of the seats and asked for Mr. Devon. Devon ran down the steps under the tarpaulins. He saw carefully arranged and carefully wrapped his furniture, his paintings, his works of art. When questioned, the quartermaster replied by showing the order he had received from the duty adjutant, who himself had received the order that very morning. By this order, the 2nd Company of the 4th Battalion was to assure that the objects deposited at the crossroad of Halleux in the town of Arsène were to be brought at 3 o'clock to Mr. Georges Devon, owner of the castle of Thibersmill, signed Colonel Babel. At what crossroads? Asked the sergeant. Everything was ready, aligned with the grass and under the guard, and passers-by. It seemed funny to me. But what the hell? The orders were imperative. One of the officers examined the signature. It was perfectly imitated, but fake. The music stopped playing. They emptied the wagons and returned the furniture. In the midst of this commotion, Nelly was left alone at the end of the terrace. She was serious and concerned, agitated with confused thoughts that she did not wish to express. Suddenly she saw Velmont approaching. She wanted to avoid him, but the angle of the balustrade that lines the terrace surrounded her on 2 sides, and a fine line of large box shrubs, orange trees, oleanders, and bamboos left her no other retreat than the path by which the young man was advancing. She didn't move. A ray of sunlight trembled on her golden hair, stirred by the frail leaves of a bamboo. Someone said very quietly, "I kept my promise last night." Arsène Lupin was near her, and around him there was no one else. He repeated, his attitude hesitant, his voice timid, "I kept my promise last night." He was waiting for a word of thanks, or at least a gesture that showed she took some interest in this gesture. She remained silent. This contempt irritated Arsène Lupin, and, at the same time, he had a deep sense of everything that separated him from Nellie now that she knew the truth. He would have liked to exonerate himself, to seek excuses, to show his life as daring and great. But the words offended him in advance, and he felt the absurdity and insolence of any explanations. So he whispered sadly, flooded with a surge of memories. How far away is the past? Do you remember the long hours on the deck of La Provence? Ah, yes. You had a rose in your hand, a pale rose, like this one you hold today. I asked you for it. You didn't seem to hear me. But after you left, I found it, probably forgotten, and I kept it. She didn't respond. She seemed very far from him. He continued, in memory of those hours, forget about what you know. Forget about what you know now. Separate the past from the present. Let me not be the one you saw last night, but the one from before, and let your eyes see me, if but for a second, as they saw me then. Please, am I no longer the same man? She raised her eyes and looked at him, then without a word touched a ring he wore on his index finger. Only the ring could be seen, but the setting turned inside held a marvelous ruby. Arsène Lupin blushed. The ring belonged to Georges Devon. He smiled bitterly. You are right. What has been will always be. Arsène Lupin is and can only be Arsène Lupin, and there cannot be even a memory between you and him. Forgive me. I should have understood that my mere presence would insult you. He stood back along the railing, hat in hand. Nellie walked past him. He was tempted to hold her back, to implore her. Daring failed him, and he followed her with his eyes like that distant day when she descended the gangway on the New York pier. She went up the stairs that led to the entrance. For a moment more her slender figure stood out among the marbles of the hall. He saw her no more. A cloud obscured the sun. Arsène Lupin watched, motionless, the traces of her small footsteps imprinted in the sand. Suddenly he started. On the bamboo chair against which Nellie had leaned lay the rose, the pale rose that he had not dared to ask her for. Forgotten, no doubt, too, but forgotten on purpose or by distraction. He grabbed it passionately. Petals fell from it. He picked them up one by one like relics. Come, he said to himself. I have nothing more to do here, especially if Sherlock Holmes gets involved. Things could turn bad. The park was deserted. However, a group of gendarmes were posed near the pavilion that commands the entrance. He plunged into the thickets, climbed the perimeter wall, and took a winding path through the fields toward the nearest rail station. He had not walked for 10 minutes when the path narrowed, tucked between two embankments, and he entered this tiny valley. Someone entered from the opposite direction. He was a man of perhaps 50, quite fit, with a shaven face, and whose outfit bore a foreign quality. He carried a heavy cane in his hand, and a satchel hung from his neck. They passed each other. The stranger said with a barely perceptible English accent, "Excuse me, sir, is this the road to the castle?" "Straight ahead, sir." and to the left as soon as you are at the foot of the wall. They are expecting you." "Oh?" "Yes, my friend Devon told us about your visit last night. Too bad for Monsieur Devon if he has said too much." "I'm happy to be the first to greet you, Sherlock Holmes. Has no admirer more avid than I." There was an imperceptible tinge of irony in his voice, which he immediately regretted, for Sherlock Holmes looked him up and down with an eye so enveloping and so acute that Arsène Lupin felt seized, imprisoned, and recorded by the gaze, more precisely than he had ever been by any camera. "The picture is taken," he thought. "No need to disguise myself with this guy any more. Only, did he recognize me?" They bowed to each other, but footsteps echoed, the sound of prancing horses and a clatter of steel. It was the gendarmes. The two men had to stick to the tall grass in the embankment to avoid being run over. The gendarmes passed, following each other from a certain distance for a rather long stretch, and Lupin thought, "It all depends on this question. Did he recognize me? If so, there is a good chance that he will take advantage of the situation. The problem is agonizing." When the last wagon had passed, Sherlock Holmes stood up, and without saying anything, brushed his dusty garment. The strap on his bag was tangled in a branch of thorns. Arsène Lupin hastened. They examined each other for another second. If anyone had been able to catch them in that moment, it would have been an inspiring sight. The first meeting of these two men, so powerfully armed, both truly superior and destined by their special aptitudes to inevitably collide like two equal forces pushing against each other through space. And here is the picture of Nellie leaving the rose behind. Honestly, again, I've said it before, I love the art in this one. Then the Englishman said, "I thank you, sir." "At your service," Lupin replied. They parted. Lupin walked towards the train station, Sherlock Holmes toward the castle. The examining magistrate and the prosecutor had left after fruitless investigation, and Sherlock Holmes was expected to bring a curiosity that his great reputation justified. They were a little disappointed by his commonplace appearance, which differed profoundly from the image they had of him. He had none of those qualities of a novel hero, of the enigmatic and diabolical character that the idea of Sherlock Holmes evoked in the imagination. Devon, however, exclaimed, full of exuberance, "Finally, dear, it's you! What a delight! It has been so long that I hoped. I'm almost happy with everything that has happened, since it has provided the pleasant opportunity of meeting you. By the way, how did you get here?" "By train." "But I sent my car to meet you at the station." "An official reception, eh? With music and fanfare. An excellent way to make my job easier," grumbled the Englishman. The uninviting tone disconcerted Devon, who, trying to joke, continued, "Fortunately, the job is easier than when I wrote to you." "Why is that?" "Because the theft took place last night." "Had you not announced my visit, sir, it is probable that the theft would not have taken place last night." "When then?" "Tomorrow or another day. And in that case, Lupin would have been trapped, and my furniture would not have been removed." "But my furniture is here." "Here?" "They were returned at 3 o'clock." "By Lupin." "By two military wagons." Sherlock Holmes pulled his hat violently over his head and straightened his bag. Devon exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "I am leaving." "And why?" "Your furniture is here. Arsène Lupin is far away. My job is finished." But I absolutely need your help, dear sir. What happened yesterday may be repeated tomorrow, since we do not know the most important part, how Arsène Lupin got in and got out, and why a few hours later he gave everything back. You don't know? The idea of a mystery to be solved intrigued Sherlock Holmes. Okay, let's look. But quickly, all right? And as much as possible, alone. The phrase clearly designated the servants. Devon understood and ushered the Englishman into the living room. In a dry tone, with sentences that seems to have been counted in advance with such thriftiness, Sholmes asked him questions about the night before, about the guests who were there, about the regulars at the chateau. He then explained the 2 volumes of the Chronicle, compared the underground maps, had the quotations made by Father Jolies repeated to him, and asked, "It was yesterday that you first mentioned these 2 quotes?" "Yes." "You never communicated them to Mr. Horace Belmont?" "Never." "Well, order your automobile. I'm leaving in an hour." "In an hour?" Arsène Lupin did not put any more effort into solving this puzzle than you placed before him. Me? Why, yes, Arsène Lupin and Belmont. The same person. I suspected that rascal. But at 10 o'clock last night you provided Lupin with the facts that he lacked, which he had been seeking for weeks. And in the course of the night Lupin found them to solve the puzzle, assemble his gang, and rob you. I shall be equally expeditious. He walked around the room and thought, then sat down, crossed his long legs, and closed his eyes. Devon waited, quite embarrassed. Is he sleeping? Is he thinking? He went to order the car, and when he returned, he saw him at the bottom of the gallery stairs, kneeling and peering at the carpet. What is it? Look, there, these candle stains. Well, indeed, and fresh, too. And you can see them on the top of the stairs, and even more around this glass cabinet that Arsène Lupin had broken, from which he removed the trinkets only to place them on this armchair. And your conclusion? Nothing. All these clues will undoubtedly explain his restitution, but that's one side of the question that I don't have time to address. The main thing is the route of the underground. You still hope? I do not hope, I know. There isn't there, a chapel 200 or 300 meters from the castle? A chapel in ruins where the tomb of Duke Rollo is located. Tell your driver that he can expect us near this chapel. My driver has not returned. They would have told me, but from what I surmise, you estimate that the underground leads to the chapel? On what clue? Sherlock Holmes interrupted him. I would ask you, sir, to get me a ladder and a lantern. You need a lantern and a ladder? Apparently, since I'm asking for them. Devon, somewhat taken aback, rang the bell. The 2 objects were brought. Orders followed one another with the rigor and precision of military commands. Apply this ladder against the bookcase, to the left of the word Thibbersmill. Devon raised the ladder, and the Englishman continued. More to the left, to the right. Stop! Now! Climb up. All the letters of that word are raised, aren't they? Yes. We are dealing with the letter H. Does it turn one way or the other? Devon grabbed the letter H and exclaimed, Yes, it turns to the right in the quarter of a circle. Who revealed this to you? Without answering, Sherlock Holmes continued. From where you are, can you reach the letter R? Yes. Wiggle it a few times as you would with a push and pull lock. Devon wiggled the letter R. To his amazement, there was an inner click. Perfect, said Sherlock Holmes. All we have to do now is slide your ladder to the other end. That is to say, the end of the word Thibbersmill. Good. And now, if I am not mistaken, if things are accomplished as they should, the letter L will open as easily as a window. With a certain solemnity, Devon seized the letter L. The letter L opened. but Devon tumbled from the ladder, for the whole part of the bookcase, located between the first and second letter of the word, swiveled on itself and revealed the opening to the underground. Sherlock Holmes said matter-of-factly, "Are you hurt?" "No, no," said Devon, getting up. "Not hurt, but bewildered, I must confess. These moving letters, this gaping underground. Isn't that exactly in line with Sully's quote?" "In what way, sir?" "Please. The H spins, the R quivers, and the L opens. And this is what enabled Henry the Fourth to receive Mademoiselle de Tancarville at an unusual hour." "But Louis the 16th?" Devon asked, dumbfounded. "Louis the 16th was a great blacksmith and a skilful locksmith. I have read a treatise on combination locks attributed to him. On Thibbersmill's part, it is like to behave like a good courtier to show his master his masterpiece of mechanics. For the record, the king wrote 2, 6, 12. That is to say HRL, the second, the sixth, and the 12th letter of the name." "Ah, perfect. I'm starting to understand. Only here, if it explains how we can leave this room, I still cannot understand how Lupin could have entered it, because you will notice he came from outside." Sherlock Holmes lit the lantern and took a few steps toward the underground passage. Here the entire mechanism is apparent like the springs of a clock, and all the letters are there backwards. Lupin had only to operate them from this side of the partition. What evidence is there?" "What evidence?" "See this puddle of oil? Lupin had even foreseen that the cogs would need to be greased," said Sherlock Holmes, not without admiration. "But then he knew the other entrance?" "As do I. Follow me." "Through the underground?" "Are you afraid?" "No, but are you sure you can find your way through there?" "With my eyes closed." They descended 12 steps first, then 12 more, and twice 12 more. Then they threaded a long corridor, the brick walls of which bore the marks of successive restoration. Leaking in some places, the ground was damp. "We are passing under the pond," remarked Devon, not at all reassured. The corridor ended in a staircase of 12 steps, followed by 3 other staircases of 12 steps, which they climbed with some difficulty, emerging in a small cavity hewn out of the rock. The path did not go any further. "The deuce!" murmured Sherlock Holmes. "Nothing but bare walls. This becomes embarrassing." "We should go back," muttered Devon. "I don't need to know any more, after all. I'm satisfied." But having raised his hand, the Englishman heaved a sigh of relief. Above them was repeated the same mechanism as the other entrance. He had only to maneuver the 3 letters, and a block of granite toppled over. On the other side it had been the tombstone of Duke Rollo, engraved with 12 letters in relief, Thibbersmith, and they found themselves in the tiny ruined chapel that the Englishman had identified. "And we ascend to God, that is to say, the chapel," he said, reporting the end of the quote. "Is it possible?" cried Devon, confused by the clairvoyance and vivacity of Sherlock Holmes. "How can that simple clue be enough for you?" "Bah!" said the Englishman. "They weren't even necessary. On the copy in the National Library, the line ends on the left, as you know, with a circle, and on the right, which you ignored, with a small cross, but erased such as that you can only see it with a loop. The cross obviously signifies the chapel, where we stand." Poor Devon couldn't believe his ears. "It's incredible, miraculous, and yet childishly simple. How has no one ever solved this mystery?" "Because no one ever gathered the 3 or 4 necessary elements, that is to say, the 2 books and the quotes. No one except Arsène Lupin and myself." "But I had to, objected Devon. And Father Jalise, we both knew as much as you did, yet nevertheless, Sholmes smiled. Mr. Devon, not everyone is able to solve riddles. But I've been looking for 10 years, and you in 10 minutes. It's habit. They left the chapel, and the Englishman cried, Here, a car's waiting. Yes, it's mine. Yours? But I thought the driver had not yet returned. Indeed, I wonder. They walked up to the car, and Devon called out to the driver, Edouard, who gave you the order to come here? Why, replied the man, Mr. Velmont. Mr. Velmont? You met him? Near the station, and he told me to go to the chapel. To go to the chapel? But why? To wait here for you and your friend. Devon and Herlock Sholmes looked at each other. Devon said, He understood that the riddle would be a game for you. A very subtle compliment. A smile of contentment puckered the slender lips of the detective. The tribute pleased him. He said, nodding his head, A clever man. I could tell that when I saw him. You saw him? We crossed paths earlier. And you knew it was Horace Arsène Lupin? No, but I was quick to guess, based on a certain irony on his part. I love this art. I mean, look at this. This is gorgeous. And this here, I love this imagery. I love this picture. These two giants of literature confronting each other. And what's more, this isn't the first time, this isn't going to be the last time they confront. I actually have in my possession a collection of Lupin books. And it's quite possible that one day on stream I might read them all. But let us finish this story. And you let him get away? Well, yes, we were separated by 5 wagons of gendarmes passing by. Sacre bleu, that was the perfect opportunity. You should have taken advantage. Exactly, sir, said the Englishman haughtily. When it comes to an adversary like Arsène Lupin, Sherlock Holmes does not take advantage of opportunities. He creates them. The hour was pressing, and since Lupin had made the charming gesture of sending the automobile, they decided to take advantage of it. Devon and Sherlock Holmes settled in the back of the comfortable limousine. Edouard turned the crank, and they set off. Fields and clumps of trees passed by. The soft undulations of the country of Cowell smoothed out before them. Suddenly Devon's eyes were drawn to a small package placed in one of the storage compartments. Hey, what is that? A package, and for whom? Why, it's for you. For me? It reads to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, from Arsène Lupin. The Englishman seized the package, untied it, and removed the 2 sheets of paper that enveloped it. It was a watch. "Oh!" he said, accompanying this exclamation with a gesture of anger. "A watch?" said Devon. "Is that by chance—" The Englishman did not answer. "How? It's your watch. Arsène Lupin returns your own watch to you. But if he sent it back to you, it's because he had taken it. He had taken your watch. He is good, that one. The watch of Sherlock Holmes, stolen by Arsène Lupin. God, how funny. No, really. You'll excuse me, but I can't help it." And when he had laughed enough, he said in a confident tone, "Oh, he is a very clever man indeed." The Englishman did not flinch. All the way to Dieppe he had not said a word, his eyes fixed on the receding horizon. His silence was terrible, unfathomable, more violent than the fiercest rage. At the railway station he said simply, without anger this time, but in a tone in which you could feel all the will and all the energy of his character, "Yes, he is a clever man, and a man on whose shoulder I would like to place this hand that I now extend to you, Monsieur Devon.
And I believe that Arsène Lupin and Sherlock Holmes will meet again one day or another. Yes, the world is too small for them not to meet. And on that day, so as for this picture here, I mean, this is not Sherlock Holmes. But I actually do believe I know who this other gentleman next to Lupin is. I believe that the guy standing next to Lupin here is none other than the author of the series. This gentleman is Maurice Leblanc. That's what I'm convinced is what's going on here. But with that, we have it. And I will leave with this quote. Arsène Lupin only stays in prison for as long as he pleases, and not a minute longer. I wish to thank all the people that watched. I've noticed that a few people did, and I even had a concurrent viewer at one point. I want you to understand every little moment when someone watches, even if it's only for a small moment, it makes me feel happy. I'm glad I was able to share these stories with people because they're expertly done. They are phenomenal narratives. They really are. And I'm glad that I could share them. Also, hold on a second. Do I have a comment in my chat? I usually try to check my chat, but yeah. I do have a comment. I have one from Vin. Sherlock Holmes is my dog, boy. Yep. In my opinion, Sherlock Holmes is one of the greatest spoonerisms ever. Absolutely phenomenal. I said before that I hope to play Persona 5, and I do plan on doing that. I have some of the other books that inspired the game. I have a copy of Johnston McCulley's Zorro. I have the opera for Carmen. I do not have the Golden Mask or the Fiend with 20 Faces yet, though that is one I do hope in due time to acquire because I want to read the Akechi Kogoro stories, considering that the character of Akechi Goro is partially inspired by Kogoro. I'm glad that I could share this with you. I like stories. I really do. I still have a ways to go in terms of figuring things out with cameras and things like that, but when it comes to reading a story, that's something that makes me happy. And I hope that if you stumble across this video, or perhaps you decided to watch some, that perhaps you may too find yourself wanting to read the exploits of the gentleman burglar. That perhaps I may have expanded your horizons. I think that would make me very happy. I think that would make me very, very happy. I quite like expanding people's horizons when I can. So thank you for all that. And I hope that whatever I make next, you will enjoy it as well. I wish everyone the best, and I'm glad that I could share another story with you. And with that, I don't really have much more to say. So I'll end the stream here. I have to admit it lasted longer than I thought, but that's okay. Thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful evening, if it's evening where you are.